There's a side quest in Dying Light 2 called Book Club. In it, you track down books to fill up to fill up Albert's library. He's trying to acquire and safeguard the world's most important literary works for the good of humanity. A noble goal. The player's goal, however, likely isn't as noble. After you bring what he wants, his assistant, Thalia, will chat you up about philosophy regarding the recent books you've brought back. The banter isn't very interesting, they don't have much chemistry, and they don't talk for very long, but regardless, if you answer the way she likes enough times, by the end of this chain of side quests, Aiden, the main character, gets to experience high tide, while the player gets to see their screen fade to black. The reason I'm bringing this up right now is due to how it can influence a single piece of dialogue in a story mission. Lawan is the Jade of Dying Light 2, except handled far better. And worse, but we'll get to that later on. She's introduced halfway into the game, and she and Aiden talk more with each other in the first few minutes of their meeting than Crane and Jay did in the entirety of Dying Light 1. There's definitely a romantic angle Techland is hinting at with this relationship, and it's, at the very least, functional. After a handful of missions in the Central Loop, the second of the two big maps to explore, you'll eventually have the optional objective of going to a party at Lawan's request. You play a game of Truth or Dare, and Lawan's first question is this.
Have you slept with anyone in Villador?
If you haven't slept with Thalia, Aiden will answer the truth like so.
No.
Are you for real?
But if you have slept with Thalia, Aiden will say this instead.
Yes.
What? You can't lie.
I'm not.
What was her name?
You have to pay for the follow-up.
Now you have to answer.
Thalia.
The librarian's assistant?
Yes.
Hot.
And you'll get some fun, unique responses, showing that Lawan is obviously jealous. You might be thinking, oh, that's a fun touch to add to this section, making this game, this diet RPG, a little more RP. Our choices mattered, even if only to get a little more out of Lawan. Except, do you know how unlikely it is a player will see this line? Even if you played the game, you might not. Let me spell it out for you. There are 22 main story quests, and that's vastly underselling it. Some have 5 to 10 different objectives, making you talk with multiple people and do multiple jobs. Even still, using the number that is a bit misleading, 22, can you guess how many you're afforded? The buffer of main quests between the one that activates Book Club and the one that features the question about how Aiden became laden? 1. Well, 0, I guess. The door to the PK ship, Missy, doesn't open until a certain story mission, so you can't sneak in here when you first unlock the Central Loop map. Even after helping out the fisheye and delivering orders to Roe, it's still not open. You have to do another story mission, involving sightseeing the observatory and getting confused at the sight of dead zombies. The next mission, the very next one, Welcome on Board, is what opens the ship and spawns in Albert, but it's also the one that features the question. You'll still have to get a few objectives in, however. If you go down to the library before talking with Meyer and Matt Jack, it'll be empty. After those conversations, finally, the quest, the 10-part series of fetch quests, begins, and 4 objectives later in the same story mission is the question. Talk with Juan, talk with Lawan, go to an apartment, then the party happens, which is an optional objective, by the way, so some players might even miss this. Mind you, Book Club isn't something you can pump and dump. Even if you had the resolve to do all 10 separate fetch quests in a row, you can't speedrun them all back to back. 3 times Albert will have nothing for you, encouraging a player to do something else in the meantime. Or, quit out to the main menu and load back in, role-playing as Aiden in his pursuit of the greatest night of his life, seeing Thalia with 1 less layer of clothing on. Incredible. Not only is it highly unlikely a person would put their head down without knowing what the prize is, doing all 10 in a row, asking you to go to at least 15 to 20 locations across the map, the quest starting point itself, the library, isn't exactly a location that advertises itself. Unless a player makes a wrong turn when talking with Noel, I don't foresee a player even realizing this is here when the quest is made available, and the amount of running someone will need to do each and every time they return with books, even utilizing the closest fast travel point, still sees you sprinting until you're out of breath, and then sprinting some more. Beelining into Thalia's pants is so obviously not the intention with the book club inclusion, yet here it is. Here's an instance where the game rewards the player with hidden dialogue if they make this incredibly awkward decision to trust that this isn't a never-ending cry for help, something Techland previously did with Dead Island, remember, and to trust that this will lead somewhere, have some light at the end of the tunnel, even though thoughtlessly accepting the book retrievals has only ever provided Aiden with level 1 medicine and a girl to talk to. So much has to go exactly right for a player to make Thalia's dreams come true before this party on the roof with Lawan. But why? Does this obscure detail, a Metal Gear Solid-esque response to an action 99 out of 100 players likely wouldn't have done their first playthrough, benefit the game? Is this enriching the idea that your choices matter, a perfect representation of what Dying Light 2 is trying to be, a thorough and immaculately detailed work of art with thought and care put into each and every inch of the experience? Or does it mean nothing, and is another weird decision that basically floated into the final build of Dying Light 2? Remnants from an original idea, perhaps, an older version of the game that barely, and I mean barely, squeezed into this little gap Thalia afforded the player. Let's be generous and say, no, this was always how it was meant to play out. This line change was a reward for that one player out of 100, showcasing how their choices affect this game, and itself epitomizing the level of care the development team put into this world and this product. If that is the case, then it begs the question, why is the rest of the game the way it is? Why does Albert stand in the exact same spot with no additional books being added to the shelf behind him? Thalia sure seems to think the library is filling up, so maybe I'm more like Stamma and Margaret than I thought. Only die-hard Dying Light 2 fans will get that one. Why does Thalia only sit in this chair reading the same book every time you visit? Why is practically every open book found in the game, whether it be one someone's reading or some type of sign-in sheet or what have you, the exact same one? Red cover, open in the middle, with small text. This is Dark Souls 2 levels of environmental detail, which is saying something. Why don't the audio diaries, the tapes you collect, play when you grab them? You have to go into a menu to do that. Sure, Dead Island had its share of poor diary placements, but there being no way to press play besides in the collectible screen, in this weird order they put them in, is terribly clunky. There's not even any subtitles to go along with it when you're in the menu, so they must have wanted players to press select, navigate and find the newest tape, play it, and get back to the game, even though answering machines override the diaries. Not the messages on them, no, the indication that there's a voicemail available.
No, a fucking volatile. Killian says I handled the... Hey, Pops. I just got back from...
Why did Techland stick to this very tight horizontal text box on all collectibles and items in the menu, making the words auto-scroll, then loop over and over and over, even if it's a single letter being cut off? Look at this. This is the goofiest oversight I've ever seen in a modern AAA video game. Why, when you inspect a weapon, can you not pan down? You can only zoom and rotate, so if you attached a dog tag or what have you, you can't focus in on it, the top of the weapon has to be centered. Why even give players an option to inspect the weapon then? Why doesn't your boomstick fire sometimes, even though it has a shot left? Why can enemy grenades go through fences? Why does the game turn your flashlight off each and every time you enter a dialogue bit or cutscene, even during the times when it'll undoubtedly be pitch black? At first I thought I should let the developer's vision speak for itself. They clearly lit the area to be dramatic and interesting, right? Nope, it's a complete gamble, and to get the best out of the scene, you'll likely be turning it off and on again, over and over. In the DLC, there's a moment where Aiden even reacts to seeing something he couldn't have seen.
Notes? That's some kind of formula. Oh no, not you.
This is a dark zone. The devs know it'll be dark in here. Why automatically turn off my flashlight during the scene if Aiden's voice lines depend on it? Insanity. Why does a distress signal appearing in the upper right of the screen mean you can't use your flashlight anymore? Flashlight is tapping down on the D-pad, and accepting the distress signal is hold the D-pad down. Can Techland not see the difference between holding and pressing? They really couldn't let you press the button like normal for the flashlight, huh? Why does your map say certain activities are completed with the checkmark when you haven't done them yet? Why does using the survivor sense by clicking the right stick cause Aiden to put his melee weapon up every time? These actions don't need to be connected. When you're searching for something, having your flame weapon occupy a quarter of the screen is completely unnecessary. Worse, if you have the precision aiming skill with the bow or gun equipped, you can't use the survivor sense function at all, which is tedious given how vital it is to spot volatiles, quest information, and items. Why can't you interact with quest items unless you use survivor sense? Why does Sophie leave you in her room and close the door on her way out after you talk with her in the Tango Motel? What on earth? Why do Sophie and Barney and so many other NPCs in the game teleport away after your conversation is done? You don't need to despawn Sophie this time, Techland. She's in the bazaar already, a safe area with no infected. Her home base, for goodness sakes! Why does Sophie give Herman the radio to call for Barney if he's deaf? And why does she speak to him like he hears her, with her back turned to him many, many times? Is he actually deaf? Sophie certainly doesn't behave like he is. I'll stop talking about the old Villador characters and story for now, but it's egregious. I could go all day with this stuff. Why, when you enter a dark zone during the day, are the Volatiles just standing around doing nothing? Would it have been that hard to put these guys into a sleeping position and have them stand up when they've heard or spotted you? Other zombies sleep, but not Volatiles, I guess. Why are safe zones still off limits for you to use any of your weapons or equipment, yet zombies can attack you when you're in them? Even though the PvP invasion mechanic is gone, I can understand Techland not wanting players to grind Volatiles for level ups easily in safe zones, but they shouldn't be able to damage you when you can't damage them. Why is the military faction of the game, the PK, going into the most dangerous mission they've ever been a part of with pipes and sticks? Guns are gone, but certainly not bows, crossbows, slingshots, and so on. Ranged weaponry has been around since the dawn of war, as have shields, one of the easiest things to construct. Grab a slab of wood, put a handle on it, you're set. The crossbow you get in the game comes from the PK, and they don't even equip their own soldiers with it? Nah, sorry Peacekeepers, you have to look inept so Lawan can look cooler, I guess. Well, even Sophie has one. Wait, Colonel Williams' wife Anna has one? What's going on? Why don't the people of this game world treat zombies as the threat they are? Why allow your NPCs to stand a measly 5 feet away from a zombie feasting on another human? There's so many instances of people roaming around the city being far too close or much too comfortable with infected nearby. It's incredibly immersion breaking. On that note, why would the game allow an imprisoned PK encounter to spawn right next to a group of PK? These renegades are about to hang this peacekeeper, yet there's a group of his fellow men right there within earshot. Why does the game allow 2 separate radio calls to play at the same time, with Aiden replying to both people at once?
Aiden? Annie. Sarah. The cathedral's been locked up for years. I found somebody who spoke to Michael near the cathedral 2 days ago. Probably use that to Michael said he was going to look around there before heading back.
Did you get an exact location?
Still sure you want to run errands for Juan?
Might as well.
Was all he could tell me. Suit yourself, big boy. Apparently it's bad out there.
I'm almost positive this is exclusive to the DLC and post-release quest calls, but I'm not sure how this hiccup slipped by. It's very noticeable and distracting.
How's it going, kiddo? They plan to
It seems I met Carl before you. And Sophie? Doing a thing for her now.
Turns them into...
I'm helping.
Why is the stomp button the same as the search button, causing you to search when you want it to stomp? Why is there auto-aim with the throwing knives, even though I have auto-aim turned off, causing me to miss? Crazy. Seems like that was an issue last time, too. Why didn't they make sure no clouds would block the stars during the stargazing scene with Lawan? They even turn it into nighttime for this scene. They could have easily manufactured the sky specifically for this moment, but instead they talk about the constellations when you can't even see them.
Then your constellation would be Pegasus, the loner. There, look, the swan. When I stargaze, I always find the swan first. Your constellation would be Orion, the hunter. Over there. We're lucky to see him, because he's not there all year round.
Why does Aiden need to spam his audio cues for entering and exiting the darkness when you're simply exploring an apartment building? What is this pitiful throw for when you use zombie bait? I could go on and on and on, and I will at some point. You've seen how long this video is. But my point is, how does the same game that features this incredibly obscure attention to detail also include all of this half-assed and/or broken shit? Well, it's because it's a video game made by Techland. For as many positives their games have going for them, and believe me, there are some flashes of brilliance in Dying Light 2, but for each mark in their game's favor, there's at least one mark going against it, sometimes more, sometimes a lot more. It's genuinely impressive how much bad is in this game, how many problems, big and small, exist in this work of art.
Please, back off. You're making me uncomfortable.
You can't say it's something Techland regrets and might have done differently with another try, that people should give them some slack, since it's their first go at making a big title like this, Because no, this is their third iteration of this zombie open world idea. Dead Island, Dying Light, and now Dying Light 2. Fewer mistakes and oversights should be expected with iterative sequels. They still don't put an X on the map where you died. We're still struggling with basic shit. You can't even say they wanted to move on to brighter pastures after development was done. The Dying Light series, in terms of games that pretend to be single-player experiences, have the most frequent patch and update rollouts I've ever seen, save for maybe Terraria and Stardew Valley, and even then, I still think it might offer competition. In fact, yeah, there's way more builds of these two games than there are of those. You can't even use the excuse they're only adding in cosmetics and microtransaction content, even though they definitely are. No, they release fixes and patches constantly. Hell, they've completely reworked the game, added guns back in, #made night scary again, and overhauled the parkour and gore and mutilation effects. Hell, as I was working on this video, they did another big update, this time involving the stamina, essentially removing it entirely from the parkour and climbing. They also addressed the flashlight issue, the one I talked about moments ago. In story sections, if your flashlight is on when a scene starts, it'll stay on now. It doesn't work for side quests or other non-story parts, but still, a point I made at the start of the video, already half-fixed within the making of this video. Play the world's smallest violin for the struggling critic who can't even take a measly 8 months to make a video on the game without it being obsolete day one. Many of these, especially the parkour and the mutilation effects, are significant changes to the experience, so much so that it makes me happy I didn't cover this game when it released in 2022. Same goes for 2023 and even 2024. I have to talk about it at some point though, and 3 years of regular updates seems significant enough, so here we are. Even more, you also can't say Techland doesn't want to listen to their audience, since they do, sometimes too often actually. They have a community voting page where veteran fans, who obviously want to play the game forever, get to upvote the ideas they like the most. Oh, glad people give a fuck about what their grapple hook looks like, or, sure, bring back coffee as a valuable item, right. Regardless if I think a few of these ideas are silly, some were taken on board with stride. Who knows if they were planning on doing this with or without the input, but Tolga and Fatine, which were added in the game in 2024, have the longest and most convoluted questline in all of Villador. It looks like paid DLC in comparison to the other content sludge found in Dying Light 2. There's so much in this game, but almost all of it is vapid or one note. As far as I'm concerned, of course there were issues in development, I get that, but Techland had severely messed up priorities when it came down to the wire with this product, since that's really what they seem to have focused on, the product. So many gamers now think about the dollar per hour metric when deciding to buy a game, something the designers and publishers were likely well aware of, but not only that, as shown with Dying Light 1, their hardcore fanbase wants to keep playing this game indefinitely, or at the very least come back to it over and over again, leveling up their finished character, unlocking better and better weapons, playing co-op with their friends, doing quests and objectives, no matter how engaging the quest lines are, or how good the dialogue is. I've played both of these games in co-op for a bit, with people I enjoy talking to, and it feels like a completely different game. No shame for anyone who gets the most out of Dying Light this way, but it really devalues the tone, themes, and level of difficulty, so much so that there's barely any tension felt, and all quests end up feeling the same: go to place, kill zombies or bandits, claim reward. That's all this player base wants or needs at this point, so, well, why not fill up the map with fetch quests that ultimately don't provide much substance? Why not throw in random encounters with human enemies again and again and again? Why not include bandit camps and samey dungeons and the agents? Can't forget about the agents, who give you bounties and isolated separate missions that you can rank up with and earn even more loot and weapons. They even have their own type of currency, for fuck's sake. I saw something in Dying Light 1, and much like how Dead Rising 2 disappointed me, Dying Light 2 evokes a similar feeling of missed potential. Sure, the sequels are good enough, and I can enjoy playing both for what they are, but neither of the two went the direction I was hoping they would. Neither took the most interesting parts of the original and explored further. Instead, they did things a little better, a little worse, but most often, roughly the same. If you go back to my Dying Light 1 video, what was one of my favorite parts about the following expansion? The volatile nests. Earlier on in the video, I hypothesized that maybe the volatiles have a bee-like brain, where the ones sent to venture out at night are meant to sacrifice themselves for the betterment of the hive, to get more humans to make more of them, or something. I gleefully exclaimed, They can risk venturing out for more breeding material, as they're seen as expendable. I doubt that's what it is, but it would be pretty cool to stumble onto a Queen Volatile and other distinct variations in Dying Light 2. If that does happen, I totally called it. Well, I wasn't just wrong, I was embarrassingly wrong. Not only do the nests from the following DLC not make a comeback, Techland didn't fucking do anything interesting or new with them. In fact, on release, they weren't even out at night at the start. The Howlers had to spot you, cause a chase, and then they'd show up later on, when your GTA Wanted level got high enough. At this point, I'd prefer that over what we have now, for reasons I'll get to soon, but the level of creativity on offer when it comes to the zombie side of the equation is incredibly disappointing. The invasion mechanic isn't here anymore, which isn't something I'm losing sleep over, but that also means the gameplay from that PvP mode is basically abandoned without anything to show for it. Why do nothing fun with the zombies? The only time an escalation felt anywhere close to something substantial is with one of the bad ending paths in the last hour or two, where the exploders have spikes on them and aren't fat. It's a cool moment seeing the sunken city become a runnable level, but it's nowhere near enough, and I'd argue most players won't even see it. Admittedly, on paper, Dying Light 2 looks better than Dying Light 1 when it comes to the infected. There's a charger now, which can only be damaged from the back, the Banshees, which leap off of zombies, the Howler I mentioned before, which alerts other infected, the Leaping Biters, the Spooky Revenant, and Elemental Goons, and so on. Cool. I'm being completely genuine when I say these additional enemies are neat, but they aren't given proper context to matter to anything. The explanation on why these mutated forms exist is perfectly satisfactory. The chemicals the military thought would kill the infected only served to kill civilians and transform the biters into even worse creatures, sure. But that's about it. Electrical goons just sort of are. Banshees exist. Bolters were brought over because why not? None of them matter in the grand scheme, since they fade into the background of, and become one with, the setting. There's a severe lack of focus on the infected in this game. I've already shown you how lackadaisical wandering NPCs can be when it comes to, essentially, lions and tigers 4 feet from them eating someone else's face, but even with the side quests and the story, it's all human shit. What if humans are the real monsters? Whoa, I've literally never seen any other zombie media cover human factions fighting in a post-apocalyptic world. If you think I'm being ridiculous, let me give you an example of something that could have been interesting, but wasn't. The tutorial prologue with Hakon is good. In fact, it's one of the only times zombies get the spotlight. Besides the tower mission with the PK, and some here and there clear zombies' objectives, like when going to help Barney or fending them off in the cathedral to get Kurt, zombies are never the problem or what our characters care about. Where's Waltz? Where's Sophie? Where's Sophie? Where's Lawan? Where's Lawan? Where's Waltz? Where's Lawan? The PK are awful. The Renegades are awful. The Butcher is awful. Dear God, this story is awful. Anyway, this prologue with Hakon, though, zombies are the threat. We have to infiltrate a hospital at night, sneaking by all of these infected. It's a great visual, even if later on the sight of sleeping zombies doesn't instill anything into you, since they're so easy to take down. After you get your biomarker, it's revealed you're actually about to turn into a zombie right now, so you have to rush into the light so you can stay human. A volatile or two chases you, and once you reach the sunrise, this scene plays out, showing the volatile recoil when entering the daylight, having to shelter in the darkness again. Our characters and this flesh-eating monstrosity are mere inches from each other, yet it's a standstill, and the volatile begrudgingly accepts defeat. I want you to think of basically any other medium. A movie, a TV show, a visual novel, a comic, hell, a normal book could do it. If this scene was shown, where the zombie stares at our hero, knowing the light is the reason his prey is untouchable, what do you think this would tell us? In a boring piece of media, it would simply establish the rules. Zombies like this, the volatiles, can't enter light. Okay, sure, but what would an interesting work of fiction do with this? It might use it as foreshadowing for a moment later. The author might understand that this scene can do both, explain, and provide a setup. We fight off renegades, we fight off bandits, we fight off PK, survivors, whatever. But you know what we're rarely ever told to fight off? Zombies, because the UV lights take care of that for us. A decent explanation as to why safe zones are safe, sure, if you don't think about it much. But surely enemies who are intelligent enough to know that light is what's staving them off would be intelligent enough to know when they have numbers on their side. Volatiles seem to hunt in packs anyway, or at the very least are always grouped together in pursuit of a common goal, killing humans. What do they kill humans for exactly? I actually have no idea, since Techland didn't include anything in this game to hint that they're doing anything other than existing and killing. Sure would be nice if they went that route with the game, diving into the undead side instead of this boring faction shit. But I digress. Picture for a moment the fisheye, the survivor's castle in the middle of the city, or even the bazaar with its high walls and UV lamps aplenty. Walls mean nothing to Volatiles, obviously, but the lights? They do, so wouldn't it be fun if eventually they wisened up and charged in as a group? At some point in the story, have one of the survivors, Lawan or Barney, who cares at this point, hear from a scout that the Volatiles have been seen less and less the past few nights. The majority of survivors take this as a win, since the zombies would still be a threat to think about in this version of the story, right? But Sophie or Frank or someone else who's kind of clever gets worried. Surely the zombies wouldn't be planning something, right? I'm not asking for this to be something that could happen all the time. Dear God, I swear I don't think I defended a single base when I played Far Cry 4 last year. But at some point in the story, absolutely, fending off waves of zombies at your home base and... Hang on a second. I'm literally describing Dead Island Riptide, aren't I? I don't think you need to go that gimmicky with it, although I could easily see a variation of that working surprisingly well with how often you engage with this cast of characters, and don't confuse my intelligent Volatiles phrasing to mean I'm open for Land of the Dead-esque tool using zombies. Please, heavens no, but at least a couple moments where infected aren't simply background noise in Dying Light 2 would have gone a long way. Let them complicate the war between Renegades and PK at one point, make them a faction our characters plan around. Hell, let some of them use a horde as a weapon or tool. Sure, Walking Dead already did it, but Walking Dead basically sets the bar for what zombie media tropes are at this point, so that's not saying much. For all the shit I gave the Raheem mission in the first game, since it had no impact on the world like it claimed to, at least back then, Techland were toying with the idea that zombies should be implemented into the story in a video game about zombies. It's kind of wild that I hate basically everything that has to do with Volatiles in this game. One of the reasons I liked staying on normal difficulty in Dying Light 1 was the minimap. Seeing their vision cones and planning around it was fun. Sure, it might seem like a crutch at a glance, but the Soliton radar doesn't detract from the game. Utilizing it to sneak past enemies stays engaging. Moving your eyes up to it, then back down to the first-person view was the reason I enjoyed the nighttime in Dying Light 1. Well, now that's gone. They went with the Elder Scrolls horizontal compass at the top of the screen instead, and now you have to spam the Survivor Sense button. This isn't more immersive or more realistic without the minimap, it's just as goofy, something I pointed out last time. On hard difficulty, I had to rely on the hold A button thing, which if anything is just as immersion breaking as the minimap is. Having to rely on circles filling up over their heads and their entire skeletons glowing yellow, highlighted from meters away, yeah, I'll take my fucking minimap, thanks. Add on the fact that Volatiles are everywhere, even on rooftops hundreds of feet high. They're inescapable. You can't run in a straight line for more than 3 seconds without one being nearby, and the only way to have a chance at spotting them before they spot you is spamming the Survivor Sense like your life depends on it. How is this better? This isn't even scary anymore, it's just tedious. At least back in Dying Light 1, nighttime was mainly for getting more experience and an odd side quest or two. It was a risk to go out when darkness falls. Only the brave would dare do it. Good night and good luck, they said. Now there's quests, dungeons, and activities that are meant for night, some even exclusive to it, literally prompting you to fast forward time if you want to partake, so you can't really avoid it even if you wanted to, especially in the early game. Don't get me wrong, the back and forth between Dark Zone excursions to get more loot and materials, to make equipment so you can do quests and fight off bandits in the daytime, is a nice ebb and flow on paper. I think it works tremendously in Tears of the Kingdom, for instance. Go into the depths to supply yourself with non-rusted weapons and useful plants that help in combat, then go back up and explore some more, taking advantage of your findings. Dying Light 2 even includes another layer, something else to think about. Your infection spreads if you aren't in UV light, so the deeper you go into these GRE quarantine zones, the riskier it becomes, especially if you don't have a lot of inhalers to replenish your time. There were definitely times where I could feel this gameplay loop working in action, and it was great in spurts, but it can't sustain itself over the entire runtime of the game, it just can't. Your weapons don't break anywhere near fast enough, and even if they did, your inventory is massive, and even if it wasn't, you can repair your weapons at the Craftmasters anyway. Another post-release update, I see. The most important resource by far for crafting equipment is scrap, which can be found just about anywhere, and you can't exchange money at vendors for more than what you'd find in a garbage can. They only have 26 or so at a time. This causes Forsaken stores to be a lot less useful since you can't turn that loot into scraps, and now Dark Hollows are barely better than a random apartment during the day. The two halves, daytime exploration and nighttime Dark Zone looting, don't feel distinct enough since the vast majority of Dark Zones are similar zombie clearings you've done many times over, and once you get a handful of inhibitors, the Spirit Orbs of Dying Light 2, your timer for staying in the dark gets extended to the point where it won't even be a concern. The tension is lost, and now it's not a fight against time, it's just another GRE hospital filled with regular zombies, the reward being more inhibitors, which you undoubtedly don't need as much as you did at the start of the game, so at this point, you're simply checking off your 100% list one Dark Zone at a time. Well, the hospital dungeons anyway. The other Dark Zones are infinite content garbage, a resource pool that resets practically every night, making sure the player always has things to do. Love it. Even worse, as early on, I gave the game the benefit of the doubt. I figured if the more dangerous zombies are out at night, they'd return at sunrise. Now I had two timers, the one I could refill with items I crafted to prevent me from turning into a zombie, or just dying. You don't actually turn into an infected, but whatever. And the other I couldn't control, the race against the sun. But of course that's not the case. Volatiles won't ever come home to see their porridge eaten and their bed occupied by Aidy BoBaidy, at least not naturally. If you're in the dungeon when nighttime ends, the loot resets, and the floors below you, seemingly, get reset with the current time in mind. Even though you cleared out the nighttime monsters once and went back up, if daytime hits, there'll be volatiles down there a few minutes later. You could argue this is what I want, but it's not. If the whole facility has volatiles, they should all be coming back to populate every floor. That's what I was afraid of, being interrupted by returning difficult zombies. It does act as a time limit in some respects, but it's more of a nuisance in its current form, opposed to anything intimidating or frightening. Plus, every other Dark Zone, like stores or what have you, don't have the semblance of a timer at all. Daytime will hit and nothing will happen. Since it can't teleport enemies in with you, that'd be silly. I mean, it already kind of happens when a chase is underway when you're in a Dark Zone, but ignore that, right? They also don't leave once night hits either. If you're waiting for nightfall at the entrance to a Dark Zone, those volatiles ain't moving, since you're too close and Techland doesn't want to despawn these guys yet, I guess. Illusion ruined, and truth be told, I'd feel this way about the nighttime portion even if the game wasn't patched. Howlers again plaguing Villador streets at night instead of volatiles as it is currently, but the latter unquestionably makes the night half of the game, 13 of the 24 hours each day, a far more tedious time. I get that they wanted to keep the twilight hours scarier and more dangerous, but they simply went way too far with it, and not in an interesting way. Besides them controlling half of the rooftops in the game, and the minimap being gone, the way Dying Light 2 spawns them in, and decides where they patrol, leaves a lot to be desired. Basically, no matter where you are in Villador, 4 volatiles will surround Aiden at all times. If you're at some base or UV light safe zone, it's never a bad idea to break your immersion and use Survivor Sense, since undoubtedly there's exactly 4 volatiles aimlessly wandering around you right now. You can watch and see how ridiculous their movements and mannerisms are. They just pace back and forth, no real goal in mind, just walking to the end of their leash and back to Aiden again. Sometimes one will disappear behind a building, and voila, a new one teleports in at a completely different spot where there wasn't one before. He's now shackled to Aiden until further notice, either by the player through violence or the game through magic. I assume the programming for these guys is tied to the player's coordinates, which is a very efficient, yet incredibly boring solution. I've seen this in other games where enemies shouldn't know where you are, but they always stay close enough so that they're threats when you do decide to take action. It takes me out of the experience each time I piece together that this trick is happening in a game. It ruins the simulation, everything else, literally all the developers' hard work had been trying to maintain. This doesn't just hamper immersion when nitpicky YouTubers are holding the controller, it impacts the decisions you make when you realize what's going on, and undermines the entire point of having these supposedly scary enemies, quote-unquote, patrolling the city all around you. On paper, being surrounded by volatiles when you're searching a building for books might sound nerve-wracking, but I know it wasn't just random chance. It wasn't an emergent situation that unfolded before my eyes, and I also know this isn't a scripted encounter either. The volatiles aren't about to come ambush me or anything. No, it's because the volatiles don't have much leeway, Techland ordered 4 Volatiles to babysit Aiden, so that's what they're going to do. Now, there was an odd edge case or two where I've seen 5 or 6 at once in the heart of Central Loop, so clearly it's not a hard set rule, but the vast majority of my time spent at night, either purposely investigating them or going about my business, 4 was the magic number. The game seemingly always keeping 4 Volatiles near Aiden at all times does a few things, and none of them are for the better. It assures Aiden will always be in danger of running into them when parkouring around, which isn't scary but annoying after a while, or even right away when you're just starting out. There rarely being no more than 4 means you can plan around it and exploit that limitation, tracking them all and escaping a tight spot without too much trouble, and it also makes the map far more homogeneous than Techland probably realized. For all I know, this 4 at a time business is all in my head, but it should say something that the game gave me that impression in the first place. Every area feels the same at night, none of them special, since Volatiles seemingly don't congregate anywhere or stay in front of their hives or anything interesting like that. They're seemingly just plopped around at random, and you'll see wave after wave of icons blip over their heads as you parkour through. Zooming in a bit closer now, the way you interact with the chase system isn't all that great either. When you're spotted, you're meant to run away and hide, or run away and find a UV light source. Besides getting lucky in a building or what have you, tall grass is basically the appointed hide here spot, which can help end chases if you aren't seen when you go in. Tall grass seems to be the go-to for modern developers when wanting to add in stealth for outdoor areas, and truth be told, it's fantastic in Assassin's Creed Shadows, but here, it is a little hard to believe that these guys rely on sight and sound alone. Either way, it's not foolproof, as virals and volatiles can bump into you, invalidating your escape attempt in its tracks, which never feels great. You probably wouldn't want it to be a guaranteed thing though, so some amount of failure isn't bad, but when you're simply wanting to continue playing the game, these moments make you second guess even caring about trying to hide in the first place. Do it if your objective is nearby and they're pestering you, or use a DLC camouflage item to instantly put the chase to bed, which is a powerful tool to have in your back pocket, but if not, honestly, why even bother pretending? Just keep running and sprinting. People claim Volatiles in 2 are more dangerous than 1, but when I went to go test it for myself, I literally couldn't outrun Volatiles in 1, but in 2? Oh, it's easy as hell, just keep going. The parkour opportunities are more complex and sophisticated, sure, but in terms of sprinting on flat land, I'll take the sequel's lions over the originals any day. I'd argue the reason they could feel more dangerous in 2 is because of their increased quantity and their ability to just be on top of every building. With all that in mind, unless you're planning on grinding for parkour experience for fun, or murdering an endless amount of virals and volatiles for laughs, it's honestly best to just ignore them for the most part and keep sprinting and jumping and gliding past them. Act like they aren't there, and when they are, get to a UV light and that's that. That's at its best. At its best, you run to a nearby safe zone and wait until you get to play the game again. To give the game credit, this does make the unlocking of more and more safe zones feel rewarding as you're opening up your haven of protection at night. The closer UV lights are, the better, so as to not deviate too far from your objective. I'm not sure that little positive outweighs everything else, but hey, we have to hang our hat on something, right? Volatiles will prevent you from accessing your quest objective at night, since they're little assholes who hate productivity, I guess. They don't interact with other humans in the same way. PK soldiers or bandits braving the nighttime for some reason don't get the Aidy BoBaidy treatment. They often start a chase the moment you exit a safe zone, causing you to run right back in a pointless time waste, and nothing fun was done with them to explain why that would even be a common occurrence. Again, if we pretend there's any logic to be found with the volatiles in the game, then we can assume they hunt humans for food or sport. You have the PK base, the Missy, a docked ship with barely any layer of protection, nestled into a corner. There's no play on elevation here, no back doors, no nothing, just flat land, and everyone in and out is funneled through these 2 doors. The volatiles wouldn't have a couple of their scouts perched outside, waiting for an idiot to return home late or leave in the middle of the night? Nah, have them aimlessly wander back and forth, that's smarter. I mean, with how stupid these PK soldiers are, maybe that's a winning strategy all the same. These guys had the high ground, gave it up for nothing, and died trying to whack this volatile with pipes. What the fuck is wrong with them? All kidding aside, let me be clear. I'm not saying the game is worse because volatiles aren't shown to be perched on buildings and waiting for humans like a smart animal or something. No, I'm saying if you're going to have them constantly pester the player anyway, the moment they leave a safe zone, causing a chase and wasting everyone's time, at least add a fun reason for that hassle. This is all hassle without any payoff. There was only a single time I was excited about a volatile, and that was during the final Baba mission, where I was meant to trap a black volatile. Whoa, finally something different with them. Except, well, first of all, Baba told me to trap it since she didn't think I could defeat it. It's an enemy that was built up through a lot of dialogue earlier on in her questline, I just didn't realize it at the time. I used the trap and the game counted it, but he didn't end up inside, so I had to fight him. Sweet. Except, he's just a regular volatile, and he was easy as piss to kill. Baba's probably my favorite NPC in the game, but girl, come the fuck on. This dude is what you were so scared of? Hell, the only reasons volatiles are so deadly in the first place is because there's always more than one of them, they can start chases, or they're in a cramped setting with other zombies around. This black variation didn't have any of those going for him, so he went down without issue. Even worse, I've come to realize in retrospect that the black variations aren't even noteworthy. They're encounters just like any other, such as the bolters, bandit ambushes, and guys in cages. Weird. How pathetic is that? The supposed scariest zombie type in the game is relegated to encounter status. What a disappointing direction Techland took for an enemy that had so much potential. I hear the GRE dungeon things are supposed to be the replacement for the initial volatile nests they had planned, which is just really sad. These aren't even close to the ones we had in the following, and to see a bastardized asset flip show up in the tower raids, a separate roguelite mode with no bearing on the actual game, feels like salt in the wound. Now, all that said, it's time to give some bit of praise. I was going to point out that the volatiles don't behave any better than the first game when sunrise hits. I initially wrote, Techland added in dark zones around every corner, it couldn't have been that hard to program these guys to beeline it to the nearest one, right? And sure, there were examples of them not doing that, but there's also many examples of them, well, doing that. Sometimes they'd only end up in an apartment building, but hey, that's much better than them dying for no reason since they lack self-preservation skills. As far as the other zombies go, charges are a fine idea, but Techland should have given more objects in the environment the stopping power to stun them. Them turning around on a dime is funny and unexpected the first few times you see it, but it soon transitions into the visual for failure, since you're attempting to bait them into running at a wall or what have you, but they pull a Tyrese Halliburton instead, changing directions like they're trying to put the Knicks away with a three-pointer. With co-op, they're a lot less annoying, so maybe they were designed with multiple players in mind. Banshees hopping off the shoulders of the infected and humans to dive tackle you is great. Bolters are incredibly boring, and their introduction makes no sense.
I got it. There's a creature I haven't seen before.
What does it look like?
Not a big one. Extremely fast.
Probably a bolter. You can find some interesting stuff on them. But catching one requires serious hunting skills.
They stuck this cutscene in a story mission, but bolters aren't needed for anything this time, so it's not a setup like before, and Aiden's description is laughable. Extremely fast? Bro, what are you talking about? And why are you so afraid in the first place? There's UV lights right there, dumbass. Goons are better. Their hitbox on their downward slam isn't ridiculously wide for no reason like it was in the first game, thank goodness. Genuinely, when going back to test things, Techland, stop doing endless events and cosmetics and fix these atrocious hitboxes. What is this? On that note, don't ask us which fucking Dying Light we want to play when booting up Dying Light 1. Are you serious? And definitely don't autoplay a promotional interview about your upcoming The Beast game. Fuck off. God damn, I hate Techland sometimes. Anyway, the Goon.
The Goon.
When it's a one-on-one, they're actually quite fun to fight with melee. You can duck under their swings, jump over their radial earthquake, and dodge everything like you'd expect. A surprising W for Dying Light 2, very nice. Also, this scene is great.
Don't know why they didn't steal them. They were right under their noses. Morons.
Speaking of positives, they fixed the issue I had with the exploder. They added in a sound cue for when a special infected spots you, so now you'll hear this, and be alerted to one coming your way from behind or in front. Plus, killing them with a knife or something is strangely satisfying. Virals don't look quite as haunting, they're just regular dudes. Apparently Techland added in, much later on, the animation where they cower and pretend to be human like the first game. Concerning that they forgot about it in the first place, but at least it's here now. Since there's no guns, they seem to ambush you out of nowhere far more often, which is pretty irritating. Howlers feel pretty out of place, since they don't start the chases at night anymore. They're now on the ground in the daytime, and they, like the exploders, seem to be a way to draw in biters and virals to your location more often, to make up for the lack of guns. Their audio is appropriately scary, but since they aren't beacons of the night, they don't leave as much of an impression when the sun is out. The gas tank zombies returned, and they're far more annoying this time around. Don't get me wrong, them flying high as the night sky, twirling towards freedom, is a hilarious sight more often than not, the right amount of goofy for my tastes, but again, it seems like with the removal of the guns dilemma, they're far more frequent so as to goad a player into making noise to attract more virals. Any errant swing will set these guys off, and it gets a little tiring. I began resorting to throwing knives at them to lower my chance to see these guys become a firework. Also, a lot of zombies can spit now. The dedicated spitters are disgusting, oozing and doubled over, a great visual, but Volatiles do it when they can't reach you, like in the first game, and hazmat suit guys do it too. Gotta spread the wealth, giving more enemies ranged attacks, I suppose. While all of that is fine, there's no smoker type like I was hoping for, and no queen volatile, or anything massive or significantly boss-like. Just a few elemental types, the Revenant if you want to count that, even though it's just a pointless activity, 1 or 2 new coats of paint, and some slightly new special infected. It's just disappointing, even if, on paper, it is better than Dying Light 1. I mean, at least here they actually tried some new things, right? Think about it, in the first game, the goons were just the brutes from Dead Island, the virals were the runner types we've seen already, spitters the floaters, but arguably better, exploders the suiciders, but arguably worse, demolishers the straitjacket zombies, and so on. I know I said in my Dead Island video that it was impressive how Techland turned what didn't work in Dead Island into something that worked for Dying Light, but, well, maybe I was giving them too much credit. Something I've come to realize in the last year or so is that when I played Dying Light 1 back in late 2021, early 2022, I wasn't truly meeting it on its own terms, and that ended up helping its case. I recently played it again as preparation for the video, and I came away with a much more negative impression this time around, since I finally let go of what I wanted the game to be, and accepted it for what it is. I still agree with basically everything I said in my video though, save for the Hellraid glazing. Definitely not a fan of it anymore, not sure what I was thinking. Anyway, while everything I said still holds up, my claims of it being nearly phenomenal and almost perfect and all that came from what I envisioned the game could have been like. If the airdrops were better handled, if the characters were more interesting, if the implications from the intro were followed through on, if your actions had an impact on the world itself, if the looting was better, if the open world was more like Breath of the Wild, if the systems of the game offered as much as an immersive sim. That's what I thought I saw in Dying Light, a zombie immersive sim with Breath of the Wild-like freedom to explore the world. No, it's not that. It's a pretty standard open world filled with undead that you do stuff in. I've been trying to play more open world games these days, so I can expand my knowledge and have a better understanding on why I love the ones I love, and only like the ones I like. There's a spectrum that every open world game rests on. On one end, the world exists to be explored, and on the other, the world exists for you to do stuff in. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, for me, are by far the most enjoyable open world games, simply because the joy of discovery and exploration is the fun. Wandering around and uncovering places on the map, doing little things along the way, light puzzles, some combat, some cooking, some shield surfing, that's the captivating part. I'd say Elden Ring belongs here too, even if the vast majority of content consists of combat, and the old guard of Bethesda, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout belong on this side of the spectrum as well. The latter two do contain a wealth of quests that send you places, sure, and it is nice to vibe in the few towns of Breath of the Wild, chill and help people with their problems, absolutely, but there really is something special about picking a direction to begin adventuring, and undoubtedly, a few minutes in at most, you'd likely say, "Ooh, what's that?" and go investigate some new cave or ruins or fort or shrine. Or Oblivion Gate. You can make the argument that the critical difference is how self-contained each landmark is, a combat trial, a puzzle, a tower, and so on. Hundreds of individual yet disconnected bits of content sprinkled all around for you to find. One could also point to the lack of signposting as part of the reason. People still talk about how engrossing Morrowind is with its lack of objective markers and reliance on real-world directions. I'd argue those are important, but not the end-all be-all. The two most recent Elder Scrolls, for instance, Oblivion and Skyrim, sadly both feature that icon preview on the compass, spoiling what the nearest landmark is, and as far as Oblivion goes, the quests are by far the best part, not even close, but the map itself, barring a few locked doors, which are conveyed perfectly fine by the way, the world is your oyster, you can adventure anywhere. New Vegas, not Bethesda, but you get it, has arguably the best quest design out of all the games mentioned so far, but even still, exploring, discovering, is at the heart of a casual playthrough. Even if there's multiple hooks for a significant side quest or area, a handful of methods for pointing the player in certain directions, leaving Good Springs feels like the start of a grand adventure, yourself firmly in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, on the other end of the open world spectrum exists Grand Theft Auto, along with Far Cry 2, 3, and 4, and half of Assassin's Creed Shadows a few months ago. I played GTA 4 all the way through last year and really enjoyed my time. I also got halfway through GTA 5, but, well, that one didn't quite hook me. Either way, while I didn't really care about the sandbox qualities of either game's worlds all that much, what I came to love were the missions, doing the objectives in whatever parts of the city the game sent me. I wasn't here to explore. Believe me, I gave the pigeon hunting in GTA 4 a try for an hour or two before thinking better of it. No, this city exists to provide context to the narrative and the mission structure. What good is a game where you drive a lot without the sprawling concrete jungle to justify it? The game is better for this sandbox city of an open world, but it's not exactly calling your name to have an adventure and explore on your terms. It's just not the kind of game to fulfill that craving. I'd say Far Cry deserves to be placed near the middle of the spectrum, but still a little on the GTA side, as while there are areas to find, activities to do when you encounter them, and more map to uncover as you go, for me, the sense of adventure was completely absent. Doing things in the world it gave you was the point. Here's the content, go and do it. The setting more or less exists to establish your place in the world and stretch the environment out a bit. Let's also add in Cyberpunk and Spider-Man right around here. The former feels like GTA, but with an RPG flavor, and the latter Far Cry, but with a superhero skin. With my spectrum of open world on display, with examples, where do you think the Dying Light games should go? Well, that's the tricky thing, isn't it? Ever since Dead Island, Techland have been chasing after this best of both worlds approach, and the end products suffer tremendously because of it. In Dead Island, so much is walled off until a side quest activates it, yet they obviously want to impart the sensation that the world is yours to wander through. Dying Light did a little better in that regard, only a few obvious hiccups now and again, but the quests are still king. You do have safe zones to clear, quarantine zones to find, and airdrops to chase, which is better than anything found in Dead Island, but the latter two lose some of their charm since they're practically infinite content slotted in to keep the game exciting for veterans and co-op players. This is why I'd place them here on the spectrum, Dying Light further left, but not quite in the middle. It's a much better and more open world than Dead Island, but still doesn't feel as free as it could, and the lack of tangible, unique dungeons or scenarios holds it back content-wise, since you can only do so much with free running and zombie killing. I think people undervalue how important puzzles are to adventure games like Zelda, since one could make the same argument for Breath of the Wild with its shrines being similar, but I wouldn't, because even if you firmly categorize shrine content into a binary, combat or puzzle, there's many, many ways to design puzzles that don't require extra mechanics, where that isn't the case for combat. Combat has a ceiling, or at the very least, has a finite number of ways to make each encounter somewhat distinct, and adding enemies or removing equipment can only do so much. For instance, Oblivion Gates may as well have been the original Zelda shrines for as often as they're littered around the open world, but I'll be honest, I started avoiding them after a while, since practically none of them feel distinct, and are filled to the brim with spongy enemies to kill. There are a handful of layouts and caves, and the enemies do change as you level up, scaling to your character, but in the year 2025, as much as I love Oblivion, there's a limit to how much Elder Scrolls combat I can stomach. Meanwhile, in Zelda, since gravity and your tools, powers, or weapons exist, there are many ways to design puzzles that can't be circumvented, and if they can, it usually enhances the experience opposed to trivializing it. But enough about Zelda, about Elder Scrolls. We come down to it, Dying Light 2. Before I place it where I think it should land, what do you think? Is it a better world to explore on your terms, or is it smarter to stack on the side quests, thinking of it more as a backdrop to Aiden's escapades? Well, much like other Ubisoft titles, I think it's a game that wants to provide a world to explore, but misses the mark. There's a lot more self-contained activities to do in Villador, but the way they're framed undermines their appeal. Basically, Techland took Dying Light 1 and Far Cry'd the fuck out of it. I'll admit there's a part of me that feels good when I can complete something, opposed to it existing as an optional challenge to return to permanently, like redoing quarantine zones in Dying Light 1, but if you go the route Dying Light 2 does with it, it crosses over into feeling like an obligation, like it's all part of a grander checklist. After the prologue is complete, they show you how to use the binoculars, a mostly useless item that I tried my hardest to make useful. It vibrates the controller when you're supposedly almost looking at landmarks or activities, and once you're in the right grouping of pixels, it'll close in and label the spot permanently. Going off the trailers and pre-release footage, it looks like Techland wanted this to be a part of the gameplay loop, using it to scout your surroundings and check what was up ahead. Even though I didn't like Far Cry 1 all that much when I tried it, my favorite part was the ability to mark enemies, something I thought would be a gimme 25 years later in a modern game, but no, I've tried many times to mark bandits and outposts, and those symbols go away when the binoculars go away. That would have been really helpful, but whatever. While marking areas from far away can feel beneficial in the moment, it takes away from what I like about my favorite open-world games. Getting the knowledge of some activity or quest or location before you're actually there means all you're really doing is revealing where the content is in the game. See these exclamation marks? Those are side quests. See these feet? Parkour challenges. So on and so forth. If, in Breath of the Wild, climbing up the towers showed every side quest, minigame, and shrine on the map, I highly doubt I'd like it as much as I currently do. No, you instead spot it with your own eyes, and then likely go to that spot, or place one of your own custom markers there. It really is wild how much power labeling something has for the sense of discovery in a video game. If you think about it, Dying Light 2 basically replaced Far Cry's towers with binoculars. It makes it a little more personal. You can go on top of a tower in the middle of the city and track things yourself, but it's very clinical and dispassionate all the same. To be fair, it's entirely optional, the binoculars, but even so, by simply doing the main quest of the game, you'll be traveling all over and, inadvertently or not, stamping the map with icons, icons, icons. Where some open worlds feel like they're putting the onus on the player to find things, to go out and uncover the fun, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, and now Dying Light 2 turns the overworld map into a quasi-level select screen. This is why they feel closer to GTA on the open world scale, since you already know what's there, you're merely forced to travel through the world once more to activate the content, to start up the mission. It's the difference between letting the world guide you versus letting the game guide you. What should I do now? Let me open up my map. Sure, I'll do this quest, this activity. I can't hate on this idea entirely, since, like I said, it does feel good to complete something. I liken it to the sensation a Call of Duty player might have. They want something simple to play after work, they throw it on and gain a few levels, maybe unlock a new weapon or what have you, and go to sleep satisfied. Far Cry is the same. Boot it up, climb a couple towers, and clear an outpost. Look at that, you made progress. It's a formula that scratches some part of our brain, definitely, and you could even argue that sensation is what pulls many of us to play linear single-player games in the first place. Progression, in all forms, is what our brain craves, but the Skinner box nature is laid a little more bare in the icon-heavy Ubisoft likes, opposed to the more intimate worlds of Elden Ring and Zelda. Even more than just hampering the free-form nature of walking to something you thought looked interesting on your own without the game labeling it for you, this strict designation of where the handcrafted content is has an unintended knock-on effect. The rigid segregation between what is scripted content versus what's meant to feel more impromptu makes the encounters far less interesting since I know they're being generated on the fly just for me. Hearing this noise over and over doesn't make me think, ooh, let's go see what's going on. It instead evokes an exasperated fuck-off game, either vocally or mentally. This audio cue means the game is filling my surroundings up with slop in real time, so I can experience true emergent gameplay, such as fending off zombie attacking human, or fending off renegades. But don't forget, rescuing person from zombies, or rescuing person from renegades. Seriously, can someone tell me how this idiot ended up in a cage strung from a lamppost?
How did you get in that cage?
If this were a good RPG, I might be able to ask him about it. But in Dying Light 2, it's just another encounter for the pile. Hell yeah, I want that reward, gimme gimme. He's not even a real person in this world, he's a prize vendor, one you can rid Villador of moments after and nobody will care. I feel nothing. The delineation might seem arbitrary, but having the game announce it's just spawned in radiant sludge for me to slurp up makes the separation between church and state that much more pronounced. Except in game terms, it's quest versus encounters. Quests and activities are merely checkmarks in the making, and a hanging PK soldier is a fake video game nothing. Something to fill up your world to make it feel less empty. At least Infamous gave you good or evil alignment based on your choice. At least Far Cry 4 gave you karma points, goddamn. Again, almost every open world game has stuff like this, but I've never disliked it as much as I do in Dying Light 2. As I see it now, there's the stuff to do and the stuff that gets shoved onto you. You'll almost always be in the process of traveling to the stuff to do, like GRE Dark Zones, substations, windmills, quests, and so on, so the stuff that gets shoved onto you, in an ideal world, exists to freshen up the pacing, a fun distraction, but for me, it's either something to ignore, or cynically accept for the prize at the end. I can tell I've become jaded when it comes to video game Radiant quest-adjacent content, but it's because of how fake it feels to me. This was meant to fix that feeling, to emulate the living world existing without you, so you'd naturally stumble into the middle of something already underway. But I know it's for me specifically, and it completely undercuts the experience each time I see it, or even hear it. I've played games where it simulates and runs without your involvement, and they're amazing, even when it's extremely limited, like BioShock back in 2007. True emergent gameplay is why immersive sims are so special of a genre.
You're a dead man.
But this ridiculous cater to the player style, having it even shout at you failed when you might not even realize a PK soldier or whatever was dying somewhere, is as manufactured as you can get. Sometimes the opposite even happens, encounter success, infected killed, when I didn't even do anything. You're forcibly thrown into this unscripted but still scripted event, even if you weren't aware of it, and the game will pass or fail you, regardless if you're an active participant or not. Encounters were a thing in the first Dying Light, and I didn't love them there either, but it does feel worse this time around, since at least then, it was one of the only times you'd see another human outside of a safe area. These were once special occasions, but now? There's dozens of doofuses around every city block, gleefully wandering through this forsaken city without care. Hard to feel like you're the only one braving these conditions when survivors will gladly work on their settlements only meters away from zombies, or won't even have a lookout in case one approaches. It's almost impossible to roleplay as Aiden in this game world since everything feels so artificial. I made fun of not being able to attack NPCs in the first game, and the same rules apply for the most part with the safe zones and important NPCs and whatnot, but you can actually attack nobodies this time around. But because this is a game where your allegiance to a faction is a focal point, this is the game where friendly fire should have probably been turned off, especially given that you can't join the renegades. Sure, the survivors run away, the PK fight you. I mean, normally anyway, these guys don't give a fuck I lopped off their buddy's head. But because there's no consequences to your actions, murdering every single innocent doofus you see, the ones that clearly don't fear the undead, I mean, why not? Aiden doesn't care, the factions don't care, hell, the survivors themselves barely care. Funnily enough, you can mix and match the problems with the game to create comical scenarios that just shouldn't be allowed to happen. The PK soldiers fight back if you swing at them, remember, but they're also victims to the imaginary safe zone boundary. They get mad when I pop out, but when I walk back in, they're cool with me. I pop out to stab them in the chest, the other guy sees, but wait, I'm in the safe zone again, sorry pal. After this, I went to the PK base and nobody cared, obviously. Aider, the leader, doesn't give any shit that you're just murdering his soldiers in cold blood. Again, video games from 20 years ago shouldn't be able to so easily outclass modern games like this. While we're on that note, Infamous, a 2008 PS3 game, allowed quest givers to flee from danger, which might feel like an inconvenience at first, but it's worth it, since it better grounds you in the world a bit more. This guy, though, doesn't care about the renegades nearby, even though they slaughter anyone they can because they think it makes them more powerful. Yes, that is the canonical reason. The dude even talks about how he hates the renegades. Just make him flee and cower for a while until the enemies are disposed of. It's not rocket science. This kid surrounded by zombies? Nope, he sits there while they attack me. Pathetic. Stationary NPCs are set in stone, and no-name doofuses might as well be mannequins. Dropkick them off a roof, bash them with a stick. Literally nobody cares. It sometimes feels like the only thing we're really getting out of the advanced technology AAA games are working with is more detailed graphics, which is incredibly boring. Now, to give the game credit, there were times when fights or events seemed to happen without the encounter label, and that's great in theory, but in execution, it's a pretty awkward sight. These bandits don't like this PK group, I guess, and are just kinda staring at each other doing nothing. Here's a line for water or bread or something, out in broad daylight, script running like normal until infected show up, and then it has to press pause so the NPCs can whack the zombies with sticks. Since these are more rare than manufactured encounters, and feel very clunky, these more resemble accidents, like the game wasn't supposed to load these two groups so close together. And boy, it shows. Oh, hey Peacekeepers, there's a fucking banshee on top of you, by the way, and is now attacking me. Y'all don't care? Just gonna stand there? As far as the stuff to do, some are better than others. I talked about liking the parkour challenges in the first game, and even though I think the parkour is as good, if not better this time around, the quantity of stuff to do in this game made me pick and choose which content was worth seeking out, and the free-running trials failed that test. I can gladly say Dying Light 2 gets more out of parkour than the first game did, with its rope swinging, the teeter-totter platforms, the monkey bars to swing on, and a half-dozen new skills, such as jumping out of a slide, leaping off small obstacles to gain a crazy speed boost, and bouncing on trampolines to gain height if you picked the survivors. The grappling hook being a mandatory item for the story later on, and the new way it handles, makes some climbs better than the very best of Dying Light 1 without question, so make no mistake, the parkour is by far the best part of the game once again, but when you're trying to eke out worthwhile content in this perpetual content machine, finding a parkour or combat trial where a question mark or exclamation point was plopped down is a bit disappointing. Plus, I don't think the Night Runner trial on the VNC tower was created with the new expert parkour physics in mind, so ramming my head against the wall, or the ground as many times as I did here, just ticked me off even more. Regardless, the other reason I didn't do all of these this time is due to fucking how many of them there are. I believe Techland added in more and more after release in batches, which is nice when you have the mindset of more content equals good, but quality over quantity is a phrase that should have been etched into every bathroom stall in Techland's offices, as the more and more quests and challenges you put into the game, the less cohesive the end product is. My second playthrough felt far better in terms of pacing, since I ignored a lot of the side content. Not all of it. Fucking Thalia. Maybe this simply speaks to how difficult it is to have an open world to explore and story quests that take up a substantial amount of time, along with a shit ton of dialogue we're meant to take seriously. It's a tough balancing act, but both sides of the coin got bloated somehow, and instead of evening out, neither feel as good as they should. Anyway, for the challenges specifically, both parkour and combat, the game has two different styles when it comes to dishing them out, and the way it tricks you at times can feel awfully shitty. Sometimes it'll just be a plank of wood or a poster and a prompt, and other times a plank of wood will start speaking for minutes on end, pretending to be a quest giver, and it turns out it's a challenge in disguise. I can get behind this in theory, since I did question the window dressing in the first game, Kyle accepting the time trials from these doofus NPCs. Helping people deliver something in a timely manner or what have you initially delighted me, but there's two problems. One, even if you do the supposedly important task, such as warn the people of the poisoned food or feed sugar to the bees before they starve, the NPC tells Aiden he can do it again since it's, I guess, an ongoing problem? The framing device, the thing that made it seem like a discrete one-and-done objective, apparently doesn't matter once you finished it, the quest giver asks you to do it again. Mechanically, these function like the minigames of Breath of the Wild, the silly time wasters Link could partake in over and over, but in Dying Light 2, they're presented initially like any other side quest. It simply doesn't feel good to think you're helping someone, only to find out that their task was infinite, sort of like that dehydrated lady from Dead Island. My other problem with them comes down to the other mechanism through which you accept these trials. Having both the signposts and the NPCs be the holder of the free run races devalues the latter significantly, since neither feel unique. Both have you chasing bronze, silver, and gold medals, sometimes platinum. I'd say if you kept the gameplay the same, but made the NPC quest variations only have a single time to shoot for, to paint it as a genuinely urgent thing without the layered success states, a binary pass or fail, both could coexist and feel meaningfully different. Until a patch like that hits the game though, the NPC ones will stay a silly, not real side quest. Given how much I liked the free running and climbing in Dying Light 1, I was expecting to like the windmills more than I currently do. Out of all the things to copy from Far Cry, the towers were undoubtedly the biggest missed opportunity with the first Dying Light. The only 2 or 3 mandatory ones for the story were some of the best uses for Crane's vertical movement in the entire game, and I wanted more. In fact, as much as everyone has turned the tide on this tower idea, the ones in Far Cry 4 really impressed me, as the light puzzle element of figuring out how to get up to the top was surprisingly engaging. The first Dying Light was that, but maybe even a bit better. Don't get me wrong, I don't want it to label every piece of content in the game when you get to the top. I don't need the result of the tower ascension. I just think the gameplay is solid in Far Cry 4, and in Dying Light it's even better. So it's one of the only cases where Techland could have added more of something, and I would have been happy with it. This is what I thought the windmills would be in Dying Light 2, the righting of that past wrong, except these are some of the most boring activities you can find in Villador. You can eventually paraglide straight to the top of a few of them, which is hilarious in how it undermines the point of these in the first place. Far Cry 4 had a helicopter thing, sure, but it was a hard landing, making it a risk. Here it's effortless, turning it into a literal checklist item and nothing else. Not that that's a horrible thing, mind you, you're not missing out on much. Even at their best, these don't last very long at all, and the majority of your time spent, if you do end up spending more than 1 minute on it, is waiting for the ledges to align the right way before making that first or second jump. Adding in the captivating element of watching your stamina bar slowly drain while you sit there doesn't make for an interesting design choice. I understand what they're going for, sort of, since your maximum stamina really does come into play for some of these, but it's not very interesting. A few of them basically act as a maximum stamina check and nothing else. Whoops, sorry, guess not. With the new stamina update they rolled out in the middle of August, as I was working on this video, stamina is no longer associated with parkour at all, besides when you use the dart skill or glide around. Wow, seems insane, right? Techland, you made Dying Light 2 with this in mind. This is your vision. Can you imagine if Nintendo in 2020 rolled out an update for Breath of the Wild where climbing didn't require stamina? No, since that's fucking insane. They made the game with those restrictions in mind. All of these massive updates, more than anything else, just go to show that Techland doesn't really have a clear vision. This was clearly something integral to many things, with the maximum stamina booster, the skills associated. Hell, the prologue talks about it. It's still present in the prologue, but for the windmills, climbing, and everything else afterwards? Nope, all gone. In fact, Jesus Christ, the prologue is just getting battered with all these changes. It's already stupid that Hakon references the Howlers afterwards when talking about the church.
You see the church? That's where the Howlers were after us.
Which again aren't there anymore, but now, with the stamina being completely changed, it makes the goal of finding the inhibitor in the middle a joke. I figured they'd start the stamina removal after you get outside, but it's sillier than that. You don't have enough stamina early on, can't make the climb outside, so Hakon has to bring down the ladder. Inside, you can't make the climb up the elevator shaft, which is what prompts you to go searching for the inhibitor. You upgrade your stamina like before, and here is where stamina is gone forever. The elevator shaft climb, the roadblock that caused this detour for the extra stamina, doesn't use up stamina after you get to the chest. Unfucking real, I can't keep up with all these changes. Techland just doesn't fucking stop. This was my 5th playthrough start, technically, and I swear the Volatiles are way less frequent than they are now than they were a few months ago. Am I supposed to go back and modify my earlier talking points? It's like they're out to get dumbass critics like myself, undermining entire videos with their patches. Fucking hell, my apologies for the deviation. Let's get back to the discussion on the windmills. This is all subjective, of course, but I'd argue a climb on par to the antennas in the first game would have fit in far better, especially given the ramifications of these windmill activations. These relate to the faction system in the game. Whoever owns that territory of Villador will take over and basically create a small community, constructing buildings and defenses and producing crops in the span of a single cutscene, where, at the end, Aiden is still on the top of the tower. We'll talk about this later, but focusing on the windmills themselves, they're pretty bare bones. Since this video is as long as The Lord of the Rings, I won't say which one or how many, why not do a tier list? Windmills go in the D tier. D for, don't you dare climb up there, Aiden, otherwise you'll slip and fall and land on trash bags again. Boy, one of these days he's gonna do this and end up landing on a bag of rusty knives, I just know it. Am I right, people? Oh wait, he missed. Man, is that good writing or what? Oh, and we'll throw the parkour challenges into the C tier, since they're still fun in and of themselves, right? While the windmills were a giant letdown, the actual radio antennas were a complete surprise. I saw one really early on and was confused at what the fuck I was looking at, but much later in the game, after you do the big story mission on the second map, you'll be able to start climbing these antennas and turn them on, which in turn shows you where any stray inhibitors are located. My main problem is how late these become an activity. That goes for a lot in this game. The VNC tower mission should have been closer to the beginning rather than the end, given that it holds the grappling hook hostage. This could be more of a case against how much side content is in the game up to this point, but I'll just say, you can easily play 20 hours of Dying Light 2 before even getting the glider, which is just wrong. I'll talk more about that later. The radio towers themselves, while not offering a very interesting reward aside from cleanup duties, are some of the highest stakes butt-clenching climbs in the game. For some reason, the humans who were here before set up a platforming gauntlet, a near circus show, with poles rotating around pillars, catwalks that lead to other isolated platforms, ladders only on a select few towers. It's truly, and I mean this, the most nonsensical part about the entire game, but when the gameplay is good enough, and it's not tied to much else in the first place, believability simply doesn't matter. I wouldn't say this excuses the windmills for being so ass, and I don't think these perfectly replace the potential Dying Light had by having Far Cry 4-esque towers like the first game did for 2 or so main missions, but they're a lot of fun. Making the jumps to hump metal stumps, turning around mid-air to thump your plump rump, otherwise land back in the dumps, crumpling into a slump? Aiden, you fucking chump. Yeah, I know how much you nerds like poetry. Fucking subscribe, thank you! In all seriousness, I vastly underused the 180 turnaround skill, so that likely could have helped in these instances, but still, this is quite the demanding ask, especially given the likelihood of failure, resulting in almost certain death. The music accompanying these ascensions is surprisingly well done. The song graduates to a new level as you climb, dynamically altering its tempo and mood as you go. Dying Light 2 shocked me with its soundtrack. Multiple times I did a double take at how well it was matching the vibes of the current moment. In fact, the first mandatory antenna at the top of the VNC tower is worth shouting out right now, since the last leg of the tower climb itself, while being excellent gameplay-wise, is paired with a, frankly, unbelievably uplifting track. Goddamn, for as many stumbles Dying Light 2 has, sometimes the stars align, and a genuinely enthralling stretch of gameplay gets tossed down seemingly at random. Sure, there are problems that connect to the before and the after, some I've already talked about, but in isolation, the during, you can't ask for much more. The radio towers get an A rank from me. The reason they aren't an S... Wait, I didn't put an S... Well, the reason I didn't make an S tier for these, I guess, is due to one tiny quibble. These antennas exist on the map before they turn into an activity to complete, but if you found one and made the climb to check it out, the music plays as if the climb means something. But of course it doesn't. It falls on deaf ears, as getting to the top will only offer confusion, not triumph. Very odd. There's a whole host of little supply-gathering landmark things. They're repeatable for you to loot over and over, but why not? We'll throw them in right here. Convoys, both military and evacuation, and the dark zones like Forsaken Stores and Dark Hollows or whatever. Convoys relate to my earlier discussion about encounters in a way. Think about it, what makes up these designated spots on the map? An army truck, a medical van, and other supply vehicles surrounded by zombies normally. These would be perfectly fine, but because the game wants to draw attention to them as content on the map, it feels less organic. I understand why they did it. When a buddy of mine joined my session and was looking for ammo, I knew we should go to the nearest convoy, and it was easy to locate because they're on the map once you see them, sure. Convenience over spontaneity. Because these are all the same landmark, same name, same goon or demolisher with the same basic rewards and same car layout, or at least similar enough that I don't remember any of them being unique, these are some of the lowest of the low in terms of worthwhile content. Throw this exact same scenario into Dying Light 1, and I'd probably love it. There were, in fact, a few of these pre-arranged scenarios, and because the game didn't go out of its way to label them, it felt like I found something cool. A cluster of medical vans, 2 goons protecting a chest with electricity feeding into the water for some reason, a chest falling through a ceiling, sure, sweet. I know it might not sound important, but it is. When everything gets a defined icon, it's no longer you stumbling onto something interesting, it's you finding one of however many insert content here locations on the map. They don't get checked off or anything, but these feel monumentally less special to me. Fuck's sake, when you get close enough for the first time, they even show you what items are found here. Weapons, gear, accessories, and ammo. Yep, ammo for the guns you won't have until, at the very least, the second third of the game. Absolutely ridiculous that ammo for guns you can't have yet can take the place of things that might actually help you. These were going to go in the D tier, but because of that fact, I'll be putting these in the F tier, actually. I just have to change my... Didn't have an F tier, gotta have an F tier. Thanks, Dork, I'm glad I wrote this. The Forsaken Stores and Dark Hollows are fine, besides the issue with the Volatiles I mentioned earlier. Go into them at night and you only have virals and biters, and in the day, it's just some volatile standing there, waiting for the player to walk in, I guess. Here's your defined loot area for crafting materials and valuable items, sure. Again, it's convenient to know where to venture to when you need to stockpile up on certain materials, but it's the antithesis of what you want in a freely explorable, joyously discoverable, open world. They're all mostly similar on the inside depending on the type of building, and there'll never be any surprises in store for when you enter. D tier for sure. When these are used as the destination for a quest, it's perfectly serviceable, and I suppose I'm happier they're in the game than not, but again, labeling them and keeping their contents obvious only serves one player base, the people who want to keep playing this game forever, and even then, they likely wouldn't even need to enter these after a while, since legend-level crates give you far superior weapons anyway, and scraps are found in every trash can, which are the most valuable of any resource by a country mile for some reason. Man, there's so much of this game that's it just breaks after you get to a certain point in it, like just toss half of the gameplay loop in the garbage. That's where you'll find the scraps, after all. The GRE hospitals are a lot better, since they seem designed to feel like dungeons to venture through. Problem is, they're all basically the same thing, house the same rewards, same enemies, and will always look and feel the same to boot. Setting aside how boring these eventually become, I want to speak about them as a new player, when you're not used to the game yet. These were some of my favorite moments early on, daring myself to finally clear one of the undead nightmares. The game has a lot more focus on stealth than its predecessor, which is probably best saved for a dedicated discussion later. Sneaking in, trying not to trip the wire of the wandering virals that could alert everyone to my presence? It's tense and atmospheric, if you're willing to engage with it faithfully, that is. It becomes impossible to later on, though. Since normal zombies are no problem, it's much quicker to kill everything all at once. You've seen these walls and floors and rooms a dozen times already. There aren't any more interesting or new puzzles, if you could call following the power cord and opening locked doors as puzzles in the first place. And the rewards aren't as coveted any longer, since you've likely claimed plenty of inhibitors already. Early on, the tension of fending off Aiden's infection as you cautiously wander through these rooms, having to take breaths of inhaler or even suck down the UV shrooms to keep your parking meter running, all the while figuring out the maze of this facility, which doors can be lockpicked, which ones can't, where's the next exit, do I have to go downstairs or an elevator shaft? It's fun, and the yellow chemicals cutting your time as Aidy BoBaidy in half is a genius idea, adding even more stress to the looting process. The hospitals are overall an excellent challenge for early players to get more spirit orbs, but the fact that all of them are basically the same, there's no ramp up in difficulty as far as I can tell, and these were supposedly this game's take, or replacement, essentially, to the volatile nests? Yeah, it's hard to see these in a completely positive light. That's sort of how Dying Light 2 works, it's what makes it such a weird game. Everything, absolutely everything, has its downsides, and the GRE quarantine facilities are no exception. At least the old quarantine zones in the first game had variety going for them. Visually, them being so identical is extra disappointing, as it's clear Techland can make these interiors look distinct if they wanted. Near the end of the game, the Observatory and X-13, also GRE facilities, had layouts all their own, and specifically featured this gorgeous yet creepy red lighting in the hallways. I get the idea of wanting main quest content to stand out visually, but it's a bummer all the same. To end on something positive, the bottom floor of these GRE zones feature a phenomenally dreary, hopeless sort of music. How these facilities work is you start at the roof and work your way down, and the ground floor is meant to feel like the pit of disease, at least going off of the harder enemy variant and song choice. It reminds me of the soundtrack for Chernobyl. It gives off such a depressing and morose attitude, the ambience being totally chilling. I'm so conflicted about where I want to place this, cause looking back, this is a cool bottom floor, but they're so underwhelming, their potential isn't lived up to, the rewards are always the same. High C tier. Early on, they're good, but they really taper off quick. The GRE anomalies showed a lot of promise, offering something novel, and even granting a taste of what could have been done with this game, expanding on the zombies part of it. These revenants are only found in these locations, and they can only be fought at night. It's a mostly contained, fenced-off area where you have a boss-like encounter with an enemy exclusive to this batch of content. Well, that is unless a volatile spots you and ruins your fucking day. I've complained enough about volatiles for one lifetime, but yeah, they should not be allowed to waltz their way in here. Anyway, the Revenant can summon more zombies by gyrating over a pile of dead bodies, which is metal as all hell. I'm normally not a fan of additional weaklings in a boss fight, but it worked well here. It suited the battle's tone. I think these fights become a bit too easy after a while though, since they don't scale to your level properly when you've been playing the game for a long enough time. It's also a little silly that the only reason you can't access the inhibitor they're guarding is because you don't get a prompt to open up the hatch during the daytime for no reason at all. Once nighttime hits, these guys pop out. They're just vibing in there during the sunny hours, I guess. I also wonder if these weren't explicitly labeled as the GRE anomaly each time, if they would have felt better to stumble on yourself. Since they are, it's another thing to do. Another style of content that the developers are signposting and waving their arms at me to enjoy when I'm ready. Thanks, Techland. Yep, I'll go look at it when I get time. Low B tier, if only for the focus on special zombie fights. Speaking of B, bandits start with a B, and this time they have their own camps. How crazy. Surprisingly, this is one of the only times where I felt a category of content was being underutilized. There's really not many of these in the game, and it's kind of a shame, since when planning around it, fighting off human enemies via stealth or ambush John Wick style can be fun. Given how determined the developers are with making their games co-op friendly, outpost clearings being a perfect fit for that, I mean, they even put minimal number of players for this challenge too when spawning the first bandit camp, unbelievably. Just embarrassing, to be honest. With all that in mind, there only being 4 is downright silly, especially considering 1 is mandatory for the story. There's only 3 non-story ones. 3? 3? There's a part of me that respects the restraint, but it's impossible to ignore how often they've shown no restraint with everything else in the game. If there were fewer side quests, fewer semi-dark zones, fewer boring windmills, and even a smaller overworld map, 3 still might feel like a low number. Don't get the wrong idea, the bandit camps aren't the best thing since sliced undead or anything, and they don't even compare favorably to other encampments in other open world games. No alarms to deactivate, unless you count the weirdos with the jack-in-the-box on their chests. You can literally stand out of their vision and pick them off with your bow and nobody will even spot you or care? Good lord. The binoculars don't mark anybody, remember, so it's hard to take advantage of stealth without spamming the Survivor Sense button, and even then it's not easy, since normal goobers don't seem to get a red outline a lot of the time, and in the daytime, those outlines are much harder to see. Using the smash skill move, hopping down and crushing a dude's face into the ground, is a great time, and I'll never say no to drop-kicking or throwing doofuses off buildings and into their own spikes, but these feel so infrequent they're barely a footnote to the game. More bandit camps, less encounters with bandits where they say, "Are you seeing this shit? No fucking way. Am I seeing this right? Is anyone else seeing this shit?"
You shitting me? Are you kidding me?
Anybody else see that? Can't be serious.
Anybody else see this shit? You guys, fuck. Hey.
Like, fucking hell, guys, get some glasses. Yes, it's a human walking within earshot of you. It's not that surprising. Bandit camps go in high C tier. The fast travel this time around is significantly improved. Before you had a weird poster that, I'd wager, the vast majority of the player base didn't even realize was there, to send you back and forth between the 2 zones of the map. Now you have metro stations to unlock. Some are occupied by bandits, others zombies. Some just get turned on with the flip of a switch, others you have to delve down below, finding the 4 generators that need to be turned on. The underbelly area itself feels underused, the loot found within isn't all that exciting, and the specific generators themselves, the ones required to turn on, are fairly arbitrary overall. There's an awful lot of them laying around, but only the 4 with the objective markers matter. Sure, offering another activity with patrolling bandits is a good idea, and even when it's just zombies, clearing out an area for a real reason, like unlocking fast travel, is perfect. It's mostly all positives with this one, A tier. I don't think it's as exciting as the radio antennas, but the reward feels a lot more valuable. The reward for the military airdrops is extremely beneficial due to how rare it is, but that also acts as a negative in a way. This isn't like the airdrops in Dying Light, if anything it's more like the ones in Dead Island Riptide for that one quest. Static, and you have to track them down. Well, they exist where they exist, and your binoculars reveal their locations to you. Military electronics are housed inside, which you trade with craftmasters, the other type of vendor besides shopkeepers, to upgrade your night runner tools. Glider, UV flashlight, and grappling hook all can be upgraded twice, which take more materials each time. There's a good 14 or so military airdrops to find, but because you know what you're getting, the fun of it then shifts to how enjoyable the activity itself is to do. For instance, in the Zelda games I keep referencing, and will likely continue to, you know a spirit orb is your prize for finishing a shrine, but that's the permanent reward. The fleeting reward is the content inside. Don't get me started on how often their potential isn't fully lived up to, believe me, I know. But I still really love playing the shrines, since there's many types of puzzles found within that offer me something the overworld doesn't. It also helps when there's a chest with something you don't know inside, but that's not necessarily the most important factor. With the military chests, you know what your prize will be, another step to upgrading one of your 3 tools on your belt, and the act itself of getting to it varies considerably. It's just basic climbing most of the time, sometimes you paraglide down with the help of the VNC tower, and you gotta wait in real time for the elevator to come back down, and wait in real time for it to take you all the way up. Are you creaming yourself at how immersive this is? I'm sure not. At least with the antennas, it felt like a genuine trial, a clear gamey challenge put in front of you. I can't say I ever felt that with the airdrop chests. It more resembled a fun optional collectible, kind of like the pieces of heart from older Zelda games. Listen, it'll really help me out if you play the Zelda series. I'm not changing for you, you gotta change for me. But again, sure, they're pieces of heart, but they get slapped onto the map like everything else. They're defined, isolated, and only exist to be something to do. For that reason, I can't possibly have these going any higher than C, middle of the pack. I love the idea of airdrops, but the rigidity of Dying Light 2 makes everything feel worse than it might otherwise. I wouldn't exactly say the Night Runner hideouts belong in the stuff to do category, but they're a question mark that turns into something you interact with, so sure. These always get a little house next to it when it's still unknown, which kind of spoils what the unknown is before you spoil it yourself with the binoculars, huh? You turn on the generator so you can have a UV light safe zone at night. Okay, nothing wrong with them. Throw them in the middle of C tier for inclusion's sake, maybe one step below the airdrops. Side quests will be talked about in depth later on, but the roll of the dice nature, the gamble of potentially getting a worthwhile slice of content, or absolute garbage that wastes everyone's time, yours, the developers, and the voice actors reading the lines, is fucking ridiculous. The ratio is probably 1 out of every 5 quests being okay, and 1 out of every 10 being good. Those very select few that were worth their time don't even come close to bringing up the score. Side quests go in high D tier. Since Dying Light 2 is trying to be more like an RPG, I'll be referencing another recent first-person RPG in Cyberpunk now and then, and here's a good distinction. Besides almost every side quest being a lot more interesting and thoughtful straight up in Cyberpunk, many are with the same few characters, which builds familiarity and expands on their backstories and personalities. They call you about new missions, which eliminates even needing to label them on the map somewhere in the first place, and the ones that are labeled on the map somewhere, without a phone call beforehand, are meant to be viewed as smaller potatoes comparatively. V, the main character, takes on jobs, that's what they do for money, to get by, so it fits in stylistically with who we are, and the gigs don't pretend to be anything substantial at all. If Cyberpunk worked in Dying Light 2 logic, with its roll of the dice style, every side quest, including all of the ones for Judy, River, Panam, Delamine, and so on and so forth, would be labeled the same way as any other gig is, and you just see them on the map at some point. That's how Dying Light 2 is. Meyer, one of the only story characters who has a side quest attached, doesn't call you when Bart goes missing. You have to find the poster yourself, or run to the exclamation point found on the map. I hope I've explained the difference, because it really is a big part of why side quests end up so low, even though there are some that are worthwhile. Finally, there's the substations and water towers, both having a functionally identical consequence and reward, but offering very different levels of content quality. The water towers are essentially another tower, another puzzle climb, and the electrical substations are my favorite thing in Dying Light 2. While parkour might be the game's greatest strength, the comparatively slower-paced cable puzzles are a fantastic change of pace, and I would have loved to see them show up even more. Basically, you have to connect all the cables, which only have a set length to them, into their outlet. A goes to A, 1 goes to 1, C goes to C, and so on. To get this puzzle box to work, though, a lot of suspension of disbelief is in order. So many doors are locked from behind inexplicably, so you'll need to seek out the proper nooks and crannies, use the right set of stairs, or ascend a ladder you didn't see before to open a door from the other side so you can continue with your task. Plus, seeing these ludicrously long cables stretch across the facility, and that's how they're going to stay forever? And I thought my cord management was bad. One chipmunk, zombie or not, tugging ever so slightly on this precarious cord, and the district is without power again. Look at this one later on, it's between skyscrapers. It's actually hilarious. Techland can be so fucking funny when they want to be, I swear. Ignoring the goofiness of it all, the only downside to the electrical substations is how they don't show up enough to keep pushing with the idea. The straightforward ones, like the first you have to do in the story when you initially access the downtown loop, are perfectly fine, but the others, though, and even some of them in the later parts of the story, you have to put some thought into how you'll get these cables to go the distance, opening up a shortcut in the middle or using a cord you'll eventually need to plug in elsewhere to power up the doors to get where you need to go first, utilizing the parkour as you jump across gaps instead of walking around to save a few meters of cable on the journey. One time plugging in a cord activated electricity in a flooded basement, so I had to find a different path back to the upstairs. I've seen people hate on the water level versions, but I quite enjoyed the serenity of it all. The zombie corpses floating peacefully as you swim on by is a great visual, and the music is a highlight. I never thought I'd hear stereotypical water level music in a zombie game, but here it is, and it's as magical and calming as anyone could ever hope for. Another Dying Light 2 soundtrack W, you love to see it. I'll place these in the S tier, that's right. S for Silly Techland, you should have filled the game with more of these stupid cable puzzles. I'm sure that's a popular opinion on YouTube, huh? Oh fuck, I didn't make an S tier. I'm gonna have to make an S tier after all. That's how good they are though. I'll suck it up. I'll suck it up for this. The substations are that good. S tier. Water towers go in mid B tier, they mostly exist. I thought I liked them more than I did, but watching my footage back, it's not even close to as interesting as the cables. When you have to leap to the swinging crates, that's well and great, but these aren't nearly long enough to justify them going higher than B rank. Well, there it is. Look at that content tier list. Wow, a lot of mediocrity here, huh? And that's without me pointing out the persistent issue that plagued my first playthrough, where the game shows some activities checked off as if you've already done them when you haven't. I know I said this at the start, but this is for Josh, who skipped ahead. Navigating this mess of a choose your content screen without even the proper details of what to ignore and what to focus on at a glance? You hate to see it. There's another layer to the substations and water towers, however, and here's where we get back into the divisiveness of this game. You're able to give the facility, the power producing plant, to either faction in Villador, the Peacekeepers, PK, or the survivors over at the Bazaar and the Fisheye. Whoever gets the territory also gets the windmills within that border, so any of those already completed go to them, as well as any future ones, which create more safe zones and structures around town. In addition, you get a reward which changes the landscape of the faction-controlled districts. Going with the survivors sees the city get filled with safety precautions and parkour niceties. Sandbags to get to the ground quicker, trampolines to jump higher, zip lines, eventually allowing you to go both directions on them, a survivor to revive you after you died, and so on. Meanwhile, the PK side offers defensive and offensive tools to help fight off the zombies. In-place turrets, the car alarm cars we saw in the first game, the electric fence traps we saw in the first game, a sweet as fuck overpowered as hell crossbow, and the last three I never saw since they didn't seem that impactful. Still, Molotov lanterns to shoot down, giant comically goofy pendulum traps, and UV light traps from the first game again. Doesn't really end with a bang, huh? From what I gather by talking with some players and reading threads and forums, these choices, assigning facilities to either faction, are some of the most ridiculed in the game, and I can understand why. You're led to believe this'll have some big impact. The faction that controls the most territory will something, except the only changes that come about from which faction is in control are seen in the last 10-second epilogue scene, and that's not dictated by who has the most land, but 2 or 3 choices in the story itself. As far as I can tell, besides the very first water tower in the main story, the only thing that should be going through a player's head during these either-ors is, what perks do I want? And that's that. There is a small line with Ro, where if you gave that area to the survivors, he mentions it.
Electrical substation. I was gonna send a squad to turn it on, but I heard you already did that.
Good job, kid. Too bad you handed it over to the civilians. We could have used it.
Doesn't matter now, Ro.
And that's nice to hear, but that's about it, I think. If you didn't clear that substation at all beforehand, you get a fun Renegade-filled version of the substation instead, which is neat, but it doesn't relate to the faction choice, so not relevant. Now, the reason I said, besides the very first water tower earlier, is because, well, this faction choice does matter. Even if you chose to go the PK route initially, working with Aider and trying your best to kill Herman, the decision to give the tower to the survivors sets you on their path, changing up the mission structure for the finale of Old Villador. Funny enough, the only faction choice that matters is the one that makes the least sense with how it connects. In both paths, you go to the Tango Motel afterwards. In both, Hakon says he saw Sophie and her men at the water tower. In both, you fight Barney, but depending on which faction holds the water tower, you'll get a different person walking in. If the survivors hold it, Sophie walks in herself. If the PK hold it, Aider walks in with soldiers and Hakon. It doesn't flow well at all once you understand what causes this drastic difference, and it completely undermines the other choices you've made along the way, like going to Aider instead of getting ambushed at the motel, for instance. Regardless, this specific faction choice, yep, it does, indeed, change up the game. I wonder if this water tower mattering as much as it does sold players on a premise that wasn't followed through on, as none of the others are important at all. Even that first one in the central loop, where the Three Stooge wannabes in PK uniform tell you to turn it on for them. You get a little more dialogue with the PK if you choose them, and maybe that's enough to count it. It's good to have over nothing. But as far as influence over the narrative, or how people view Aiden, nah, not really. As far as usefulness, I definitely say the survivors have the advantage. You're not often trying to engage with the zombies, but run past everything instead, and the extra free-running assistance makes navigating the city a lot more enjoyable, and speeds up the process a bit. In Haran, there were often times it was fun to simply exist, kick zombies into an electric puddle, lure them into traps. There was something tranquil about it, and even now, going back, yeah, I feel it. But in Villador, I never wanted to stop moving, and if I did, it was to see what the dumbass NPCs would do next. That's a big part of it, not being isolated and left to your own thoughts. There's constant chatter everywhere you go. Oh boy, sure glad I get to hear about this guy getting stung by a bee again.
Get off me!
Excuse me?
Not you, the bee! Get off me!
Excuse me?
Not you, the bee! Get off me!
Excuse me?
The lack of peace and quiet wasn't the only reason I was always running from point A to B, though. The amount of content in the game meant it was far more beneficial to keep at it, chipping away at the side quests and whatnot, so I wouldn't burn out before I even got to the end. There wasn't time to sit still, but the other big factor relates to the map again. In the first game, it was fun to peruse around any buildings that looked interesting to you so you could search for supplies and maybe find some loot. In Dying Light 2, because it's more efficient to simply venture into a dark zone at night when your reserves are running low, that becomes its own distinct section of the game, separate from everything else. It used to be an ingredient in the moment-to-moment gameplay loop, but now it's a designated content location. It becomes a destination itself, in turn becoming a spoke on the wheel of the grander gameplay loop. Throw in a Dark Zone excursion now and then between story quests, side quests, GRE hospital adventures, and anomaly fights when you're almost out of supplies. That's not to say there's nothing to be found when not in a defined landmark on the map, but the most you'll see are some apartments, many of which are more convoluted to get into than you might think, are filled with sleeping undead, and because the city is much more vertical this time around, both Old and New Villador, you're unlikely to go through a building on your way to the next thing. There were magical moments where that was the case in the central loop, but they were fleeting and didn't contain much excitement. Why would they, after all? Were they labeled on the map? Exactly. In Old Town of Dying Light 1, you sometimes had rooftop entrances, and even though Old Villador feels a lot more like Old Town than it does the slums, I can count on one hand the number of times I saw one, besides the GRE hospitals and dark zones, of course. Even if you find a place with some stairs or something, they might lead to nothing. A dead end and a perfectly normal door that you can't interact with, likely meant for a side quest at some point. Nope, not worth it. Just keep running along, don't stop to think or breathe for even a second. In fact, because you have the inhibitor detector thing from the beginning, where it tells you when you come within 50 meters of the upgrade material, if that isn't displayed, and it's not the first 2 hours of your save file, there's not a huge draw to explore inside buildings without being told to. All this is to say, bumming around and vibing with the traps wasn't something I found all that alluring this time around, which is why the PK side interested me even less. Hey, at least the crossbow is amazing. Arguably too amazing. It's the only weapon that seems to scale to your level. Bows go out of style, but this single crossbow stays useful forever. Insane. Funny enough, it says it's the only good thing the PK have done, so that means it's their creation, right? Crossbows, a ranged weapon. Crazy idea, Wouldn't it make sense to send a team in with crossbows or other ranged equipment to the most dangerous zombie-filled building in all of town? Huh, I guess not, right? Give them some pipes, they'll be fine. I know I said as much in the beginning of the video, but again, I know someone out there named Josh probably skipped the intro part, so here's to you, Josh. The PK are stupid. While I can understand why people view the faction facility choice negatively, you are modifying the game world more than you would in most of this genre. You are enacting change, even if it's comically sped up in a montage. The city does transform because of you, which is a lot more than you can say for the first game. But is it worth it though? Is this technically correct claim of change in the city worth its inclusion? At first I assumed many of the quests were dependent on the facilities being powered on, the quests themselves different depending on which way you picked, and while that is the case for a small few, it's a staggeringly low percentage of the total number of side quests, 9 or so out of the 100, and the majority favor the survivors, barely any new ones on the Peacekeeper's end. I am trusting the fandom page here, so forgive me, but even with my 3.5 playthroughs, I didn't see many new ones pop up. The main one was the Wash quest being completely different, which makes sense because it's characters reacting to whoever owns the water tower. Overall, with this faction choice, it does sort of feel like Techland swung for the fences and came up short, but I'm not sure it's worse to try at something big than it is to not even bother. Ignoring the pre-release trailers and gameplay footage and promises from the developers, this is kind of cool, turning this barren town into a barren town still, but now it has schools for kids, rooftop gardens, outposts to provide shelter at night, along with PK units to potentially help you with any zombie problems. I don't think they should be acting so nonchalantly with Volatiles around, but we've already established that Dying Light 2 is embarrassing in that regard, so I won't keep bringing that up. I might, actually, since it is rather funny. As much as I can point to and gas up the structures being built because of your actions, I have to admit, on my third playthrough, where I didn't do any substation, windmill, and so on if I didn't have to, I'm not sure I even felt a difference. I feel like if these truly are transforming the city, they should be noticeable, right? Who knows, maybe I'm just more like Stamma and Margaret than I thought. I know I said that joke in the beginning, but I'm reusing it for Josh again. This is for you, Josh. Dying Light 2 inside joke. Am I right, people? For me, the main problem with all of this Aiden enacted change is how little effort it takes and how drastic of a transformation it turns into. Even at its most difficult, a bandit camp clearing, which turns into a camp for whichever faction after you've won the day, it still doesn't feel like enough trouble. The process doesn't take long enough for this to feel rewarding. I would say, maybe there should have been multiple phases to the construction. Maybe immediately after Aiden does the stupid thing where he pulls out a cord and shoves it back in, the place looks the exact same, but a couple survivors are hanging out at the bottom and talking about their plans. The dialogue can easily be added in, just random survivor chatter to fill the silence. They have heaps of that already. Give it another day and there's UV lights and a makeshift shelter. Another day and there's a farm underway, and maybe one more day, and then it looks like this. You have a day-night system in your game already, why not take advantage of it to show incremental change, right? Well, like I said, I would say all that, but the problem is, you'd rarely notice all of this fun, slow progress unless you went out of your way to do so, since the map doesn't foster this sort of return to old camps energy at all. You're just going back and forth through this parkour playground, cleaning up whatever, whenever, and since all the windmill camps look the same, I doubt anyone remembers anything specific about any of them, if there's anything unique to be seen at all. Depending on the faction that controls it, you might see a new side quest pop up, and that's about it. To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure where all these people come from. Are these implied to be the random survivors we see in the city during the day? Or are these migrants from the bazaar or PK outpost? This is the last city in the world, so the game says. People don't simply walk in without issues. Hell, Aiden was hanged within seconds of being spotted at the bazaar for not having a biomarker on. These people do not like outsiders. With how often in quests we come across people in apartment buildings, I suppose we're meant to assume these are people from those apartments? I don't know how they get to these hideouts. There's not much infrastructure on the roofs to connect everything, besides a precarious wooden bridge now and then. If you think the elderly, handicapped, or children are using these cable elevators without someone dying every single day, I have a bridge to sell you. This precarious wooden one. A lot of this game stops making sense once you think about it for more than a few seconds. But hey, at least for the survivor side, we're not questioning where they get their food and water, so kudos to the environmental design team. They really are the unsung heroes, holding the believability of this world together on their own at times. Like how the PK sharpen their weapons without eye protection. There ain't no OSHA here anymore, baby. Destroy your eyes. This is America. Hell yeah! Well, actually, it's somewhere in Europe or something, but you'd never be able to guess that with the bandits' hick country boy accents.
I got something for you, you piece of shit. Bam! Get some!
And how could we forget the time Meyer's voice shifted from one accent to the other within a few seconds.
We'll do everything we can to arm you. If needed, we'll intervene.
Watch your mouth, civilian. Things are tough all over. You know that.
Want something from me? Ah, you. I remember you from the canteen.
Ambitious video games have been trying for years, for decades, to offer player-driven change in their worlds, and yes, on paper, that is what's going on with these windmills and water towers, but in execution, these simply become a bigger Night Runner hideout with maybe one subpar quest attached and a shitty vendor that looks like half of the other vendors you've already seen. This wouldn't feel so disheartening if the game wasn't trying so hard to be a true RPG this time around. They've not only carried over the terrible Fallout 4 dialogue tree one-to-one, with its misleading prompts and all.
How you feeling about the mission, Aiden?
Honestly, I'm not too optimistic.
You're forced to choose between two factions, and they've quintupled down on the level-up system. They brought over the Breath of the Wild, earn a few thingies, then upgrade your stamina or health. You have 2 skill trees, and you can upgrade all of your equipment. Every blueprint you can craft yourself, you can upgrade. Every individual weapon blueprint, every individual weapon mod blueprint, which you can attach to those weapons, every recovery item and booster, save for the military medkit and UV shrooms since you can't craft those, and every offensive throwable blueprint at your disposal, even your lockpicks. The Night Runner tools too, the glider, grappling hook, and UV flashlight, all of it starts at level 1. Techland have stretched this grind to the zenith. Dying Light 1, by comparison, feels humble in its simplicity. Find some blueprints, craft some weapons, nab some airdrops, and that's that. While I have a lot of problems with the upgrade system in Dying Light 2, I should point out one thing first. With the addition of the zombie trophies, small, medium, and large, dropped by Special Infected, there's now a real reason to kill the undead. While you're already in a dark zone, hey, maybe it's not so bad that I have to take out a group of volatiles, since now you can use those large zombie trophies to upgrade your C4 some more. Okay, maybe the C4 is upgraded enough. I can see how this is a positive change in a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum. It's been tuned to match the rest of the game, which is itself a bloated mess. Why does every item need to be upgradable, and why do they need 10 upgrade levels? Well, I'd have to imagine to match the length of the game for a player who wants to play as much as they can, always offering another flavor of Skinnerbox. Players want some level of progression, any use for their rewards will do, so give them the legend leveling systems once everything is all the way up. Throw in a bunch of useless items, like elemental resistance boosters or swimming boosters, and give those 10 levels too. So even if veterans wouldn't ever bother using them earnestly for their benefits, it still feels like you're getting something done, upping your numbers as you go. There's a whole host of issues with this system, but one most prominent is how it completely breaks the looting in this game. They almost had a great idea, a home run, but they fucked it up with an obvious oversight. No matter how high of a level you have your own equipment, you can still find lower leveled items around, and they take up different slots in your inventory. You only have 16 spaces or so having 3 different ranks of immunity boosters or throwing knives is obviously not ideal. Even more, while military medkits are spared from the leveling, and them being a full heal means they're always the most coveted reward you could find, medicine is the main instant healing item you can craft. It's your bread and butter in the early game, and it gets dished out as a quest reward left and right. The amount it replenishes and the time it takes for the circle to fill up for the action to be performed are the main ways it gets better when you level it up, so why on planet fucking Earth do so many quests reward Aiden with the level 1 variation of it? Why do so many chests near the end of the game keep giving me stacks of 3? This is so absurd, it almost reads as a practical joke. Again, just as a comparison, this is what my current medicine does. And this is me using the stacks and stacks of level 1 medicine that the game kept giving me. This is ridiculous. I can understand it in theory. Aiden is getting better at making these craftable items, so the ones he makes are superior, but this causes a large portion of the loot you'll find in chests and apartments and bandit camps and as quest rewards to become virtually worthless. It's actually far more beneficial to find ingredients, so you can make your own stuff later on your own terms. In fact, after a while, the loot I was happiest to see, besides military medkits, were the boxes of maintenance materials and rations. Getting a decent supply of poppy, chamomile, honey, screws, blades, and such is head and shoulders better than finding level 1 medicine or throwing knives. Initially, I thought a better idea would be to always match your current equipment level with whatever you grabbed, but it does feel good to find higher leveled items, either out in the wild or buying it from vendors. That's worth keeping in, but this knock-on effect of lower leveled loot being dead on arrival is an egregious flaw that I actually can't believe they kept in the game. Remember that book club quest? All 10 instances of it give you level 1 medicine. Wow, Aiden really did do it all for the Nookie. Stupid. Do you 20-year-olds even get that reference? A compromise I can see working is that Aiden should be rewarded with items that are, at worst, 2 levels below his current rank. Having the spectrum there still makes some finds more valuable than others, but it would curtail this garbage. Speaking of garbage, one of the other criticisms I have with the crafting as a whole is how much it favors the scraps. Scraps are required for everything, yet the amount held by vendors is equal to the amount you find searching through a single garbage can. This means you physically can't turn your valuables into the equipment you might want. Grab crystals and bags of rice to sell, get money for it, but that money you gain can't buy the scraps you desire. There's a disconnect here. Believe it or not, especially with how often I use throwing knives, trash bins were my most coveted loot source after a while. Something is obviously wrong when a player on 3 playthroughs, 3.5 even, is more excited to sift through garbage than a cash register or chest. Even when you open the legend level crates, while they do regularly give you powerful weapons, they only sometimes give scraps, and it's in the 40 range, 2 trash bins worth. What are we doing here, guys? Since I brought it up, I can't not mention the change to the opening of chests. Everyone loved my edit in the original video where I synced up the animations, and funny enough, that was one of the easiest edits I've ever done, since it's always the exact same animation for every chest opening. Thing is though, it's still satisfying, even when the contents aren't anything special. They figured out how to make opening a box enjoyable, so what did Techland do? Get rid of it. They replaced it with this mash X button thing where you tear the lid off. After 170 hours with the game, I am starting to come around to it, but let's not kid ourselves. It doesn't hold a candle to the original game's chest openings. And don't get me started on the animation where Aiden gently pokes the crystal outcrop before breaking it. I've seen this so many times, I can't tell you how tired of it I am. It's so goofy, has barely any impact, and just... At least you get to see Aiden's gloves when you do it. A small win, I guess. Oh boy, we're supposed to be talking about the RPG side of things, but you can't stop this runaway freight train at this point, so here we go. What the fuck were Techland thinking when it came to the clothing in the game? No, I don't mean everyone's puffy winter jackets and beanies, I mean the apparel items you can find and equip to Aiden. This'll be a deep tangent, so get ready. First of all, the menus have to be navigated with a fucking controller cursor for some reason. If you're someone like me, who's been playing games all your life, it's practically second nature to move through a menu with a controller, using the control stick or D-pad or what have you, hopping from selection to selection. Nope, now you get this shit, where it feels like you're dragging it through wet cement. Secondly, you can't quickly go from headpiece to the arms to body to legs to feet, like, say, with the right or left bumpers or anything. Nope, gotta back out each time, reset your controller cursor, and click the next thing. Sweet, really fun. With how tedious of a process this is, it's almost like they were begging players to not care about what they were wearing, which would align pretty well actually, since the defensive ratings and stat boosts associated with the clothing are laughable. When you compare side by side, it'll only show red or green if they impact the same random stat, so oftentimes, Hovering over a new pair of shoes will simply show a completely different set of stats. Since all the increases are incredibly minuscule, and you can't see a total number or anything of Aiden's full stats to see how it's all adding up, why would anyone care about any of this? Oh, this one is good for tanks, this one is good for healers. Do people play this game like there are classes? And also, again, Techland's gotta label everything. I just realized this is them labeling even your clothing. They gotta label everything. This is just sad, honestly. Even worse, since clothing is in every single hard lockpick chest. Clothes, 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 shoes, shoes, clothes. They are aware this is a first-person game, right? Maybe this is just me, but I don't know why anyone cares about what they look like in a first-person game where you don't ever see the main character. At the very least, in Cyberpunk, you got to see V when on a motorcycle or looking in a mirror, goddamn. On one hand, you could argue the clothes aren't that dissimilar to rice or coffee. On Normal, for instance, they sell for a shitload of money, enough for me to easily clear 100k. Hard mode seems to drastically reduce how much they're sold for, but either way, they're worth something, like other valuables. And they also have utility, since you can wear them. A win-win. Well, because they're worth less than crystals on hard, and their negligible stat boosts make no meaningful difference, it's actually a lose-lose. Seeing them time and time again when you open a chest is simply demoralizing after a while. Given the lack of guns, initially anyway, everyone running around with bows and swords, except the PK, and the Night Runners looked at as knights in shining armor, it seems that Techland were going for some new medieval times take on this post-apocalyptic setting. Hell, in pre-release footage, the dam was even called the castle. I get the idea, and finding new armor in a fantasy RPG works, but part of the reason is the defensive rating and weight coming into play. If the percentages were meant to replicate that feeling, it was completely lost on me. All it did was turn the highest ranked chests into a footnote, something I didn't even want to engage with, since I knew it'd be a shirt or a pair of pants. Something else this level up infestation has impacted are the weapon blueprints. They weren't great in the previous games, but they at least acted as a decent reward, since you'd now have another new potential weapon to craft. One I missed in my first playthrough of Dying Light is especially fun, claws which rip zombies to shreds, but are balanced by having very low durability. Well, in Dying Light 2, since every blueprint starts at level 1, they're almost undoubtedly worse than what you're relying on now, and getting those newly acquired weapon blueprints to be as effective takes a lot of investment again. To be fair, this isn't exactly unique to this game. Find a new interesting weapon in Dark Souls or Elden Ring, and yeah, it'll require more materials to level up to your current gear, sure, but I'd argue having a level up system, and a durability system, and a crafting system to make the weapons is a bit much. In Dying Light 1, I refilled my weapon reserves from loot chests, such as the GRE variety especially, and because I was being given so many after a while, I'd end up happy when they broke, so I could make the most out of the others in my backpack. This time around, I don't ever recall opening a chest and being happy to see a melee weapon, so that's yet another item found in crates that I have no interest in. That's 3 strikes against the looting in this game, the low-level equipment, the clothes, and the weapons being mostly shite. As they say in America's favorite sporting event, 3 strikes and... I won't get fooled again. Except, I will get fooled again, since there's a 4th strike somehow. Once you attain legend status, leveling up everything in both parkour and combat skill trees, your experience goes towards a legend level. It's incredibly easy to rise in the ranks on hard mode, sometimes a side quest will shoot you up 2 or 3 times, and every new level grants a chest for you to open. By the way, they like to shove it in your face right in the middle of the fucking screen, too, so... yeah, great idea, Techland. Block the screen of the important NPCs and dialogue and cutscenes. Yeah, block it all. Who wants to see this shit? Sorry, I didn't put this in the script. I have to vent about it. It's so fucking annoying. There are times when it's just like, boom, boom, boom. I don't give a fuck. Just go away. Just go away. You can even turn off all the shit, all the HUD, and that shit still pops up. Anyway, so the chests. They're filled with artifact, legendary, or exotic melee weapons, and at a certain point, your entire inventory will be filled with them. Now crafting and looting is completely removed from the equation. All that work leveling up my weapon blueprints tossed aside, as the perpetual content machine that is Dying Light 2 has decreed, nah, crafting weapons is dumb, actually. Here you go. I don't even understand the benefit of New Game Plus anymore, since, yeah, you carry over your equipment levels, but what's the point if it'll just remove that portion of the game entirely? Since I played my second and third playthroughs in New Game Plus, and given that the late game on a first run is skewed in the player's favor as well, most of my time spent with the game, I never really had to think about crafting weapons, looting, or finding inhibitors to get stronger. Really sad. On my fourth playthrough on hard, I know, insane. On my fourth playthrough on hard, though, I did start fresh, but it wasn't very difficult. I mean, I didn't have any, you just craft throwing knives, and it's just so easy. One positive I have to fit in somewhere, you can now craft equipment in bulk, either as many as you can make with your current materials, or a set number. The latter was added in later on. At release it was either one or as many as possible, but still, this is very much welcome. Crafting in Dying Light 1 was a pointless time waste. Unironically, thank you Techland, this is a good change. That's an overview of the equipment, but some deserve to be talked about more in depth. The boosters are one of the biggest showings of Techland trying to pad out their game, this time when it comes to the consumables inventory screen. Literally, who would want to use elemental resistance boosters? Oh yeah, let me boost my defense against fire and lightning, something that happens a lot in Dying Light 2, so much so that you should plan around it, and upgrade your items in advance, and use materials crafting it, and keep it in your inventory taking up space. Actual insanity. I can see an argument for poison, but I'm still not convinced. The most obviously half-baked one, though, is the swimming booster. It lowers the stamina consumption rate for swimming, meaning you can hold your breath longer. That's it. For some absurd reason, even though they tightened up a lot in this sequel compared to the first game, you can't swim faster. You can gain speed while running, but swimming? Completely out of the question. Techland copied Breath of the Wild with the Spirit Orb leveling system and the paraglider to navigate the open world, but it couldn't add a simple dash while in water? There's a part of me that sympathizes with the people who hate the underwater substation puzzles, since moving at the same slow pace the whole time is incredibly tedious. Just let us do a quick stamina-draining burst. Like, have any of you swam before? You can definitely control how fast you're moving. Nah, but at least you can use a fucking inhaler when submerged underwater, that's good. Anyway, with the lack of a dash while in water, you'd think they'd at least make the booster for swimming help in that regard, right? Nope, just hold your breath longer. If this gave you a 20% or 40% or something speed increase in the water, I guarantee this thing would have seen significantly more use from players across the globe. I can't imagine why anyone would use this outside of maybe exploring the underwater sunken section of the central loop. Even then, when you get the antenna near there, you can see exactly where the inhibitors are, so you don't really gain much from the bigger breath meter. What a complete waste. I did love the underwater chests in the first game though, it's a great idea, but this game doesn't have rewards interesting enough besides inhibitors to fill those, and when that's all they are, I don't know, the shine wears off a bit on the 4th and 5th ones. Not all boosters are worthless though. Besides the damage resistance, the health regen is the other one I saw practical use for. In fact, I loved it so much, I ended up sticking with it as my main healing item in my 2 run-throughs on hard mode. Slowly refilling health while parkouring or staying in combat was nice. I feel like that should have been what the endurance booster was, except for stamina, but nope, it increases your maximum stamina instead of recharging it quicker. The only uses I can think for this are maybe doing some platforming challenges earlier than you normally could. I just realized I'm recording this part the day the update came out for the stamina. I already mentioned it earlier, but yeah, the update with the stamina. See ya, stamina booster. No point for you now. I'd love to have my stamina return quicker in combat, but that's a fucking stupid idea, I guess. Sorry I asked for it. Can't update the game and make the stamina booster better. No, gotta change the entire way the stamina system works in the game. That's a great idea. Great idea, Techland. Undoubtedly, one of the most peculiar consumables in the game is the one practically required at times. The immunity booster. This is your lifeline when there's no sun or UV lights around. Once your infection timer gets low, you'll likely be using this if you can, or if you can't, a UV shroom, which does substantially less to keep the virus at bay, but is easier to find in a pinch. The immunity booster is such an important tool early on that you might think it's best to upgrade it as much as you can. After all, shouldn't you be leveling up the stuff you use most often? Well, in this case, no. As the longer you play, the less necessary they become, and your upgrades, in turn, lose value over time. Along with medicine, immunity boosters will be doled out as rewards and loot in various activities and dark zones and quest lines throughout the game. Not only will you have a fat stack of them you didn't make yourself, but because you gain inhibitors and drastically increase your immunity countdown timer, you'll be using them less and less too. As a new player, 5 minutes to get through a GRE dungeon is clearly not enough time, especially since you'll be unfamiliar with the game and its surprises. You'll be taking it slower, investigating more, trying to loot everything, and your damage output isn't great, so when you enter combat, that takes longer as well. You might use a handful of immunity boosters early on, but later? You won't want to loot everything, you know there won't be any surprises, it's just zombies, who cares, your weapons can easily handle them, and you have like 15 minutes on your timer. It's such a weird case of leveling up feels bad, since nothing catches up to you to maintain that tension and pace. The best thing the game has going for it are the chemicals which double the rate that your timer drops, cutting your total time in half as a visual, and yes, 1000%, those moments lockpicking chests in the beginning of the game with that pressure felt amazing, but it never, ever comes back. I don't know if this should be a criticism of Dying Light 2, or if this is just how the game progresses, a part of the natural power curve for your character, and it doesn't need fixing since this is what Techland envisioned. If that's the case, I can only say I don't love it. I've seen some people online complain about the timer, and even the quote-unquote forced stealth sections, since they assumed that's how you were meant to get through the GRE zones. There was a part of me that wanted to comment on this thread, no, removing the timer would eliminate all the fun out of it. The high stakes is the point, that's what makes it so enthralling. And I'm pretty sure the post was too old to comment on anyway, but I'm glad I didn't all the same, since sheesh, that feeling wears off really quick. If this was a shorter game, one half the size, maybe that same length of time where that sensation was present would cover the entirety of the runtime, and I'd thus look back on it fondly. I can't though, and it's something your own level ups, a system that's meant to feel good, feel rewarding, made worse. I know not everyone wants their games to be stressful, like ever, so this is good news for anyone who still wants to play this game. Focus on the story for a while, then after you find a handful of inhibitors, dark zones won't be so bad, they'll become another thing to do. It's poetic in a way, isn't it? All the different kinds of arrows you can craft are interesting, but I specifically wanted to mention the infection arrow, and the infection throwing knives as well. The idea is solid, but it's an example of when something that should be cool gets weakened due to failures in other parts of the game. The bandits, human enemies, this time around, are about as dumb as can be, whipping their dicks out the moment Aiden walks by for some reason. Listen, if you want to believe these are all Waltz's renegades, sure, that works, but I don't think they are. Their voices aren't weird enough, and half of them don't have masks. It's very strange how much of a death wish these guys have, throwing rocks at me when I'm so far out of their way, throwing rocks at me when they're surrounded by zombies and I'm just standing there. Credit to Techland, sometimes the last bandit will flee the scene, which is great, because honestly that does not happen nearly enough in other games. But besides that great detail, these guys just don't respond appropriately to what's going on around them. Don't get me wrong, being able to throw infectious daggers at every enemy during a combat mission, and then win the day due to the newly turned virals dying by the UV lights their previous human incarnations put up to keep this place safe, is downright amazing. Actual poetry. Gameplay-wise, these virus weapons are genius, and horrifying, naturally, but the others in their group don't react appropriately, which diminishes the satisfaction. Imagine if you had your ally turn into a fucking zombie right beside you. Would you think nothing of it, casually splitting your attention between your rabid undead friend and this random guy you have a hate boner for? Or would you think, oh shit, this isn't good, and panic a bit? You may not believe me, but I really don't need much to stay convinced. Record a line from 2 different voice actors with 5 different variations, something to the effect of, oh fuck, he got one of us, or what the hell just happened? I know this isn't a foreign idea for Techland, by the way, since they gave Driscoll at the Carriers Guild like 10 different lines for when there's no mail, and that'll only happen twice in the quest line.
It's like people forgot how to write all of a sudden. Slow day today. Sorry to say I have no deliveries for you. Looking for deliveries? Nah. The well's run dry right now. My good man. I hate to see you leave here empty-handed, but that's the best I can do today. Slow day today. Sorry to say I have no deliveries for you. You'll have to check back another time. Things are quiet here today. There's nothing. Nada. Zip.
Thanks to this hilarious bug, I got to hear all of them in a row, but I mean, surely adding in more reactive lines for combat would have been a better use of their time, right? The bandits behave almost like they knew it was going to happen, like they know they're going to die by Aiden's hands, so they just roll with the punches. That said, I can't deny it, there is a sliver of copium to be huffed on when it comes to the overworld bandit enemies, as when you kill them, they sometimes emit a THV gas cloud which turns people into virals. Maybe this is their cyanide pill in action. The plan is they'd rather turn into a zombie and cause chaos than die by Aiden or anyone else's hand. Well, sorry to spoil the fun, but I don't think that's what it is. Since this was apparently added in later on as an update, some people just explode into gas since they're plague bearers or something. Even PK soldiers do it for some reason.
What just happened?
Speaking of dying by Aiden's hands, and nonsense brain rot decisions by characters in Dying Light 2, there's a specific execution that needs attention. Techland added in these death flourishes for when enemies, zombies and humans, are almost dead. I don't mind them, but the lack of variety really hurts, and the animations assigned to the weapons don't always fit. If I have this fucking blunt hammer, why wouldn't I bash their brains in? Nope, do a weird slash to the chest? Why? That's not even close to the worst, though. We're in a zombie apocalypse. Sorry, infected apocalypse. That sounds like shit. These infected have been rotting and decaying and mutating for years and years now. However, that doesn't matter to Aidy BoBaidy, as he chooses to push his thumbs into the eyes of the half-decayed infected. Bro, I wouldn't even touch these guys with my bare hands, and you're electing to pointlessly shove your body parts into their holes? Disgusting as hell, Aiden. Disgusting as hell. Anyway, with the removal of the guns, I found it very strange that bows are locked away until the second map opens up, essentially. I've seen some players claim they got one in Old Villador, but it seems pretty rare. You can say it's a reward for progressing the game all you want, but if you're making a supposedly medieval zombie setting, and you plopped 10 to 20 hours worth of content in that first city, maybe give players an opportunity to find a bow now and then. Imagine if Dying Light 1 didn't give you a gun until Old Town. One of my fondest memories of that game is the rush of finding a pistol for the first time. I found it by looting. Yes, you can find bows near military airdrops, but again, why are we locking some items and materials so rigidly to certain pieces of content? Bows can't be anywhere else besides right next to these unopened military airdrop chests? Huh? In real life, yes, it makes perfect sense to organize objects in a predictable way. If you're wanting some pet food, you go to the department store or pet store, not hope to find a bag on your walk to the park. But in a fun open world, one that encourages exploration, some unknowns are good. Going into a dark zone, you know exactly what you'll be getting, because that's why you went in there in the first place. But if you could find a really cool weapon in there, one you haven't seen before, maybe even one you have, but it's rare, that's obviously a fun reward to find. The game becomes way too predictable, but I've already spoken on that plenty at this point. The lack of ranged weapons early on feels extra silly since, well, you still have your throwables. Knives, when upgraded, are about as effective as guns ever were, if not more. In Dying Light 1, a group of bandits crowding you was sort of a joke. You'd pick off their heads without issue. Well, that scenario can still play out all the same, even without guns.
Get him, guys!
Given that shurikens cost scrap and blades, throwing knives are by far the best bang for your buck. One of the cheapest things to craft, and even on hard mode on a fresh save, they make short work of, well, basically everything except explicit boss fights. I have to give them credit. One of my big complaints was how pitiful the endings to many questlines were in Dying Light 1 due to the finale consisting of a doofus that can easily be shot and killed without any issue. I still think too many quests end in combat, but here, guns most likely aren't a factor, and throwing knives seem to have been neutered against big health bars, which was smart. See, I can give credit, this game has improvements, yes. I can tell Techland tried to curb spamming equipment on bandits though, and the way they went about it is about as subtle as Thalia's desire to smash Aiden. After enough time, you'll see enemies start to dodge. Not just one, all of them. They're programmed to read your inputs and dodge automatically every time. You can see batches of them doing it in sync the moment you press the throw button. This isn't exclusive to the knives. If you do any move too often, the entire group begins to duck and weave, even when it doesn't make any sense, like drop kicking or parkour attacks. Even survivors out in the wild, the ones that run away from you, sure enough, they'll turn into Neo from the Matrix all the same. Most of my experience comes from hard mode though. I think in my normal playthrough, the panic dodges didn't happen as often, nor did the enemies put up their guard as much. On hard, they'll raise their block after a single swing almost every time, which gets quite annoying. Sure, it encourages a player to vary up their attacks moment to moment, so the result is a positive, but the execution is frustrating when you're just trying to get through a cluster of enemies. Going back and forth between melee, skills, and equipment is the most fun you'll get out of the game though. Well, besides dropkicking dudes into spikes. So I suppose the constant blocking and every renegade on screen doing the hustle in unison, while silly and aggravating, is well-intentioned. While all the bandits dodging simultaneously feels artificial and looks goofy in a bad way, the grapple hook is goofy in a phenomenal way. Yeah, for parkour it's a blast, but sending enemies flying towards you, then stomping on their head, is fucking nasty work. It's both hilarious and effective, basically the best possible combination for Dying Light. Their screams when you send them into their Randy Orton please RKO me pose never get old. They're fucking hysterical. Honestly, while this is obviously ethical for zombies and, I guess, renegades, I've also done this on quest enemies, normal humans, and it's fucking revolting. This feels like a hate crime. Oh god, why would Aiden do this? The stomp move being changed is very interesting. In Dead Island, you had the vicious curb stomp, which I loved, and then you could upgrade it to get the quicker double foot variation. In Dying Light, you only had the single leg version, which you could even use when virals climbed up on a ledge. Now, in Dying Light 2, that's gone, and it's only the quicker double stomp version. It does make combat a bit quicker, but I think it speaks to the reduced focus on zombies once more. The uptick in speed helps for bandit fights, stomp and get back on defense, so to speak, or keep wailing away afterwards if it wasn't the finishing blow. But there's no intensity to it, just a smooth motion, nothing visceral, more parkour than it is survival.
Ready for this?
The skill trees are quite different, but the way you get experience remains the same. Before you had 3 skill trees, one for parkour, one for combat, one for general experience gain. Performing free-running actions and engaging with combat would net you experience for their respective level-up bars. Here, it's roughly the same. Parkour experience goes towards the parkour skill tree, combat towards the combat tree. The general experience tree was removed, or rather replaced with the inhibitor system, where you turn 3 of them collected into either max health or max stamina increases. It also unlocks more skills, which is an interesting wrinkle. You have to increase your health if you want some of the deeper combat skills. Even if you picked air kick first on the combat tree, you can't get vault power kick, even though it's a single space away to the right, until 140 health, which means 2 inhibitor upgrade decisions going to your health. I'm not sure if this makes the game better or worse to have them unlocked this way, but it is rather funny how it embodies this game's philosophy. There's so often not many choices to make, there's usually only 2, and instead of fostering a more varied path through these skill trees, the requirement of maximum stamina and maximum health gives more consequence to that single either-or choice of choosing health or stamina increases. At the end of the day though, it's not a great skill tree even without that limitation, so why get hung up on the attempt at a dichotomy the repeated decisions are meant to provide? Something frustrating, though, is that these extra hoops to jump through for deeper skills means that there's even more of a roadblock to the slide maneuver than before. You gotta unlock the second row, so upgrade your stamina, then acquire Sleek Runner, and then probably upgrade your stamina again to have enough maximum stamina to finally acquire Slide. Again, this should just be in the character's moveset. It'd be like if rope swinging was gated behind a skill, you're ignoring the proper function for some of the free-running obstacles. While a lot of these skills are at least better than what we saw in the first game, especially the parkour, they really added a lot to your movement mechanics, the combat tree leaves me a bit disappointed. Some of the skills near the bottom, the last ones you'll acquire, are either very situational, kind of boring, or, in the third category, broken and or actually useless. Being able to use ranged weapons while parkouring is something I don't think I ever took advantage of until my third playthrough, and it seems bugged as far as I can tell, not even working after leaping off an enemy's head. You can slide and it'll slow down, but it refused to be useful when I actually wanted to use it. Maybe an update broke it, I don't know, but toss that one into the bin for good measure. That's nothing compared to the ledge kill. At least you could conceptualize how parkour shot is supposed to work, but ledge kill clearly wasn't even designed for Dying Light 2. I was originally going to say, how often are you even in that position in the first place? This is so situational. But no, it's worse than that. I've spent the better part of a half hour trying to line even one of these up, but I just couldn't do it. You don't often hang on ledges without automatically climbing up in the first place, so it's already hard to do step 1, but for some reason, almost none of these bandits actually walk close enough to a ledge you can hang from. I've watched their patrolling, and the only spots where it looked like I could maybe pull one off, they don't approach, walking somewhere else instead, nowhere near the edge of the building. What were they thinking with this? Seriously. This is the prime activity for this technique, a bandit camp, and it's practically infeasible as far as I can tell, unless you really force it just for the gimmick. I was really forcing it, but maybe force it even harder, for an hour instead of 30 minutes? I don't know. Even more, there's 4 bandit camps in total, one of which you absolutely won't have the skill for, and I'd wager most players didn't have it by the time they did the others either. I highly doubt many people were rushing to see this skill unlocked before others, since why would they? How often have they been in this exact scenario wishing they could do this action? I'd guess never. At best, this skill is way too far down. At the very least, let players unlock it early on just in case they find themselves in the right spot at some point, but at worst, this is actually a pointless skill, just copied from Far Cry without any thought. The spin around in a circle move is back, and it's uneventful to say the least. The power move attack still sucks, and it seems like they were encouraging a player to use it more often, given the renegade enemy frequency and their damned blocking stance. It's functional, but it never felt satisfying to pull off. The smash move, although pretty situational and more geared towards the beginning of encounters, given it only works when the enemy hasn't seen you yet, might be one of my favorites, and the upgraded version is even funnier. You knock the guy's head into the dirt and hop like a frog right away, potentially to a high-up vantage point, leading into more offense, or even better, chaining 2 or 3 smashes together, jumping onto more targets before everyone realizes what's going on. It's surprisingly well considered when it comes to the flow state of combat. It'll always be exclusive to the start of a new fight, but you can chain it into surprise hits and other moves straight away. Plus, it looks funny when you instinctively jump after a single smash with no other plan, and fall back down. The dropkick is fantastic, truly. Initially I was sad there weren't as many hazards and spiky walls to kick zombies into, but I realized later on I just wasn't paying enough attention, and I was thinking about the wrong enemies. Launching bandits into spikes with a dropkick or grapple throw or even grapple hook yank is one of the best feelings you can have in a game. A+ Techland, you didn't fuck up how good it feels to dropkick enemies off buildings. I mean, the physics are quite silly this time. You keep your momentum and float through the air, probably a remnant of the moon gravity on release, but still, the cause and effect of cosplaying Maven and dropkicking the Undertaker out of the Royal Rumble match, except this time off of a building or into spike traps, is outstanding. This is peak art. It's also a joy that fire really lights zombies and humans alike on fire, so you can use silly campfire placements to your advantage. Lots of fun stuff here, really. As much as I knocked on it earlier, there are flashes of brilliance where it makes me remember why I thought Dying Light had elements of an immersive sim. Not only are there so many ways to engage with enemies, there are systems that overlap with each other, sometimes causing chaos, like rescuing a PK officer from renegades, only for him to turn into a zombie because of the gas expelled by the renegades. All that said, the game completely fails to deliver on its promise. One of the first tutorials you're given is about the new parkour combat, and you get the rundown on how it works straight away. Parry a melee swing, then use that groggy enemy as a prop, vault kicking someone else thanks to his boost. It's not a bad foundation, which is what the tutorial prompt calls it, but this is about it. Block charge is hilarious. Hold your guard, then rush towards an enemy near a ledge and you'll land on him and come away unharmed. If you're too high up, you'll have to punch him away and glide to safety, something the devs had to add in long after release apparently. That's another goofy and fun skill. Nice work, Techland. But it's not parkour, and it doesn't feed into the flow state of combat where you're using fancy acrobatic moves to chain together kicks and swings. Perfect dodge just staggers the enemy while putting you out of position to go on the offensive. Not much you can do besides vault kick or power attack anyway. And perfect parry is more of the same, but time slows down. This was really disappointing, since the idea of a parkour combat system sounded very interesting, but the end result is anything but. They under-delivered in every sense of the... Oh wait, did I just do a kick out of a wall run? Okay, well that's sort of cool, but... Anyway, the parkour combat is basically non-exist... Hang on. I can dash at a dude, springboard off his head into an air kick on someone else? Well, that is pretty radical, but besides those, though... Wait, I can do the same thing with the ground pound? I can block charge someone while on flat land and stomp their head in right away? I can grapple the lamppost and kick out of my swing? I can slide towards an enemy and undercut them, knocking them over? I can grapple hook someone over to me and vault off their mid-air body, leading to a kick on someone else? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, so it turns out there's actually a really engaging way to utilize your parkour moves in combat, and I didn't know about it until my first 2 playthroughs were done with. You could say these are advanced maneuvers, and that the discovery is part of the fun, but given how much Dying Light 2 tutorializes and labels every fucking thing in the game, the fact that the skill upgrade videos didn't preview any of this is baffling. On that note, why hide the grapple hook from players until 3/4 into the game, when that's the tool that takes advantage of some of these advanced moves? You can't argue the grapple hook yank into vault kick is an unintended exploit, the prompt is there, and they've done 1,000 patches on the game. If they wanted it out, it would have come out. That is such a fun move, existing as a fantastic opener to a combo, the start of another Aidy BoBaidy barrage, that more people should have been told about, and it should have been possible for more than the last quarter of the game. If Techland were serious about this parkour combat idea, and something like this is what they envisioned, utilizing all of these techniques in battle, they should have made more of an effort to showcase the potential of mixing these offensive moves together. That said, given how many skills you need for this to flow as well as it can, even if this was all intentional, the players even sniffing a chance to make the most of all of this are late game, New Game Plus, or hardcore players anyway. So I'd say most of my main point, which I half refuted, still applies. It's great to see the skill ceiling climb as high as it has, especially with guns being mostly out of the equation, but I'd have to assume this isn't what most players, especially casual ones, will be seeing when they decide to fight one of the hundreds of bandit and renegade groups the game loads in for them. Did I love it for my 3rd playthrough? Absolutely. I even slaughtered the entire peaceful renegade camp at the dam near the end of the game, since I wanted to see if it alone could equal the odds. It can, by the way. Even on hard mode, 20 versus 1, and Aiden easily comes out on top. There's no stopping him. But even then, even though I was vibing with it and having a great time, it still felt like there were too many bandits and humans fluffing out every area and section of the game. I just started running past the doofuses before the final boss. I was so done with them. Because casual players will likely stick to the basics, since that's what's there at the start and can carry you through the game anyway, for now we can set aside the advanced New Game Plus combat and focus more on the melee side of things. You can tell with the removal of guns they felt they had to soup up the melee in the game, the new block button being the most obvious addition, and while it is better, it's certainly nothing remarkable. The swing specifically feels sluggish and weird. I went back to play the first game, and I was shocked at how fast your basic melee attack is. Sure, that's really all there is. The combat is quite simple in Dying Light 1, even if it does have the leap into slam move all the same. But when strictly comparing the R1 presses, well, Dying Light 2 isn't head and shoulders above its predecessor. If you're the type of player who likes the simplicity of clearing zombies with standard swings, Dying Light 2 might feel like a step down, or at best, a step sideways. They thankfully revamped the visuals for slaughtering a group of infected. Before it was very bare bones and had almost no oomph to be felt, and now there's a much stronger visceral flair to it, your weapons digging into the flesh, creating holes, chopping off limbs. Even if you don't like gore a whole lot, your actions feeling impactful is always a plus. The kick action requiring the guard button to be held down bothered me initially, but at this point I barely notice it. Dying Light is a very mechanically dense game, there's only so many inputs you can jam onto a controller with a finite amount of buttons, so with the addition of the block and parry, yeah, it's understandable. Funny enough, the kick is actually extremely powerful in the right contexts. No, not just off of a roof, while that is a classic, you can also back bandits, even bosses, into a corner and just go to town. This really only works on New Game Plus, since your starting stamina in the early game limits you to about 4 kicks. But still, this was quite cathartic, given that Barney's role in the story is to be the biggest piece of shit douchebag you've ever seen. The kick also acts as the perfect in-between move if you just want to put your head down and swing away. Kick, swing, kick, swing. I feel bad for them, but this is my third go-around, let's stop pretending, they never stood a chance. Even though I managed to get the most out of it in my third playthrough, and kind of came around, overall, the combat with the human enemies doesn't feel satisfying enough to justify Techland dedicating nearly half the runtime to it. In the first Dying Light, they used the first-person shooting as a crutch to make the sections with Rise's men go smoother, but with that gone, and bandits and renegades everywhere, melee fights are a much larger portion of your time spent with this parkour zombie game, and to not get bored every other mission, you really have to experiment or do silly things to keep it exciting. Take advantage of the items and equipment, use stealth when you can to brighten up the variety, mix long range and short range, launch enemies off of rooftops or into a shelving unit, and try to bring in some parkour when possible. They added more impromptu offense with the spears and bottles lying about, but it's not all that stimulating of an inclusion in isolation. Throwing spears is incredibly basic and doesn't expand on anything, but I suppose it switches up the pacing a little bit, so if you find one, you might as well throw it, right? Throwing bottles allows an enemy to be vaulted over, which, sure, why not? Might as well mention the random monkey bars you'll see now and again, which you can swing from and use. Is it neat? I don't know, but it's here. As you can see, there's a lot of options, sure, but in terms of what you can do with an enemy in front of you, it's a pretty short list, especially when not fully leveled up. This might sound ridiculous, but hear me out. I think the Dying Light series could stand to learn a thing or two from Dead Rising and Shadow of Rome, specifically when it comes to their wrestling moves. It might not be parkour, but being able to suplex an enemy into other enemies would be a ton of fun. They've improved the collision and physics of enemies being thrown into each other, and it was absolutely worth the time spent. Drop-kicking one guy and having 2 fly away is a symphony for the eyes.
Bee stung me. Damn it!
Okay, sit down. Don't want you passing out on me. It must have noticed how handsome you are and tried to pollinate you.
Imagining tumbling a couple of bandits off of a skyscraper due to a loose grip German suplex? Fucking hell, sign me up. I'll actually buy the deluxe edition of that game. More actions possible from a bandit staggered state would have been welcomed. The vault kick being the only prompted option is a missed opportunity. If you're worried some of this sounds too goofy for Dying Light, I'm not sure we've been playing the same game. The drop kick, a fan favorite move, already results in some of the silliest visuals you'll see in a video game. Yeeting a dude 50 feet off of a building is funny and impactful. Throwing a bandit's head into a spike trap only to see his leg pop off is magical. Hell, seeing a guy's foot touch a spike and seeing him die is great. This is Dying Light at its best, in my view, not running away from volatiles at night. While I've already touched on the parkour here and there, it should get its own dedicated talking point. A lot has been said about the glider, how it minimizes the very thing the whole game exists in service to, the free running. Even if you don't like it as much as Haran, it's easy to tell how much of this landscape, Old Villador and Central Loop, were constructed specifically to let players get the most out of running from point A to B, utilizing their mini skills, climbing up high, maybe even to escape a chase. Well, with the glider, especially when upgraded all the way, which lets you perform a speed boost and even gain height if timed properly, you can basically skip over everything. Given how similarly it functions, and the Spirit Orb upgrade mechanic being brought along as well, I think it's safe to say Techland took inspiration from Zelda, opposed to Far Cry for instance, for the glider tool in Dying Light 2. At first blush, it's understandable to see how well it worked in Breath of the Wild and conclude every open world should have this, But I think it works as well as it does in Zelda because it feeds into that game's gameplay loop and the design of its overworld in general, where that really isn't the case for Dying Light 2. First of all, even though both games' maps start obscured, in one you're meant to travel back and forth a dozen to 100 times, and in the other you're meant to sightsee most areas once or twice. You're intimately combing the map of Hyrule, essentially, Link taking the place of the giant comb, whereas in Villador, it's the setting for your escapades, the terrain for Aiden to parkour through to get to his objectives. In one, you could use the glider to skip over things, and in the other, the glider's purpose is to skip over things. And reach some areas you couldn't before, I'll be fair. Secondly, while both games let you use high vantage points to scope things out with a zoomed-in view, in Dying Light 2, the binoculars plant the icons on the map for you. They tell you exactly what'll be there. There's no downside to doing this, and if, in 10 play sessions, 20 or so hours later, you wanted to finally do that windmill or GRE hospital you tagged, you'll know where to go and what to expect. In Breath of the Wild, scoping out the surrounding environment doesn't fill your unfinished checklist up with more tasks. It provides you a better view so that you can decide on where to go next. Even if you see a shrine, it won't create a shrine icon on the map for you or anything. You have to go there yourself right now, or maybe plant a custom marker there for later on. You get 5 custom markers, and that limitation encourages you to use them on shrines or landmarks you want to visit relatively soon, which sort of creates a line of best fit, a loose guide to your travels for the foreseeable future. It's not a method to fill your map with content, it's setting your course for the next play session or two. That being the case, getting to high vantage points and scoping out your surroundings becomes a part of the gameplay loop, and the towers go hand in hand with it. Remember, those don't label content either, like Ubisoft ones do. They simply give you the terrain information instead of a digital blue background. While you are able to climb down mountains, cliffs, and towers, the glider is meant to speed up the process, the kickstart to each new adventure, wherever your curiosity takes you. Ooh, what's that? And then you start gliding there immediately. This process will likely continue throughout your time exploring the overworld. Survey your surroundings, glide to a point of interest. Also worth noting, the glider in Zelda protects you from fall damage, so you can feel confident climbing anything and everything, since you always have it at the ready. Well, Dying Light 1 already had 2 methods of avoiding fall damage, 4 if you count the cars or trash bags to land on. You have the roll, press B as you land and you'll take no damage, and my dumb method, which people hated me for, use the grappling hook to zip yourself to the ground. Besides the grapple hook method, Dying Light 2 still has all of these. You'll find no shortage of mattresses and piles of garbage to safely fall on, and they added more ways to transition from roof to cement. Now there's these tube things, which you can slide down with the button prompt. The air kick will save you from taking damage, since it locks you into the animation, the crush maneuver being similar, the weird yellow pole things, and if you step a toe into the survivor faction with the facilities, you'll get zip lines, and eventually, further in, you get another method of getting down, the landing bags. There's also the skill where you push someone else off the building, saving yourself from fall damage while dealing it to the zombie or bandit. For the benefit of getting to the ground safely, the glider is nowhere near unique, sitting in a very overcrowded grouping of viable methods. In the game's defense, the glider is given to you where it's most needed, a third of the way through the game in the central loop. The skyscrapers seem designed around the gliding function, some exits and entrances in the walls and windows deliberately placed at the appropriate height to glide into, but we have to ask ourselves, is that worth it? Are these sections, where the glider is practically required, worth it trivializing everything else? You could argue options are always a good thing, and that gliding inherently is fun, so it shouldn't be bashed to this extent, but when it becomes the de facto mode of transportation, and that's all it really exists to be after a while, no longer even involved in the exploration and discovery phases of the game, we have to look at what we're skipping. In almost any other game, this wouldn't need to get critiqued as much, but this is Dying Light, a game which features movement unrivaled by almost any other action-adventure game. If the free running is taking a back seat, even when moving from point A to B, something went wrong. It speaks to the grand open world and how you're meant to engage with it. The following had the same problem, except it wasn't a glider, it was a vehicle. Ask anybody who's played both, and they could probably agree, in isolation, the glider and buggy aren't bad, but when they become central elements to Dying Light, They diminish one of the core appeals to playing the game in the first place. I'd even say Dying Light 2 is worse than the following in a crucial way, since I could at least get the sensation that I was exploring the map while driving. Here, not so much. Villador isn't a world that's meant to be adventured through, instead it merely serves as the backdrop to Aiden's quest-hopping, activity-completing, dungeon-clearing ways. It almost acts as a band-aid to the game's bloated map. Is it as interesting parkouring the same environment the 20th time as it was the first and second? It's so strange, since both the world and the glider need each other, yet I can't tell which one was created to hide the shortcomings of the other. Was the glider thought of first, and the map stretched to make it feel integral to late-game transportation? Or was the map the priority, and the glider was added later to pacify the sensation that this world didn't need to be this big? The vents that give Aiden stamina back and lift him high in the air aren't bad, but it does extend the time you're in the glider, even when in Old Villador, which is an odd choice to say the least. I also don't love that it controls like an airplane. You'll hold up on the control stick to run off a building, but if you keep holding up as you start gliding, you'll fall straight to the ground. You get used to it, but having to flip between up and down never feels ideal. Sometimes I'd stall in the air as I'm preparing my glider to go up instead of down. The more advanced moves you can pull off with the glider mechanics are interesting at least. It felt unnatural to jump and hover for a bit before you land, but chain that with the quick turnaround skill? I could see some good use cases for this. As far as the good old-fashioned on-the-ground parkour, it's a lot better than it used to be. At least they kept the moon gravity as an option for players who like it, I guess. Just don't pick expert or whatever it says, and have at it. The launch version of Dying Light 2, oh boy. Truth be told, I don't actually have much analysis or anything else to say about the parkour that I haven't mentioned already. Instead of forcing the issue, let's just move on. In addition to making this feel much more like an RPG and trying to offer a more robust combat system, they've also made stealth a bigger focus. Admittedly, Dying Light 1 had the basic mechanics you'd need for simple stealth to work already, you just rarely came across a time where it would come in handy. It's actually why the antenna mission near the end of the game is my favorite at this point. The atmosphere and linearity mixes really well with the objectives, and to that effect, I was able to sneak up and snap the necks of some infected along the way. For Dying Light 2, they leaned into this a lot more with the GRE dungeons, especially in the beginning, and the bandit clusters at their camps and metro stations. You now get arrows slapped onto the screen, white, yellow, and red, indicating if you're seen or not. That's how you know this is a real stealth game and not some imposter, right? The ledge kill, smash, and knife throw skills are decent attempts at offering some stealth action, but it is quite interesting that the only two stealth missions available with Juan make you do it without any violence. Narratively this works, but it just goes to show that there aren't many skills or tools that Aiden can use in stealth that aren't related to getting caught or killing. I'll talk about stealth-only missions more in detail during the DLC discussion, but as far as these ones go, not the worst thing ever. The silent takedown move, however, is in the running for the worst thing ever. It takes way too long, and whether with the quickened knife stabbing or not, I don't get that sweet satisfaction from a sneaking kill that I do in other games. It feels like I'm caressing a bag of sand. Plus, the game's default settings have the level markers over enemies' heads turned off, which will undoubtedly annoy many players out there, like it did me, since, for some reason, you can't stealth kill enemies that are a higher level. Yeah, you have a general level, sort of, even though it doesn't really affect much about you besides who you're allowed to perform a sneak attack on, and what areas of the map are supposedly too hard for you. If the zombies, these basic fucking same-looking infected, are too advanced for Aidy BoBaidy, they slip out of it, and you won't understand why unless you looked online. With the infected health bars turned on, it'll now show if the level is appropriate or not for you to snap their necks. Funny enough, they had a built-in way of conveying it if they so chose, but elected to use it for something else. The takedown text itself might confuse you, since it changes color from white to red. That's apparently meant to inform you if you're close enough to perform the takedown, and that's it. White, you're in range, red, you're not in range. I guess. So weird. More important than the unclear text color, why, in a game where you're encouraging stealth more than previous entries, would you include this? Much better stealth games, if they're attempting this sort of thing, don't use a binary yes or no. If you're underleveled, you still do the move. but it doesn't actually kill the enemy, just shaves off half their health or something instead, a fantastic workaround. This is how it works when you have the knife stab skill, which is a plus, I guess, but it's overall very confusing why Aiden can't perform the worst takedown animation known to man, a neck snap even, on these basic zombies without any logical reason to explain it. Gatekeeping through too difficult enemies can work, but this isn't a good example of it. In Dark Souls, a lot of people mistakenly wandered into the infamous graveyard first, and I won't pretend the level layout, lighting, or cutscene beforehand itself couldn't be reworked to point in the right direction a bit better, but it at least becomes obvious the moment you're aware of the stairs. Skeletons will obliterate new players, but the enemies the players should be fighting, when they go up the stairs, aren't simply lower-leveled skeletons. No, they're pitifully weak, pathetic hollows, a completely different-looking threat. Biters in Dying Light 2 being level 4 or level 1 doesn't matter, there's no meaningful difference at a glance, no attack animations or visual flares distinct with these higher health versions, it's simply RPG number slop that doesn't belong in this game. If you had to be a certain rank to kill Banshees or Volatiles or Goons with a stealth takedown, that makes sense. Well, that would make sense, but to my knowledge, you can't stealth takedown those special infected. Nope, Volatiles will start a chase out of nowhere, even when crouched. What's the point of the increased emphasis on stealth again? You can't even use a tool to help, since the Volatiles are just genuinely broken. Not only will they just stand around doing nothing when not patrolling at night or aggroed to the player, decoys basically don't work. None of them cared that I threw this, except maybe one. I've tried to lure them away with other tools at different points in the game, and it rarely worked. Here's me throwing a decoy to lure a volatile away from the GRE anomaly entrance, and he walks near it, but that doesn't matter, I guess. He turns around randomly and instantly starts a chase. In Dying Light 1, they'd always walk towards the noise, and in 2, they seem to look in the direction, and 80% of the time, that's about it. When using the DLC camouflage item and walking up to them, you can see it plain as day. The game is programmed so the volatiles can't get too distracted by the decoys for some reason. Really lame. The decoy itself being called decoy instead of firecracker, like how it was named in the first game, is a really silly change that seems entirely pointless, but that's not super important, so whatever. The game also gives you coins as a throwable thing, and yeah, it works, sort of. Some scenarios it'll feel useless, and others it'll work a little too well. Maybe Dying Light 2 just has impeccable attention to detail, the paranoid drugged-up renegades freaking the fuck out being a positive, even though it makes it trickier to time a silent takedown because of it. You can also use throwing knives. As you can see here, I use one to turn a biter around, allowing me to easily dispose of it quietly. There's more here than most non-stealth focused games, so sure, I'll give Techland props for that. There's grass you can crouch in while outside, and tables to hide under when indoors, but the latter admittedly feels quite awkward. Both give you the hidden effect, but watch this. This viral knows I'm here, but he also knows the game can't let me know he knows I'm here, so he doesn't engage, but he clearly sees me and keeps circling around the table. Ragging on every awkward interaction, though, isn't really charitable. This sort of thing could happen in any good game, so let's move on. Stealth didn't need to be focused on for this sequel, but what's here certainly isn't bad. In terms of topics, we're actually coming down to the wire here. Give yourselves a round of applause. I highly doubt this video will be much longer. Just the side quests, DLC, tower raid, choices, and story are left. Those shouldn't take up too much time, right? I wrote this on page 30, and after I revised the script, it ended up on page 48. Good lord. Editing dork, how many pages was the final script? Oh, see, that's not so bad, guys. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. You can tell, by the way, I got sick in the middle of recording this script, so if I sound a little pluggy, that's why. Given how much Techland wanted this sequel to feel more like an RPG, with the dialogue tree, faction system, and major decisions with the story, it's actually pretty frustrating how often you're not allowed to treat this like a fun RPG, the side quest design and dialogue choices being the main factors. I have no problem with us playing a version of Aiden. He's his own character. It's understandable that he'd have his limits, but the lengths to which Techland went to limit what the player can do does significant damage to the level of investment a player will have in this diet RPG idea. Let me give you two major examples. One is found within the story, and one is found within a cutscene. At one point in the narrative, in a very long and drawn-out early questline, you're trying to find the murder weapon that was used to kill a high-ranking PK officer. You learn it was probably fenced, track down the guy you think has it and is trying to sell it. You chase him when he runs, he tells you who tried to fence it to him since he wouldn't take it, a woman named Maya. Turns out Maya is a child, and she says she wants money in exchange for the weapon. This is an easy, ridiculously simple moment where you could inject some fun RPG choices here. She asks for 500. 500 what? I don't know. Gold? That's the symbol for the currency anyway. So she asks for 500, you can either negotiate or refuse. Knowing that one is a brick wall and the other isn't, I negotiate. Aiden says 500 units of nothing, I guess, is a lot of money. She says what she wants the money for, water and a biomarker for her brother. And Aiden says this.
I can give you 10, and that's my last offer.
I'm sorry, 10 is your final offer? Who okayed this? I sure didn't. On my first playthrough, I wanted to give her the 500, since why the fuck not? Make the kid's day, right? But Jesus, on my second playthrough, on New Game Plus, I was walking around with 70,000, currency. My third, it was 100,000. I can't spare 500? I'm no longer role-playing the character of my choosing, or Aiden, actually. I'm role-playing Mr. Burns or Scrooge. Just put a few options after the negotiate choice and let the player have some fucking fun. Goddamn, Techland. The other example is from one of the earliest side quests in the game. Someone in the bazaar is accused of selling poison water, he claims it wasn't him, and so on. You get involved and... yeah, you get it. This is a classic mystery you have to solve, one that gets a character out of hot water with the law. I don't think it would be favorable to compare this with a quest within the same genre in a game as old as Knights of the Old Republic, right? From 2003? No, so I won't. Anyway, you eventually find the guy who gave him the water, and he explains what happened. It was a mistake, but he was basically asking for an accident to happen, so he's obviously to blame. He raises some concerns, giving you reason to side with him instead. He even offers you some valuables to keep your mouth shut and put the blame on the original guy. If you accept his offer, the quest ends. What? The quest fucking ends if you side with him. There's more wrong with it in regards to the optional objective, but I'll get to that later. Thankfully, at least, if you do go back to the bazaar, a scene plays out, and you do get involved, but here's the kicker. You have to regurgitate your decision from before. This epilogue is an extension of a choice that nobody else saw happen. You can't lie to the real culprit, saying you'll side with him and then rat him out later. No, Aiden is a good boy, from a certain point of view, I guess. He has to, well, lie, basically. How crazy is that? You can't choose to lie to him, an active choice, one found in every real RPG I've ever played, and found within this game fucking everywhere. But no, you have to tell the game what you want to do, and then Aiden has to follow through with it regardless. If this was in a Fallout game, people would ridicule it for being so bare-bones and straightforward when it comes to its dialogue and decisions. Fallout 4 looks good compared to this, and that was 2016, and people were very disappointed with it when it came to its RPG side. What's worse, if you choose not to side with the real culprit, he just tries to kill you and you murder him. Boy, we got a Techland special here, huh? Techland, please, try harder with the endings to your quests. This was actually the first big clue early on that this game would frustrate and leave me disappointed. I played it back when it first came out in 2022, did this side quest, and was extremely underwhelmed. I didn't even make it halfway through the game that attempt, but now, I've got 4 playthroughs under my belt, and I can say with confidence that Dying Light 2 is pretty good, but not great, and the lackluster quests are a big reason for that. Something that Techland seemed to try with their side quests is offer choices, but the way they implemented them should say a lot. When you find a quest with a choice, it'll show this double-sided arrow, indicating you'll have to let Aiden pick some type of either-or, which will have different results. Well, except the Nick. That quest has the double-sided arrow, and there isn't a choice to be found. The weird thing is, many of these end-of-mission choices are treated as the reward itself, the reason you're doing the quest in the first place. There's not really any consequences to be found, but hearing Aiden say one of a couple lines is meant to be the prize at the end somehow. Here's a strange example. You come across these two arguing, Monica and Will, brother and sister. Will doesn't like his sister's boyfriend, Theodore. What a goofy name to take seriously, but that's not the point. Will apparently tricked Theodore into a dark zone and trapped him there. Also, Monica is pregnant. That's important. Right. Aiden has to be the one to go rescue the boyfriend. For reasons that make enough sense, whatever. You venture into the dark zone at night. There's nothing that separates this one from the others, it's just where he's located. Not much to this quest, really. Here's where it gets strange. You find him, he's angry, and without any prompting, Aiden gives the news. A random stranger tells Theodore he'll be a dad. Neat. Your choice is this.
What's your name? If it's a boy, I want to name him after you.
He lets you pick his potential son's name? After this is done, he leaves and the quest is over. See what I mean? This decision to name the kid is the quest reward. It doesn't lead to anything, no follow-up whatsoever. This prompt is what Techland thought was interesting. This was the entire point of designing the quest in the first place. Not even the answers themselves, since who cares about 4 lines of dialogue being different in a one-off side quest with people you'll never see again? No, this screen right here. If someone shared this screenshot, wouldn't you assume Dying Light 2 has fun dialogue choices? It strikes me as a marketing tool and not much else.
Boy, I want to name him after you.
Don't name him after a stranger. Call him Aiden. I don't know, Theodore Jr.
Aiden, quit to
I'll leave that to you. Now get out of here. Monica's waiting. And Will, he has an apology for you.
Nah, no apology needed. He was kidding around. Yeah, like guys do. No harm, no foul.
In Princess in the Tower, you come across a woman on a balcony, Rose, who is apparently locked in her own apartment by her brother Lowen. She doesn't want you to help her yourself. No, Aiden is supposed to go find Timur, I forgot how she pronounced it. I wrote it so long ago. Just go with it. Her boyfriend, and he'll let her out. It's a dumb premise from the jump, and it's a normal dark zone to clear out like usual, but then you find her brother. He says boring zombie stuff. Oh, we tried to clear out the apartment. So many biters. I'm the only one left. Blah, 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 blah. All the same shit you've heard 1,000 times. He then says, I was going to go tell Rose after I cleaned up this mess first. And right then and there, even if you've been doing other stuff for 10 hours straight, days passing by, Rose decides to call you and asks if you're at the apartments. Lowen tells Aiden not to tell Rose the truth, so he can tell her instead. That's it. Lie or don't. Hey look, another lie option. Crazy. Who cares about this choice? Seriously, Techland, who on the team actually likes this quest? Either Rose is upset with you or Lowen is, these 2 characters you've never met before and will never see again. Why does this matter? There's some quests where the choice you make doesn't result in anything being different, even though it pretends it'll at least offer a non-violent solution. The ball is in your court isn't amazing by any means, but it's more than a simple point A to B fetch quest, and it has a genuinely interesting Dark Zone dungeon to explore, so we'll take what we can get. After you fetch the objects from within there, you're surrounded by these goobers. The context doesn't really matter with these characters, so I'll save my breath. The point is, they say you should give up the goods and lie to the boss about the findings. Aiden says, on his own accord, a 3 versus 1 isn't bad odds, more guys show up, and you're given a choice. Split the goods or instigate a fight. Well, your choice means nothing here, since a fight happens either way. In fact, you may as well pick the fight option, since at least there, Aiden gets to say a pretty fun line.
I counted 5 corpses.
The quest did include a character we've seen before, Hubert, which is good to see, but overall, it's such a nothing, pointless little adventure. It's devoid of any meaningful reason to follow through, it's just some asshole, Dodger, who had a job for you, and since he's such a prick, personally, I wanted to just let these dumbasses keep all of it. If I can avoid violence in RPGs through speech checks or good dialogue choices, I try to, no matter how silly it is, since it's not something you can do in every game.
So say it. Say you're a gonk little bitch and I'll let you live.
I'm a gonk little bitch. Happy.
Smart girl. Right, Tunes? Let's Delta.
I just don't know why so many choices have to be presented when so few add to the experience, and they're even advertised at the beginning of the quest. Here's a choice. You can make a choice in this one. The same thing happens when you return to Dodger. You're given 2 options, lie for Hubert or tell the truth. Wow, so many lies. Crazy. If you tell the truth, you get maybe 2 more lines of dialogue, and that's basically it. Wow, cool. Multiple choices. Totally worth it. This is an example of something extremely, earth-shatteringly rare, however. In Dying Light 2, besides the 10-chain trio of the Carriers, Baba, and Book Club, you'll almost never get follow-ups. The characters in these quests, the vast majority of the time, basically don't even need to exist once you've gotten the rewards at the end, but there are a handful of exceptions, this being one of them. The Ball is in Your Court needs to be completed for stolen goods to become available, and even more, you had to have given the Horseshoe Water Tower to the survivors. Another quest has that, Out of Your League only unlocks if you've completed True Friends, and it's a bit more than a simple fetch quest, so it gets points for that. Even if I really didn't need to see a dog die due to the horrible decisions of children in a video game, but hey, this quest at least feels distinct because of it. There's this idea that Dave and I, in our podcast Post-Game Clarity, talked about with Dying Light 1, where, yes, there are a few quests that are well worth it, and can lead to unexpectedly decent conclusions, but it's impossible to know that beforehand when picking out of the buckshot of side quests the game fires your way. So many of them lead nowhere interesting, and some that you think wouldn't be that worthwhile have a payoff so far into the game you might have forgotten you interacted with the person. Some have you gather the most boring fetch quest item imaginable, while others see you turn on the gas for a fortress of flame, only for it to explode in a fiery disaster. One quest may trick you into thinking it's helping and changing the city, while another one does it, actually fucking does it, changes Haran significantly without even advertising itself at the outset. It's such a crapshoot, and Dying Light 2 is that, but to the second power. After seeing the results of many of these side quests, even the ones with multiple objectives and choices, you might seriously consider whether or not your time is being respected. There's already so much time spent on the story missions, so when you stop to fetch a painter some goon blood, retrieve a letter from this woman's long-lost husband, only for her to tear it up on the spot, find glitter in a specific scarecrow, go hunting for the key to humanity and it's a goddamn fetch quest for a CD, or chase after that fucking scarf, yeah, you might question if you're making the right choice of picking side content over the main story. If you want more objectives and a simple avenue for experience, sure, why not? But if you're past that and are trying to experience the content of the game that's worth experiencing for its own sake, besides resorting to a guide or something, you'd have no idea, none, which ones offer anything of value. Even worse, if you're stubborn and want to see everything you can, when you do accept them and go through the motions to get the rewards, the well of your mind may have already been poisoned by the other, lackluster content, causing you to zone out or even skip some dialogue, only to realize, holy shit, this quest was actually good, and you didn't expect it, or, oh my gosh, this choice actually mattered. Let me give you two examples. In quite possibly the most boring start to a side quest in the game, early on in the story, in the first city, a man at the bazaar will just say, "Hey you, are you new here?" and tell you to go somewhere. There's no carrot dangling over you, barely even a thread at all, so why would someone decide to pick this quest over the others in the city at this point? Well, this is one of the better missions in the game, leading you to talking this very same guy off a ledge. If you don't pick the right answers here, yeah, he will jump, and it'll be pretty sad. There's two other ways in which this quest is more interesting than meets the eye. You'll often hear people talking in camps about stupid shit, and at a certain point, I've learned to just tune most of it out.
Can we swap boots back? Turns out yours give me blisters.
I mean, I can only hear someone say, "Nice weapon, Aiden, is it new?" so many times before I simply Alta for,
Sweet weapon you got there, Aiden. Is it new?
They even say this when you just started the game and haven't helped or talked to anyone yet. It's incredibly stupid.
Sweet weapon you got there, Aiden. Is it new?
Anyway, the chatter from the NPCs is usually just noise, but if you're observant, Damien's quest, Missing Persons, is actually being built up when you visit the bazaar early on. He'll talk to two different people, one time doing the same thing he'll eventually do to you, ask if the person is new and say he's a scout for a job of some sort, and the other time he's talking to Roger. Apparently Carl, who's the head of the bazaar, doesn't like that he's badgering people or something.
Scouting talent. I don't like this. You know Carl doesn't like it when... Oh, leave Carl out of this.
This is great, but it's something you'll likely only be impressed with after you know about it, and I doubt 80% of you knew about it, so you're welcome, I guess? The other unique facet about this quest is that it can be extended or conclude early depending on your decision. Once you realize it was a trap to lure you in, that they just kill or capture newcomers to town when they get here, You kill them, then you confront Damien. He tries to explain himself, eventually saying he had to bring people here to save his brother. You can either cooperate with Damien, which leads you to the next part, or turn him into Carl, ending the quest right then and there. Except, okay, this quest is by no means perfect. If you choose the turn into Carl option, of course, Damien attacks you and you fucking murder him. Then the quest is simply done without any follow-up. It would have been a lot more interesting if Carl could get involved, but since Carl is captured at a certain point in the story, then ousted in a future quest, I imagine Techland couldn't actually see this option through in a satisfying way, since Carl might not be available to talk to. I mean, he never is available to talk to, like Sophie and so many other people. He's an NPC that only exists during story scenes. He's not a real character in the world. But still, pretty lame, honestly. One more positive thing, Aiden's delivery is very well done in the Damien conversations. It shows off his character in a great way. He's blunt, won't take anyone's shit if he can help it, but still looks out for people and tries to help when he's able to.
You sent me to the slaughter, and now I'm supposed to forget that and help you find your brother. And I guess I'll search the area around Devil's Bridge for clues.
Aiden, you serious? You'd do that for me?
Not a chance. I'm doing this so that no one else dies because of you.
The other example of where your choices matter, in more ways than you might imagine, is with the Deserter quest. This is the one I was basically clocked out for, since the start of it didn't sound interesting, so I began skipping dialogue. Listen, there's an absurd amount of talking in this game, most of it boring, so you'll have to forgive me. This was the first time I acted on my impulses. This is also another one that gets built up if you're observant, as you'll see Bart and Meyer argue before it starts. Bart, one of the PK people, went missing, and Meyer, one of the higher-ups of the Peacekeepers, asks you to find him. Apparently, he stole a very, very important map. If we don't get that back, we're all fucked. If that gets into the wrong hands, we're all fucked. It's dire we get it back. Remember that for later. So you go around, investigate his bunk, find a picture a kid drew of Bart, the kid, and someone else. Turns out people don't treat Bart very well in the PK, which is super shitty since it all turns out to be homophobia. After asking a lot of different people where he went, we eventually discover him, and it turns out he was running away with his boyfriend and son. You can either help him escape, or turn him in. This is one of the more fucked up endings to a quest, if you choose to turn him in. It turns into a fight, and you basically curb stomp him to death, all for wanting to live his life on his own terms. The boyfriend calls you a heartless bastard, but Aiden says he just needs the map. Afterwards, more of Meyer's hired goons, who were sent to find Bart, come walking in, and they call Bart a perv and such. Yep, great. PK hates gay people, super fun. You don't have any real choice in the matter, this is a fight. Except you can just kinda leave? Weird. So there you have it. Either Bart lives his life as a gay man with his boyfriend and son, or you fucking murder him since you're just following orders. As much as I like the choice being so drastic with its effects, Aiden doing the nasty work hunting this guy down only to murder him meters away from his son is fucking disgusting. It alters my view on who Aiden even is. This is a side quest that won't lead to finding Waltz or anything of the sort. This won't help Aiden at all, I promise, and nothing was offered to him in return except the dire consequences of the map getting into the wrong hands, which Bart hands over if you keep him alive. It's fucking vile shit. It also lines up really well with Jerma's hit-and-run playthrough when he finds Bart. Listen, I really wanted to fit this in somehow in the video because I thought it was funny, so fuck it, here you go. Fuck it, here you go.
Bart! Where is he? Bart! Ah!
See, doesn't that drive my point home somehow? It does. Just trust me, it does. Anyway, before I really spoil the fun, let's rewind and talk about how we got here. You talk around town, chasing down leads, not much of interest, until you meet Steve at the Fisheye. Even if players chose to follow through with this quest, they might not realize the ridiculously unique bit of content found within. Steve asks you to sing for him in return for the info on Bart. You can threaten him with PK, which will simply move the threat along, and you'll leave without anything of significance taking place. Or you can go with it and decide to rap on stage in front of hundreds of adoring fans. Or like 4 people, but Whatever, Techland. It's actually awesome as hell, as you get to choose what you'll rap about each verse, and the results are a lot better than you might imagine.
Let me rap a little story about a punk named Steve. Scrawny little weasel like you wouldn't believe. He's a conniver, a lowly-ass driver.
Oh, man.
Just looking at his face, it makes me want to heave.
Hey, stop being so dumb in the stage!
Let's talk about the people that I've met in this town. Some are good, some are bad, and plenty are down. We got those who are scheming, and those who are dreaming. Yeah! I hope it's in your love, not toxic waste that I drown. First we got by rules, they're biting baby beasts. Then volatiles and biters, on your flesh they will feast. If you're high in the air, banshees give you a scare. Yeah. And that's just a little sample of the chemically deceased.
Taking me there, man.
This is fun. This is what the game needed more of. This absolutely didn't need to be here. It's not related to the plot of the mission at all, but it is here, and the quest is memorable because of it. It's the perfect example of both points I was talking about earlier. You'd have no idea this fun rap performance was hiding inside this at-a-glance generic quest, and you'd also have no clue if the dialogue decisions found within were even worth seeing through. This is one of the best quests in the game, without a doubt. Except, well, it's time to spoil the fun. Remember the map we needed? It's actually a jumbled up code. When you return to Meyer, and to give her credit, she gets upset that Bart is dead, whether you lie about him dying so he could run off, or you actually killed him. She didn't want it to go that far, even though she sent the homophobe brigade after him. Fuck Meyer, she's awful. Anyway, when you return, you can either give her the code, or say you didn't find it, so you can keep it for yourself. If you do the latter, something amazing happens. You can go to the library, use Albert's book on deciphering code, decipher it yourself, as in, use a pen and paper in real life, and if you do the work, it says Muddy Grounds Tower Water Basement, and then it gives you the safe combination. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! This is the best quest in the game! How exhilarating! How unique! How... What? The reward, the thing that Meyer was scared shitless of falling into the wrong hands, the weapon that the PK hid inside the water tower basement with a fucking decoder message, is 3 level 1 DIY bombs. This is an embarrassing way to end the quest. It's such a piss-poor reward on its own, but it's more than that. This set of rinky-dink, baby's first craftable explosives is tied to the motivations of the characters involved. It sets the stage for the whole thing. To have the safe's contents be unbelievably bad, as in the logic doesn't add up, it undermines everything you did before it. You can't possibly take it seriously anymore. It almost feels like a practical joke by the developers. If the Colonel or anyone had gotten a hold of this, it would have fucked up months of planning.
Things are now unfucked, thanks to you.
Meyer says about DIY bombs that are, no joke, also found in the chest above this safe on the top floor that you can unlock whenever you like. To think Techland would rather update the game to add in candy bars to eat like the first game had, instead of fixing the worst end to a side quest in the game. I won't even mention that this safe doesn't show up at all before accepting the quest. It's literally just not there. They didn't want a player accidentally finding these endgame level items and ruining the quest, right? Even if they didn't want to put in a unique weapon in here, at least make it believable. This safe could have easily held max level C4 explosives, which would have, at the very least, explained why they're important to the PK, and having them get in the wrong hands would be dangerous. Nope, the equivalent of a Molotov cocktail, basically. It's just sad. This was on the verge of being one of their best, but Techland couldn't even finish the job, could they? They couldn't help themselves. They're addicted to shooting themselves in the foot, underachieving on purpose, seemingly, to make sure expectations remain as low as possible. Speaking of that, it's time to do a quick roundup of dumb things related to the quests in the game. Grab your popcorn and mutation samples, here we go. Remember that first split choice quest about the poisoned water? Well, this one has an optional objective to warn the person who it was sold to and stop them from drinking it. You find Anna, make her spit out the water, but it's actually alcohol. Her husband went out hunting with water instead of his usual alcoholic beverage, oh no! You're supposed to bring the whiskey or whatever it is to Hans and make him drink it so that the poison will get flushed out or something. It's really dumb, but whatever. First of all, if you decide to confront the guy, the real culprit, instead of the optional objective first, to warn Hans, then that optional objective vanishes the moment you make the deal with Marco. Since the mission ends at the drop of a hat, warning Hans gets the same treatment. Who cares anymore, I guess. If you don't do the optional objective, when you talk to Anna in Stolen Goods, she says she's a widow, so I guess Hans is dead. She won't say this if you saved Hans, so I guess it matters. At least it's nice that they address it in the dialogue. Anyway, if you take the drink to Hans, it's not a whole lot better. You give it to him, half-heartedly explain it, and tell him to drink up. He says he'll drink it, but he never drinks it. He just keeps hunting. By the way, in this city, all the animals and fish and everything else are long gone because of the chemical drop 10 years ago. Not sure what he's hunting, especially out near the fucking chemicals of all places, but it's not deer or rabbit, I'll tell you that much. Him not drinking, even though his life depends on it, is almost comical given how often the game lets you drink. There's at least 4 to 5 moments in the story, more if you include side quests, where a character offers you a drink, and one of Techland's proudest inclusions, the choice of taking it or not, gets sprung onto you. That's not even including the amount of times a side quest ends where Aiden has to either drink something or refuse to drink it. Prove this isn't poisoned by drinking it. Sure, let me drink a whole thing of antibiotics. Prove this water isn't poisoned by the PK. Sure thing, pal. Hell, there's 2 separate times when someone wants to name their kid after Aiden, the one quest I mentioned earlier, and in the story when you kill a demolisher, saving the PK inside. This doesn't need to be done twice. With this many side quests and overall content in the game, the lack of creativity is honestly frightening. There's 2 different quests with the premise of old person is forgetful. An old man and an old woman both think Aiden is someone else, and you get to play along or try to confess. One person actually is losing his memory, and the other person faked it because they wanted company. These aren't related at all, yet they're almost identical with one slight variation. Techland also put in the help me feed my family, oh they're zombies actually, what a twist quest. Guys, Dead Rising 3 already did this, and I'd argue that one, while missing the mark in some ways, is better than this one, since it interacts with the inventory system at the very least. If you're losing ground to Dead Rising 3, something's going very wrong. There's a quest where you hear a muffled radio call for help, which leads you to an electrical substation, and it turns out it's a skeleton. Since you activated the power, it turned on his distress signal looping over and over once more. That's fine, I don't hate it, but they didn't account for when this quest should be available. In it, they have Aiden contact Lawan for help, for almost no reason. She says to get closer to a radio tower to boost the signal. That's it. Problem is, at this point in the game, it was a very big deal that Lawan wasn't talking with Aiden.
Lawan, hello? Hey, I'm getting really worried.
You can stop them. I'm fine.
Lawan? What's going on? Where are you? Lawan? Lawan? Oh, shit.
Frank says he hasn't heard from her either. She was off the grid.
Have you spoken to Lawan?
Not really.
Damn. She hasn't shown up in the canteen, not answering the radio. Where the hell is she?
No idea, Frank. Sorry.
But nope, this side quest has to play out, so she's right there. For no reason.
Okay, savior of the oppressed. Get closer to something that'll boost the signal. Ever hear of an antenna?
Thanks, Lawan. And that's what they called art?
There's a quest where a former florist asks you to take a flower to a customer he used to see every day. Apparently one day she didn't show up, even though she made an order for pink roses. He wants you to find her glass house and take her the rose. Well, you get there, and she's been dead for a long-ass time, it seems, and has a letter confessing that she's actually his mother. She gave him away at an early age and knew, when she walked into the flower shop, that he was her son, somehow. This would be a fine, sweet little mission in almost any other game, but this is Dying Light 2. Do the designers even understand their own lore? Do I understand it? The fall of humanity happened 15 fucking years ago, the chemicals were dropped in the city 11 years ago, and the city's power stations were turned off 10 years ago. This guy was thinking about these flowers for 15 years? He said after the outbreak she kept visiting, and that's our only point of reference. This woman's corpse barely resembles a human anymore. How long has she been dead in this chair, undisturbed by zombies, animals, if there are any, looters, bandits, and on and on and on? Bro, there's not even a front door. Anyone could walk in here. There's quite a few moments that just don't add up. People seemingly referencing their lives before their current life as if it only happened 2 years prior instead of 15. None were as noticeable as this one though, so it's the only one I wanted to mention. There's a couple of side quests that were almost decent. The matchmaker is quirky and could have been something really fun, but there's one major issue and one minor one. The premise is goofy, but not in a bad way. This guy is offering a dating service called Sparker, which works essentially like Tinder, but with real physical cards. Is Tinder a thing people use anymore? I haven't dated in like fucking 10 years. You have to go chase down the forged cards someone else made so he can dispose of them. Whatever. That part isn't special. Another fetching objective, oh boy. Afterwards, though, you can keep coming back, and you keep getting paired up, even though you didn't really have any input, but you both swiped right, I guess. There's 3 of them in total. One of them was simply trying to find a babysitter for her kid. One of them is Juan's boy toy you met before, who wants side action, I guess. And the final match is Maya, the little girl who doesn't want a date, but wants a fighter like Herman, like Sophie has. None of this is amazing. It's not an actual avenue for a romanceable companion, but it's something. Here's the issue, though. This quest only activates when you're practically done with Old Villador, and not only is the quest in Old Villador, where you won't be for the majority of the time going forward, it's not even at the bazaar, the central hub of the area. I assume this is so a player wouldn't feel awkward doing this even if they chose the PK, but this quest is clearly at its best when you come back now and again to see the 3 matches. Why wouldn't you put this at the fisheye in the central loop, in the bar, a place you'll return to throughout the game? It's like they worked backwards from the Maya match. Oh, how do we explain she's in the central loop? We can't? Guess it'll have to be in Old Villador then, even though Vinny is from the central loop and he's here somehow. The other almost decent side quest is called Double Time. It starts with someone challenging you to a race, and he somehow keeps winning every time, even though you barely see him. Turns out he has a twin. The brother just waits at the finish line the whole time. You might have seen this coming, since it's not that unique a premise, but the problem I kept getting stuck on was the lack of any effort to make this seem real. You don't start the race with him, and he gets ahead and out of your sight. No, you get to the area, there's arrows on the wall, and the quest objectives just tell you to get to the roof. There's no timer, no anything. Why Aiden even bothers with this when the guy straight up doesn't even seem to be at this location at the beginning of the race is beyond me. And don't get me started about the game demanding you do this at night, meaning a rogue volatile could spot you near the end of the quest, start a chase, and you'll watch in horror as one of the twins stands there while zombies ignore him and attack Aiden instead. Absolutely embarrassing. When you fumble these details, you fumble the whole quest. The same thing can be said for Deep Cover, where 2 PK officers ask you to infiltrate a renegade hideout to find one of their comrades, Kareen. She was apparently getting intel or something, but hasn't reported back in a while. You might be thinking to yourself, oh shit, this sounds awesome, and yeah, I thought so too, but you have to remember, this is Dying Light 2. These guys do all the work for you, giving you the gym membership pass so you can easily get in without any thinking required. Yep, just go to the front door, don't have to say the right dialogue lines or anything, hell, not even a special outfit. Funny enough, Fable, a game from 2004, also has a quest where you infiltrate a bandit camp, except this time, you have to find and wear the right clothes to blend in. Crazy, right? Nope, here you just waltz right in. Even worse, when you talked with the Peacekeepers, they gave you a code word of sorts, something that'll help you identify Kareen. Say it, and only she'll respond the right way, so you know it's her. What do you think a game with an obsession with dialogue prompt choices would do in this scenario? Well, not even try, apparently. Aiden says it without hesitation to any woman you walk up to.
Have you milked the goats?
Don't know about goats, handsome, but if you're looking...
Yeah, never mind.
Sure, the exchange is funny, but at least make the player remember it for fuck's sake. Give them some other crazy but similar code phrases as decoy selections. It wouldn't matter anyway, since in the end, you actually can't solve this one on your own. Kareen is literally out of reach until the PK idiots call you back, as the door that leads to the bathroom she's stationed in is closed and inaccessible, locked from the other side, and now it's just open. Fun, doors, a Techland classic. You do get a real choice here at the end, though. Right? Yeah, kinda. Kareen tells you she's fallen for a renegade, so tell the PK she's dead so she can live with him. The soldiers call you, and you can either lie or tell the truth. Another lie, that's insane. If you tell the PK she's dead, she'll be happy with you and open up the back exit so you can escape safely. If you tell the truth, saying she's with the renegades now, she tries to fight you. You murder her, and can murder everyone here. It's actually funny as hell. But, in a frankly ridiculous turn of events, the door you came in through is locked. They actually did it. Techland made sure that both options ended the same way anyway. You have to leave through that door that connects to the bathroom Kareen was in. Are you kidding me here? Techland just strikes out again and again and again. None of these quests live up to their potential, since they half-ass it just enough until it's mostly functional, present an either-or choice, and call it a day right then and there. They see the ham-fisted decision as the finish line, then quickly dismantle the bridge you're standing on, causing you to fall into the drink. Nothing comes of this, but if it does have an epilogue of sorts, I'd never know, since even when that is the case, the game treats it as something that doesn't matter. It's not in your quest log, so you might never discover it. It reminds me of the argument Patrick Willems made about end credit scenes, actually. You can't just prematurely end the quest before the conclusion, then call the final scene an extra prize to be found, a fun Easter egg. This scene at the bazaar should have been necessary for the poisoned water quest to conclude. If there is something with these dumbass PK soldiers afterwards, the game should have pointed me towards it, otherwise I can only judge it from what I've seen, and with both choices, sparing Kareen or slaughtering her, it's a complete disappointment. There's another quest where you talk to renegades, but it's not an example of some of the worst in the game, but rather some of the best. Renegades mechanically doesn't offer a whole lot, but it 1. Isn't a fetch quest, and 2. Does more with the events of the story than most. It explains a bit about the renegades, how they recruit people, and why they act the way they do, hinting that they're being drugged up by a GRE doctor who works with the butcher, Waltz obviously, and killing makes them stronger. Sadly, you can't choose to join them when they offer, but even still. All of that is nice to see, but that's not why I think this is a good quest. It's one of the only times a piece of side content meaningfully connects with the events of the story. This only becomes available after you complete the main mission where you relay orders from Matt Jack to the peacekeepers out in the field. Apparently the PK were defending Culvert Island, this small community of survivors. Whether it be purely strategic positioning or a genuine attempt to be helpful, who knows, but the results of the new order are clear. The peacekeepers are told to retreat, abandoning this island, leaving the people here to fend for themselves. Nobody seems happy about it, neither the PK or the survivors. It does a good job of humanizing the peacekeepers early on, the common soldier who just wants to be of service to the community at large, but it also sets up the side quest in question. Sure enough, without the PK there, the renegades attack, and you get a distress radio call and help out, eventually feeding into the history of the renegades, as told by Casper anyway. This Culvert Island desertion also connects to Deserter, which makes it stand out even more. You don't have to talk to Bart in this area at all, but he's hostile towards you initially. Lawan tells him Matt sent Aiden, and after hearing the news that they have to leave, he hints at his future desertion. He feels like he's the only one who really cares, and mentions he's putting up with a lot, hinting at his reason for leaving the PK. The connection to the events of the plot is something that more side quests needed. I mean, there are a handful that are labeled side quests, but are, as far as I'm concerned, central to the plot and your decisions itself, like Sniper, for instance. I'm talking genuine, optional side missions you can choose to start or not. This is ultimately why Aider, the side quest, even though it's not my favorite, is in the running for the best side quest in the game. Spoilers, by the way, this is where the spoilers start, so you had 3.5 hours. Listen, you're gonna get spoiled from here on out, just accept it. It might not have a wrapping Aidan, but it actually connects to the events of the story and has a considerable amount of cause and effect, even when it comes to triggering it in the first place. In my first playthrough, after talking with Meyer for the first time on the Missy, I saw a scene where Aider is being brought in on a door. He's badly injured. My second playthrough, that didn't happen. His wife showed up instead, asking Meyer if they'd heard anything yet. This is because I chose to lie to Matt Jack earlier, saying I didn't know anything about Aider. That decision caused Aider to die, and for his wife to become a widow. When you do have the quest, when Aider does come back on a door bleeding out, you're of course asked to help, and you rush to a nearby herbalist, Margaret. She's had a bad run-in with the Peacekeepers, and her caretaker is hesitant on helping Aidan. Turns out she gave advice that the PK fumbled, it ended up killing their men, and they fucking blinded her for it. The game frames it as a mercy. Jack Matt didn't have her put to death, instead ordering Aider to burn her eye sockets. This does two things. Show that the Peacekeepers are psychopaths, sure, but mainly it's to complicate things for the player. With this information at hand, it's now a decision about whether you think she'd give Aidan the wrong directions on purpose, since she knows it's to help the very man that blinded her. Can you take what she says at face value? The doctor earlier said many don't trust herbalists, and Aider's wife Patricia made it very clear she doesn't want a witch helping her husband. Margaret seems friendly and good-natured enough, though, so when she tells you how to heal Aider, find a certain plant and use the small petals, not the large ones, it's probably in your best interest to do it, right? You're then given this prompt, after Aider's wife Patricia screams about not letting witches decide Aider's fate. Give the big petals, small petals, call Lawan, or refuse. I don't know what happens if you refuse, but calling Lawan is basically your millionaire lifeline. She tells you the right advice, that the small petals are medicinal. Well, you can still pick the big petals if you'd like, and doing so will kill him on the spot. The doctor gets so fed up with Aidan, he just tells him to leave.
Just leave, Aidan.
Giving Aider the small petals, with or without Lawan's help, saves his life. This has two fun consequences. One, Aider is alive, and you can find him later on in the fisheye. He talks to Aidan about what happened after he got better. He vowed to go after Waltz for killing his men, but his wife became fed up with his vendetta and ultimately left him. His story is meant to mirror Aidan's. Aider pursued his goal with everything he had at the cost of those around him. He didn't stop to think about his actions and how they're hurting others, only pushed through to satisfy his own selfish desire. It's a genuinely beautiful moment, even if it happens very far into the story. This could serve as a warning for Aidan, if he's willing to accept it, that this could be him, endlessly chasing Waltz while casting aside everything around him, which could ultimately leave him with nothing, back to square one. Worse, actually, since now he has something, he just doesn't realize it. It's too bad the game ends the way it does, with Aidan leaving Villador regardless, either with Lawan, with Hakon, or alone. But still, this is what side quests are meant to be used for, expanding on characters we've already seen in interesting ways, connecting us with the people that truly take up space in the game world. There's one more reason this quest is better than the rest, since it actually affects the narrative. When on the survivor's path, to save Frank, and ultimately get the Lawan ending, the herbalist still needs to be alive. Yes, she's used for more than one quest, isn't it lovely? If you gave Aider the big petals, which ends up killing him, you not only don't get the wonderful cautionary tale for Aidan at the fisheye, Margaret also dies by the PK's hand since they're addicted to capital punishment, and Frank can't be saved anymore, meaning Lawan won't come with you. 3 lives are potentially on the line with this one choice, and it could determine a small change to the ending Aidan gets to have. What's more, there's another variation on this. If you lie to Matt, which causes this quest not to show up in the first place, the herbalist will never be put into the situation at all, so she'll live regardless, and thus be alive for when Frank needs her. This is so much better than the other side quests in the game. I'd have to imagine this was one of the first ones they thought of and implemented. It puts the others to shame. That said, remember what we talked about already? In Dying Light 2, everything, absolutely everything, has its downsides. First off, if you decide to kill Aider with the big petals, which supposedly causes Margaret to be put to death, Gerald, the herbalist's caretaker, randomly shows up in the PK base. He curses you in 3 different ways, and it definitely implies that Margaret is dead, hanged, right? Well, I went back to her house and she's right there. I reloaded and checked, and still, right there. I don't know if he was spawned too early or what, but this was the playthrough where Matt said the herbalist was dead, so she died at some point. Not sure. Secondly, this quest presents itself as if it's playing with the narrative more than it really is. This is foreshadowing a point I'll make at the start of the story discussion, but the events in Old Villador, save for if you choose to help Hakon or not, basically don't matter, and this is a great example. You either helped Aider destroy the survivors, or you betrayed him by working with the survivors, causing his entire squad to get massacred. If you go that route, it makes sense why Aiden might want to hide that fact from Matt when you first encounter him. If you tell him where Aider is, though, and the Aider side quest gets started, they keep going on about Aider being the only one who knew what happened in Old Villador. Matt brings it up too. Eventually he'll also know what the hell went on, thanks to Aider being alive.
I'm glad he's better.
Me too. Only he knows what happened in Old Villador. And soon, thanks to you, I'll know as well. Over and out.
That's clearly hinting at this coming back to bite Aiden in the ass, right? Aider telling how Aiden was the big reason why they lost Old Villador? Well, as far as I can tell in my 4 playthroughs, no, it doesn't really matter. You still work with Matt for the broadcast mission, and then when you see him again, whether you're working for him, spying on him, or just not on his side whatsoever, he doesn't mention it. Again, as far as I can tell, I can't check every possible variable. 4 playthroughs already took me nearly 200 hours. Just weird that they built this confrontation up without any follow-through. Thirdly, lastly, the fetch quest part to get the herbs isn't great. Fetch quests aren't a thing I can defend anymore for this series. I'll admit, I'm very fucking tired of them. Okay, with all that out of the way, it's finally time to talk about the 10-part quests. I'll give Techland credit. These 3 all deal with different parts of the game. Combat and nighttime, parkour and talking with people, and exploration and looting. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these 3 was someone's favorite quest lines in the game, since, well, there really aren't that many quest lines at all, ones where you're talking with the same people. So many of them are not only boring, but deal with one-off characters, people who only exist to be the start and end points to their objectives. Hard to pretend to give a shit at times, to be honest. At their best, you'll see some of these dummies twice or thrice: Dodger, Hubert, Maya, Meyer, Bart, kind of, but not really. Meanwhile, you talk to Albert and Thalia 11 times, Driscoll at the Carriers Guild around the same number, and Baba potentially even more, since she's involved in a different quest and becomes a reliable vendor once you find her. None of the objectives, or the revelations and storylines, are anything to write home about, but they genuinely do feel like a breath of fresh air, if only for their change of pace, an extended interaction instead of a one-night stand. Well, Thalia counts as both, but you get it. I would say these almost feel analogous to the guild quest lines in the Elder Scrolls games. The Carriers Guild, the Library, Guild, the Baba, the Ba-ba-ba, the Ba-ba-ba, the Ba-ba-ba, the Ba-ba-ba, Guild. However, and I'll say this as kindly as I can, Oblivion's guild quests might not be LeBron James, but if they're Brian Scalabrine, Dying Light 2 is Matt Tomaszewski. See, look at me, I'm just like Techland, throwing stuff into my creation for that one viewer out of 100. Seriously, the guild quests in Oblivion are genuinely interesting, even if the mechanics of that game pale in comparison to what Dying Light 2 offers, and I mean that sincerely. Quests are such a low point for Techland, it's not even funny, and these Diet Guild varieties are no exception. All of them being labeled 1 to 10 is a really bad idea too, since at the beginning, there's no telling if this chain of missions has a defined endpoint, so a player, especially someone who's played Dead Island, could easily view them as infinite content, or close to it anyway, and stop bothering when they get to number 4 or so. The reward certainly won't be winning anyone over, and Thalia is as interesting as watching paint dry. Them all going to exactly 10 feels incredibly forced too, and especially with the Thalia dating simulator, there's not even close to enough here to warrant this many fetch quests. It starts with nearby apartments and a few books at a time. It ends with going back to Old Villador, visiting multiple different apartments and stores, finding 6 or 7 books in total. There's an argument to be made that Thalia and Albert having leads on these books makes no sense in the first place, since if someone scoped out that area, why not bring them back right then and there? But my main issue stems from Thalia herself. It's incredibly silly how badly she wants to bang Aiden, expressing how much she enjoys their conversation and always has him on her mind, looking forward to the next time they speak. Yet they exchange words in 1-minute increments at that. Aiden barely speaks during these talks, and the moment she deems the interaction completed, she sits back down and glues her eyes to her book once more. The same book she's had the entire game, turning pages every 10 seconds, meaning she clearly isn't even reading it. Yes, I realize I'm being very pedantic here, but fuck off, this whole questline is stupid as hell.
I must speak to Albert now. Perhaps we'll talk again. Speaking of which, here...
I'm open to this relationship blooming, this is a fun idea, but not being able to speak with her unless you're starting the next quest is painfully stupid. Remember from 3.5 hours ago? 2 or 3 times Albert won't have the next batch ready yet, so you'll walk into the library, hand in the books, and leave without the next quest, while Thalia sits there and you can't talk to her. They don't discuss much anyways, besides goofy philosophical ideas, always stemming from one of the books you returned last time. Many of the answers you can give are boring, and Thalia's responses are try-hard and surface level at the same time, a pretentious, frightening combination. If she wasn't the only sex partner in the game, I wouldn't have followed through with this, honestly. She's so tedious to listen to, and this whole thing being a test for Aiden to pass is crazy. This is a series of 10 questions about nothing. It's not like Aiden read these books or anything. Have a listen to this back and forth.
Are you familiar with Romeo and Juliet?
I guess.
Tell me, do you believe in love? I mean, true love. The fated love of which Shakespeare wrote.
I'd like to think so. I just haven't seen a lot of it in my life.
It's true. Even simple affection seems in scarce supply these days. But the hope... it's the hope that can make it possible. If not now, then later. As the fates decree. Speaking to you, Aiden, has once again been a revelation. I look forward to your next visit. It's a welcome break for me. For you too, I hope. Here's a new list. Watch out for yourself.
Aiden says 3 extremely short sentences. I guess. I'd like to think so. I haven't seen a lot of it in my life. That's enough for Thalia, who spoke triple the amount of words in this exchange, to deem this conversation as revelatory. A revelation? Is she serious? Who wrote this? This is terrible. That's to say nothing about how this dating simulator can't be failed. I've seen people online talk about what answers to pick. Please, I don't want to fuck this up. Thalia is so cool. And newsflash, everyone. I did this 3 fucking times. 3! The last attempt, which was just for all of you, by the way, I picked every obviously stupid answer I could. Aiden even yells at her at one point.
A pilgrim doesn't have the luxury of adventure, Thalia.
I didn't mean anything by it, Aiden. I just thought...
I thought what? That the real world is the same as some lazy adventure novel?
I'm sorry, Aiden. That was insensitive of me.
Yeah, I guess it's all you know. Surrounded by books all the time. Me, I grew up surrounded by much more dangerous things.
Of course, Aiden. Well, goodbye for now.
He either comes across like a total dumbass tryhard at every turn...
Are you kidding me? It's just crap. Love doesn't play in the real world.
How sad. Not a romantic bone in your body, it seems. Speaking to you, Aiden, has once again been a revelation.
I'll believe what you believe.
You will?
You have a positive attitude. Can't go wrong with agreeing with you.
Don't you patronize me, Aiden. I thought we had a better understanding of each other than that.
I'm sorry, I thought that's what you wanted to hear.
I see. Thank you for sharing this with me. Speaking to you, Aiden, has once again been a revelation.
Or borderline abusive with anger issues.
I thought what? That the real world is the same as some lazy adventure novel?
I didn't mean anything by it, Aiden. I just thought... Speaking to you, Aiden, has once again been a revelation.
Yet still, she wants to bang Aiden. I couldn't believe it. I'd love to bitch more about this test your man idea.
But honestly, it's not enough. Not yet. But there's still time, if it matters to you. I hope it does.
But this wasn't even a test, since it has no failure state. She just wants to fuck him no matter what. The only failure state is saying no when you're at her apartment, or, you know, not continuing with the book club quest altogether. This is faker than it appears, and it already feels fake to begin with. There's so much that's disappointing with book club that really the only good thing about it is the Lawan dialogue bit, which is ridiculous for its own reasons. The cherry on top is the massive opportunity they had for something fun with the books themselves, and fumbled hard. In 2022, another game came out that had a book club. It was called Midnight Suns, and in it, the characters chose a book to read, sometimes real, sometimes fictional, and the developers put in excerpts from the literature in the game for you to read, so you and your character could be somewhat informed when answering questions. You have all these classic novels, some well worth a read even today, and they don't do anything with them besides put their names on the screen when you hover over them, and have Albert mention one of them in passing. What a waste. Before moving on, I can't not mention how utterly stupid the final book retrieval is. First of all, I was doing this at night, big mistake, because I was going all around the building trying to find the entrance, because almost every single apartment in this game you enter through a window somewhere. Nope, this is the one and only in the entire old Villador, I guess, where you walk in through the front doors. Well, it makes sense in retrospect, since bandits are meant to show up, and they want the book I'm looking for. Treasure Island, they think it leads to treasure. Aiden politely tries to explain, "Silly fellas, this is a fictitious book. There's no treasure."
Look, I think you're confused. It's called Treasure Island, and it may show a picture of a treasure map, but it's not real.
That's not what we hear. Now hand it over.
And then we murder them because they're so dumb. Turns out there was a code in the book, which helps you open the safe and collect worthless valuables that I couldn't possibly care less about. Listen, I can at least comprehend the book Listen, I can at least comprehend the book club 6 bandits. Listen, I can at least comprehend the 6th mission of book club, the band. See, this is why it's stupid to fucking name them 1 through 10. I can't even fucking say this. It makes no sense to say. There's not 6 bandits, it's the 6th mission. I can at least comprehend the book club 6 bandits who wanted to use them for toilet paper, but these idiots walking in knowing this book is in here, like, what are we doing here? Is this a Saturday morning cartoon? Why do these guys know that this book is in here? Like, what are we fucking doing, guys? What are we fucking doing? The safe codes are such a baffling part of Dying Light 2. The idea is fine, but the method you acquire the combination is almost always ridiculously simple and near pointless. You won't ever have to open someone's computer or glean the code off of a calendar with a clue to go on or something. No, you'll just grab a piece of paper, it'll say the code, and you enter it. Well over half the time it's all single digits, which begs the question why they decided to have the knobs go to 100 in the first place. 3 numbers, 0 to 9, is hard enough to crack. 3 0 to 99 numbers is obviously overkill. When there is a bit more to it, it's only one step removed from the game giving it to you outright. Solving a simple riddle from this guy in the biomarker side quest was fine, much too easy and still all single digits, but it's something at least. The decoder in the deserter quest was the best by far, but it was too built up and the reward was nonsensical, so it's hard to count that one. There was also a time when it was a simple piece of paper again, but it was on the fucking roof of the tower of the church? Why would anyone put this code in this box on this ledge that only an acrobat could find and hope to God that wind wouldn't topple it over? It's so far past being reasonable that you can only laugh, or I guess bitch and moan about it. And that's what they called art?
Do you know that the first documented postal system was in Egypt, around 2400 BC?
I did not.
Aye. It's how the pharaohs sent out decrees, creating the network. Think of the ancient tradition you're upholding just by delivering a piece of mail.
Carriers is a little better than Book Club, but has its own stumbles. Delivering mail in a post-apocalyptic city is a very digestible premise, and opens the door to a lot of interesting interactions. Well, in theory anyway. While handing people letters was one of the highlights for me in The Following, here it leaves a lot to be desired. In The Following, it felt like Kyle was going out of his way to help out. It didn't need to be a huge thing, which is why the little responses the NPCs gave were charming. Here, Techland seems to be trying harder, and while the quantity and time spent with these recipients is higher, the quality doesn't match the increased screen time. Some of the big reasons come down to a few grander issues with this game, so let's pause the side quest discussion for a few minutes and go in depth with the first-person perspective. Dying Light 2, much like the first game, keeps you in first-person perspective the entire time. Dead Island zoomed out and let you see the main characters in the scenes, as do many other first-person games like Halo and Metroid Prime, but Dying Light 1 and 2 don't make the switch. The only times you'll see Kyle Crane is in co-op or the file select menu, and Aiden is similar, but he at least shows up on the equipment screen. It's not that the absence of the main character during story moments is an issue in and of itself, it's that Techland have to cater to that first-person perspective when showing cutscenes to the player, and they don't do a good job of it in most scenarios. By far the best moments are when things are happening to Aiden, or near Aiden. Lawan tackling him after he tracked her down at the end of Act 1 genuinely is really well done. Waltz freeing himself of the cuffs, getting shot at with crossbow bolts. Not bad. Even if the former feels like it's an excuse for Techland to indulge in one of their guilty pleasures, slow-mo into ultra-fast action scenes with the antagonist on screen. Those aside, however, almost every other scene in the game is incredibly flat, lifeless even, and in more ways than you might think. Not only are they not afforded any ways to block the scene or play with fun camera angles due to the strictness of our Aidy BoBaidy vision, the facial animations disappoint time and time again, the most egregious being Lawan's. There's an exchange between Frank and Lawan near the halfway point of the game where it's clear the voice actress, Rosario Dawson, gave an emotional performance in the recording booth, but the expression on her character's face doesn't even come close to matching the intensity of the audio.
Of his heart. And you don't give a fuck? Frank, get your shit together. You were a legend. Fucking commander of the Night Runners. Do you even remember that?
I don't know what went wrong here, but the stiffness on display robs the entire scene of its energy. I'm not sure if pulling the camera out to show this at a different angle would be enough to hide the blemishes, but it could at least look a little more dynamic. This is probably why the action cutscenes feel the best of them all, since it's one of the only times the camera, Aiden's eyes, moves around now and then. Being immersed is one thing, but when you have this much uninteresting dialogue, and the characters are stiff, and there's barely any motion happening even when you'd expect it, it becomes very difficult to stay engaged. Near the end of the first act, Carl gets removed as leader of the survivors, ousted unceremoniously by his peers, and he just kinda stands there until he walks out. This is also supposed to be an empowering moment for Sophie, taking up her mother's mantle as the one in charge, and you'd never be able to tell this was meaningful to her, this was something she cared about, was passionate about, if she didn't say it verbatim out loud. Picture this scene in a good movie, hell, an average movie. Carl could be lunging at his former soldiers, demanding they step in. Barney would aggressively push him back. Sophie would shout as he's kicked out of the room, getting everyone's attention at the bazaar in the process, declaring herself the future of the survivors, the one that'll lead them to a better tomorrow. But no, we don't get that. We get some swaying side to side, and Carl politely leaving the room. Jade, Brecken, and Raheem all had more expressive mannerisms in the 2015 Dying Light than anything found in this 2022 sequel, and that's saying something. Video games are meant to be a blend of the best of every medium, yet Dying Light 2 neglects the visual part of the equation whenever a player is meant to sit through a story scene or quest dialogue, or, when they interact with any of the NPCs in any kind of interaction, full stop. The end result is the player feeling less invested, less immersed, than they would otherwise, even with the constant first-person perspective. It was wild going into Cyberpunk after 100 hours of Dying Light 2 filling in my brain, since it also has the view locked in first person, it also has dialogue choices, even accepting or declining drinks, and it's also a game that is in a much better state now versus when it launched due to consistent updates for years on end, Except CD Projekt Red did a much better job of engrossing a player into this perspective and role. Even ignoring the plethora of varied and fun dialogue responses, putting Dying Light 2 to fucking shame, you have much more freedom of where you can move the camera, allowing scenes to fill the entire room instead of getting everyone positioned on top of each other to fit into one static shot. Characters are also far more mobile, either walking through the scene, letting you look at who's talking on your own, or they physically gesture when the moment calls for it, and the content of the words spoken is significantly more interesting than anything found in Dying Light 2. Squabbles about crystals and Lawan's shoes don't do a whole lot for me, sorry to say. That last part is extremely subjective, I know, but the rest isn't. You don't realize how important having characters you talk to walk with you, moving freely through the environment until it's absent. Time and time again, Dying Light 2 drops the ball with its believability, causing every individual interaction to more resemble a series of stage sets opposed to a living, breathing world. This is a AAA video game launching in the year 2022, and besides Hakan in the prologue level, and maybe Veronica at the end, who you walk around with, nobody is shown to do basically anything outside of a cutscene. Lawan doesn't parkour with you in the escape from Waltz. No, she's warped up to the next checkpoint, and she keeps closing the door on you for some reason.
Well, first, let's fuck out of here. Not sure we managed to ditch that psycho.
Hey, wait!
Hell, she's fast.
When you meet Sophie on the roof in Act 1, over and over again, she'll vanish completely, Aiden will have to ask where Sophie is, and she'll be in a different spot. They couldn't have had her walk away? Is walking too hard to program for Techland? It's obviously not, but I don't know how else to explain this. At one point you go from talking with Sophie, turning to Barney for a 10-second nothing conversation, then right there, 10 seconds later, mind you, Aiden asks where Sophie is, again, and Barney says she's over there on that roof. The developers have to dumb Aiden down into mashed potatoes to make their shortcut work. Doesn't matter that this is a game about parkour, they didn't trust themselves to let Sophie get over there in real time, in front of the player, so she has to be teleported there, which means our camera has to look away from the magic act, which means we have to talk to Barney. They worked backwards from the problem, from the smoke and mirrors show they had to pull, all to get Sophie that little bit closer to the bandit camp she's talking about, which is itself not really important when you think about it.
Where's Sophie? I guess that means I should wait here.
Jack and fucking Joe will pay for what they did. See Alberto. He can fix stuff like that on the spot.
Thanks. It looks like Sophie's not here. I better look for her. Hey, have you seen Sophie? I'm looking for her. I'm looking for Sophie. Where'd she go? Have you seen Sophie? I'm here.
Time to act. The quicker we do this, the less prepared Jack and Joe will be.
Aiden. Aiden. I'm starting the wrong foot. It's a courage. You be paying this much money. Me? I got the toughest liver in Villador. Worry more about yourself, Villador.
Where's Sophie?
There. On the rooftop. I'm watching you, Pilgrim.
I'd wager most players clued into the awkwardness of this part of the Survivor story, but now that you see it slowed down, it's impossible to see this as an organic series of interactions. Hell, Techland doesn't care, they'll teleport people in as well. I checked everywhere for PK on my 4th playthrough, just to make sure I didn't miss them. Guys, nobody is here, and these guys show up behind Aiden with momentum that leads me to believe they phased in through the wall, since that angle is impossible if they were coming from behind.
What are you doing here?
Shortcuts, magic tricks, and lack of effort time and time again. When you hand a letter to someone in a side quest only for her to rip it up, not only does she rip it up with her back turned to you so you can't see it, you don't see the piece of paper at all. It's under the viewpoint of Aiden the entire time, and then gone when she turns back around. The same thing, of course, goes for bringing the books back to Albert. They already don't take up more space on his shelves, which is lame, and it really wouldn't be that hard to add in 10 different iterations of the shelves behind him, with it filling up with generic-looking books anyway. But of course, you also don't hand them over to him, since why bother with that amount of effort? It's in first person, it's an RPG, who cares about all that, right? It's even more ridiculous when we think about it. They have the book models in the game already when you grab them, so the work's already done, the models are there, and of course, Albert just has the same red book the entire time. Oh my god. Each and every time the game wants to finish dialogue with the other character not in the same spot you left them, they have to do a strange turn with Aiden's perspective, getting them out of view so the game can despawn them entirely. This gets taken to extremes now and then, where the NPC clearly has nowhere to go, or Aiden turns towards a wall for no reason. It'd almost be better if these people didn't exist at all, and there was a twist about Aiden hallucinating. That's how silly these transitions feel. Funny enough, Techland used the teleporting trick in one of the side quests. It was a monk and he suddenly vanished. Ooh. Except the effect was completely lost on me, since everyone vanishes after you're done with them. This isn't even close to special. This is simply another day in Villador.
Earned your place among our elite carriers. Come on. Your time has come, hotshot.
Almost every NPC you come across in a base is stationed there permanently, even though there's a day-night cycle which would give reason for them to walk to their beds or places of work or what have you. Much older games have pulled this off, mind you, some open world, some Dying Light 2 is even taking inspiration from. Hell, remember my complaint about the Dark Zone Volatiles? They're standing at the ready position at all times, the same way they'd be outside on a hunt, even though they're hiding safely indoors in their homes. I don't understand it, but the developers did not want to show transition states or motion if they can help it. This even extends to the way the sun works. In Dying Light 1, the sun rises and sets, going across the sky as the day progresses. But in Dying Light 2, they couldn't get that to work, it seems, so there's 4 skyboxes it shifts through, and they cross-dissolve them by making it cloudy for a while. The moon's even worse. It sits there in one spot the whole night. Yes, Dying Light 1's moon moved across the sky. The lighting and skybox shifts might be something many players couldn't identify specifically, but could feel as they played, like something was off. This was me. I suspected something was wrong, since how could Dying Light 1 look better than Dying Light 2? I don't even mean with the character models, even though they have a plasticky texture to them. I mean the environments in the city. There was only one moment in the game where I was floored by the visuals, and that was in the prologue to the tutorial, so early on it's almost a complete afterthought. That is a gorgeous vista, and the feeling of wandering through the woods and abandoned buildings on my way to a destination, as a pilgrim, accompanied by the music especially, it felt so freeing, both visually and audibly. I was mesmerized. Then I went into the tunnels, and I never got that feeling back ever again. Maybe I'm a sucker for the color orange, I don't know, but Haran feels head and shoulders better than Villador, just as a place to exist in. The NPCs being irredeemably inept and littered around every street corner don't help matters, but even ignoring the lifeless dummies, in Haran, you could stop, look around, and feel like you're there. I never could with Old Villador, I never could with the Central Loop. It simultaneously feels like it's been through hell and back, yet doesn't feel lived in. Haran felt lived in. It has so much character of its own. I've now played Dying Light 2 much more than Dying Light 1 at this point, and if you exclude my hours in the following, that's even less time spent in Haran, in the slums, but even still, I can remember where things are. Unique locations, even the free-running terrain they set up. The ones outside the tower are firmly lodged in my brain to this day. I can picture them vividly. Dying Light 2? apartment buildings and the color green. Maybe that one overpass near the Tango Motel. That's all I got. Haran had a personality that Villador lacks, and it's not something that can be fixed by simply slapping down answering machines that dole out boring backstory. I don't even have the energy to rant about those, truly I don't, but the point is, besides one big exception at the very, very start of the prologue, the world, the city, doesn't immerse me in any way. Neither do the facial expressions of the characters, nor their animations in both cutscenes and real time, or even the first-person viewpoint itself, shockingly enough. So add all that up, plus the fact that you're viewing the majority of the random carrier's quest stories through a mail slot in the door, it's hard to stay invested, especially given that half the time Aiden really has no reason to stick around any longer. He sort of lingers inexplicably until they close the mail slot, even though he's sometimes meant to be delivering other people's mail. At times it comes across like a low-budget B-movie instead of a AAA role-playing game. Aiden's voice actor is the highlight of every interaction without a doubt, with one rare exception. But even still, in this carrier's quest chain, the people behind the doors are the selling point, and beyond the fairly endearing Clock Brother delivery, I couldn't remember any of them when writing this. Once again, you also don't return to any of these people, so seeing any form of update is out of the question. The only thing they have to offer is their dialogue at that point in time, and more often, it feels like a vehicle to explain rather than to explore. Oh, check it out, domestic abuse is still a thing, even in the dark ages of the zombie apocalypse.
Say none of your fucking pity. I may have lost my leg, but I can still chase you down. I still got 2 hands to slap you with. So shut your fucking...
Neat. Now I know, I guess. Oh, people still have midwives on call for when they're about to give birth. People still play chess long distance. Young lovers sometimes still run away when their parents don't approve. This guy's wife thinks this doll is her child. That's sad. Okay, bye. This guy pays for sexy letters to be sent to him, and who gives a fuck about that? Check out this mail slot slowly opening as he talks. What the hell? This lady wants her husband to stop talking about his tux, but watch how she slams the slot closed. Guess she has telekinesis or something. Her arm wasn't even close to that mail hole. Mail hole. I'm tired of writing this, and I'm tired of reading it. I'm tired of making this video. The biggest disappointment was in Carriers 4, since it showed promise, but failed to do anything interesting once again. You're told to deliver a confidential letter to someone. You do. They get mad at the contents of the letter and decide to rope you in on what's happening. She's being blackmailed and gives you money to go kill her blackmailer. You can either accept it or don't. I accepted, since I was open to seeing what was going on, figured the quest would end if I refused, and was happy there was an invitation for something compelling branching off of this letter delivery. Finally, you arrive at the blackmailer's place, and you're given a choice. Pay him the blackmail money, or say, you get nothing. No information, no questioning of any kind, make a choice right now. I chose you get nothing, since, again, I don't want the quest to end early, since I figured this would lead to a discussion, but silly me, choosing you get nothing actually causes Aiden to say a whole bunch of other shit, and now I have to murder this guy. Then you don't return to the lady, no, you return to the guildmaster. Don't tell him what happened, simply say you experienced a mystery in an excited tone, and he says you did a good job with the delivery of the letter. Techland obviously wanted to make a role-playing game, and some press releases beforehand even likened this to older Fallouts and Baldur's Gates, which is understandable since they only saw the main story decisions and maybe some of Chris Avalone's side quests, which were apparently scrapped due to the... Listen, I'm not going to get into all that. The point is, the game was touted as being more like an RPG, but beyond the main story, time and time again, Dying Light 2 shows that it only has the veneer of interesting choices. It's like it killed and skinned a choice-heavy game, and is now flaunting its patterns as a fashion statement. In any competent RPG quest that has this format, you'd absolutely be given a chance to ask the blackmailer questions. After you choose the you get nothing option, he even says, do you even know what she's done?
Do you even know what she's done?
But because I've already chosen, going off of no information from this guy, I can't back out or keep probing. Of course I want to know. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't the game prompt me with that line first? Nope, Dying Light 2 likes to give you choices without any of the fun that comes with making choices in other games. You should have been able to ask the blackmailer questions, you should have been able to return to the lady who paid you off, the dialogue prompts shouldn't have been so misleading, and you should have been able to change your mind after the first selection, since the blackmailer only doles out information after you chose to fight, which is obviously unfair. You can't say changing your mind is off the table, since Techland did that plenty of times in the story, where they ask you twice in a row, and you have to double down, or back out. There's no point in presenting a mystery, a quest with unanswered questions, if you're not going to let Aiden and the player figure things out. Even just discovering what the lady did to cause the blackmailer's actions after the fact would have been something, but no, once he's dead, the quest is over, because of course it is. I looked up what happens if you pay the guy, and it's the same as when you kill him, so basically nothing. It's actually hilarious. I went through like 5 YouTube videos showing the quest playing out, and every single one of them killed the blackmailer. If that doesn't go to show that these choices suck, I don't know what does.
No, but seriously, tell me what you did. Alright. Wait, 1 hit? That's all?
Also, a Redditor posted what happens if you refuse to track down the blackmailer. Thank you, Darren Neal, for the help. The lady hangs herself. She only got rich because she killed family or something? Neat. You apparently only get told about it via Driscoll, which is just sad. The only time the story has some sort of conclusion, and Aiden isn't even there? You can't say that's too morbid or anything, since they do show a hanging at one point in the story if you go with the PK. I mean, the ropes are attached to nothing, but why fret about the small details, eh? Well, okay, one more small detail. Spoilers for the story, by the way. At a certain point, missiles will go off and decimate a part of the city, leaving smog and dust in the air. It's basically impossible to see when traveling through it. It's kind of cool. However, if you decided to do Carriers 9 until this point, you'll be saddened that the people you hand letters to in this area have nothing to say about the missile, nor even the smog that's in their apartment. Nope, just say the scripted lines with no deviation, even though Techland knew doing this quest at this time was a possibility. They have no consideration for this sort of thing. It's very sad. What's also sad is the attempt to give Carriers an overarching story. We talk to Jack after applying, and he's a douchebag to us, saying pilgrims are awful. We'll get to that later, don't worry. And the guild has lost its way. I could be another Derek in waiting, whoever that is. We talked to this other guy, Jamie, for 2 minutes at most, giving the history between Jack and Derek. Okay. 5 Carriers missions later, one of the guild members goes missing, so we investigate. It's Mike, whoever that is, and these wounds aren't from infected, they're stab wounds, I guess. Someone's out to kill guild members for some reason. Okay. After a future delivery, we get this asshole talking us up, and he's antagonistic and annoying, and he's Derek. Okay. He says he's watching for us to slip up. Alright, thanks. Basically, nothing else happens until Carriers 10, and it's a normal-ass delivery. Driscoll calls us, saying Jack radioed for help, so Aiden rushes to his aid. Aiden, get it? Driscoll says, I know you two don't like each other, and it's like, I guess? We only saw each other once, but sure, we don't like each other. Grrr. It's like that. It's like that one episode of I Think You Should Leave. Grrr. Grrr. Why not? It turns out it's a trap, and in comes Derek. He's behind all of this. Oh wait, no, he's not. He helps us kill the renegades. He says he was watching in case Aiden made a mistake, like walking into a trap, so he came to help. The guild is under attack, Derek goes to find Jack, Aiden returns to the post office. Kill renegades, free Driscoll, and it turns out the traitor, the person working with the renegades, was that one guy we talked to once. Whoa! Alright, for real, Derek and Jack have fun voice acting, and I could see this story working, given the outcome, but there's not nearly enough screen time to make anybody care. I busted out laughing when Aiden pretended he was sad and it was Jamie. No, not Jamie! I had no idea who that even was. Oh, that guy I talked to hours and hours and hours ago, that one time? The script was written like Aiden has been chatting everyone up at the end of each delivery, in the break room or something, like we're all good coworkers, but it's nowhere close to that. Having both Jack and Derek be red herrings doesn't land, since we don't engage with them enough before the reveal, and the choice to either reinstate Derek in the guild or get access to magical dumbfuck elite lockers is a terrible decision to end this questline on. The only way this story has any semblance of an arc is if Derek has his redemption arc rewarded, and given how lackluster looting is with every other part of the game, I highly doubt what's in the elite lockers are all that interesting. At the very least, this is a selfish versus selfless choice, one that has a consequence for someone else, so it gets points for that, but I'm still not happy with it. Oh, also, Walt is behind this guild targeting thing. Yeah, Walt is the head guy in charge of every fucking evil thing in the game, it turns out. Great writing. The Baba quest chain will take far less time to go over, since it's a lot simpler and doesn't suffer from as many smaller issues. At its heart, you just go out and engage with zombies. Killing mostly, but there's a couple of times where you'll have to trap certain infected in a cargo container in a specified area. It's nothing remarkable, but it shakes things up. It's the only time you're trapping enemies, so why not? I do think it's silly that she builds up the black volatile throughout the series of missions, only for it to be a capture objective, one that's not that difficult or dangerous in the first place, but thankfully that isn't the true finale of her questline. Much like the others, she also gets an epilogue final mission of sorts, but hers is related to this dumbass bald dude behind her. Corvus takes on the appearance of her bodyguard or something, and he pipes up non-stop about how Aiden needs to behave and watch his mouth.
Wait, that does what again?
Don't question the Baba. You need only be concerned about your pay. You'd do well to remember our arrangement, woman. Not now. The Baba and I are speaking.
Hey, you should have come with me, Corvus. Maybe getting shocked by one of those things would lighten you up.
Speak to me that way at your peril.
He's a piece of shit, and Aiden properly questions why he even needs to be here. Baba says he saved her life, stopped a robbery or something. Sure, I mean, he seems to fly off the handle, saying Aiden's tone is too familiar?
What can I get for you, Baba?
Your tone grows too familiar. Know your place, boy.
What a fucking shit dragon twat fuckwit cunt wanker. Sorry, but this guy really grinds my gears. Good thing Aiden gets to murder him, I guess. After the 10th mission, Baba sends you to go see Corvus, and he begs Aiden to drink with him like a total beta-cuck loser, speaking in lingo you'd only hear before the Salem witch trials.
Such insolence, whelp. Your time is nearly up.
And finally outs that he's going to kill Aiden. Put him into a grave. See, Aiden has been fighting and killing beasts, sure, but not someone with the mind. Let's see how Aiden fares against Corvus, the Chudrucker, on hard difficulty, New Game Plus. Surely he'll... That was really easy. Turns out the robbery was staged by Corvus, and he was pulling a protection racket scheme, but it doesn't make that much sense. He kept asking for more money from her, but also wouldn't leave her, otherwise he was worried she'd turn him in. So what, he has an endless supply of money, but has to stand there all day, every day, for all eternity? Doesn't really add up, it seems rather silly. It would have been better if the robbery explanation earlier from Baba wasn't real at all, just something she made up to deflect criticism from her abuser and extortionist in front of Aiden. Super weird, honestly. I don't understand Techland's thought processes when it comes to quest design. Baba is legitimately one of my favorite characters in the game, though, since she's a fantastic vendor, being the only one to sell healing ingredients, and her voice actress is just outstanding. This is the one rare exception I was talking about earlier. I can listen to the Plague Witch talk and talk and talk. She's just fun.
No offense, but that sounds like fairy tale bullshit. And being out at night is dangerous.
Listen now.
Hush, Corvus. A closed man cannot be opened with threats of violence.
Hey, it's not closed-minded to be concerned about people's safety.
A full moon can be seen through a window. That is sufficient. Now, do you want another hunt or not?
Hats off, Sarah Powell. You improved the game, as far as I'm concerned. Actually, her visual design is awesome, too. Whoever at Techland made the Plague Witch, nice work. Boy, how long have we been talking about the quests? I haven't even touched half of the side missions in the game, but many of them don't really connect to anything else or warrant a new talking point. Hearing old ladies babble about a certain scent for a while, then retrieving these common supplies so they can make their amazing perfume, which is new car smell.
It's new car smell.
Is a waste of time at best, but there's so much waste of time that categorizing it for the sake of the video would make this even longer than it needs to be, and it's plenty long already. I've mentioned the many side quests that are challenges in disguise, but there's two other genres of non-quests, the quizzes and the lore dumps. For the former, someone will ask you questions, and you answer. If you get them all right, you win. One about zombies, one about people at the bazaar, one about goats.
Wait, what? Goats.
It's true.
At least those offer something interactive. The lore dumps don't have anything for you to do, except hear stories about the past. One explaining how the bombs were dropped, one explaining how the walls help Villador when they were meant to lock us in originally, one about the history of the PK ship Missy before the fall, one explaining why you can't fish, one explaining why there are no guns. Although that one at least has you going to a different place, I suppose. I was playing Cyberpunk for the first time, and again, I already had 2 playthroughs of Dying Light 2 in me, and after the Judy mission, I decided to talk to the bartender. You can ask him about the origin of the name, Lizzie's Bar, and get backstory that helps flesh out the world. This seemed so natural and unobtrusive, even if I did find a lore text earlier that explained most of it, and you know what I thought of immediately after this interaction played out? This would have been a side quest in Dying Light 2. It feels like this lore shackled to a quest business is simply a symptom of the way Dying Light 2 operates. You need everything to be labeled, except the epilogues to some quest lines, I guess. So these moments where you talk to NPCs that shed more light on the backstory, well, they're quests. Why not? Gotta lump them in somewhere, right? Things need to be labeled. It's funny, since these do exist in the first game, like the one explaining Rise or Tahir's backstory, I understand wanting to give players a fighting chance to see these, but again, the box of chocolate side quests of Dying Light 2, you never know what you're gonna get, mixed with the content bloat the game suffers from, means you're already picking and choosing anyway, so unless someone does every side objective they see, they'd miss these all the same. Another aggravating quibble about the game hurts these info dumps as well. Seemingly to have side quests sound more natural, the quest giver will say something when you've gotten close enough to them, or sometimes they'll even sing. I imagine this is meant to spark an interest in players. Oh, someone is talking to Aiden? But it triggers too early, when you could very well be out of earshot. More often, when you decide to talk to the anthropomorphic exclamation point, Aiden will respond as if he's heard the first line of the dialogue chain, even if you haven't, which is incredibly awkward at best, and jarringly confusing at worst.
A seasick peacekeeper? Your central command is based on a friggin' ship.
What is he talking about? I have no idea. None. It's like you're starting the conversation on the second dialogue line.
I'm gonna rescue a gorgeous survivor chick. I'll say, remain calm, ma'am. I'm a peacekeeper.
You don't have to yell like that, you know? I'm standing right here.
What are you demanding of me?
What? I said you were yelling at me.
Why would I be rebelling against you, Pilgrim?
What are you talking about? Just stop shouting at me!
A huge swing and a miss with this style of fake impromptu quest callouts. There's only 3 more side quests I want to talk about, and they're the ones Day 1 players never had a chance to see. Getting the guns, Tolga and Fatine, and the DLC, but not really DLC anymore, Bloody Ties. I think it's a bit hilarious that some of the longest and most extravagant side quests in Dying Light 2 weren't there at release. Forgive the incoming tangent, but I'm not sure if it's a good thing that we're conditioned to expect an incomplete game Day 1 for big titles, only for content to be sprinkled in at a regular pace for years after. Is Dying Light 2 better today than it was in 2022? I'd say almost assuredly yes, but this style of updating and fixing and patching and DLCifying content so players can come back to something, all the while literally changing the advertising and name on storefronts to lure new players in? It feels like cheating in a way. No other medium gets to have their cake and eat it too like this. The trailer itself for the Reloaded Edition needs to get called out specifically, since it's fucking egregious. I wouldn't go as far to say Techland deceived anyone with their promotional material before release. It's one thing to plan on something being in the game, show it off at E3, and have to cut it down or what have you. But the game has been out for 2 years when the Reloaded Edition was getting pushed, and they still decided to show that moment where Hakon and Aiden are sneaking past Volatiles. Guys, that's not in the game. This isn't in the game, and you know that. This is disgusting, quite honestly, as the lack of zombie-focused content is a genuine drawback with the game, and this is basically pretending, lying, that an interesting zombie story quest exists when it doesn't. Unbelievable. Alright, anyway, back to the actual game now. Initially I was laughing at the thought of that history lesson lore dump retroactively becoming pointless thanks to Techland giving into the community and putting guns in, but the guns actually don't disrupt the core game much at all, and the quest to retrieve them in the first place is decent enough, making enough sense with the lore, and being a passable narrative thread on its own. Jay calls you, some guy you don't know, says you're the guy that'll help him find the guns hidden in the city. He's at the fisheye, you talk in person and on the radio, he sends you to retrieve codes, which will eventually reveal the location the GRE hid the weapons. After you take out some renegade goons, the chest that contains the first code also has a note for Tackhead. Apparently he's the rival guy in this quest who wants the guns for himself. At one point you do a job in exchange for a code, and it takes you completely out of the game. I've never seen anything like it for a single-player game. It drops all pretenses of being in the world, a grounded and real event, and throws you into a segregated mission all its own, with a quantity of lives before failure, and looting being completely removed. Opening apartment containers reveals nothing. You accept it on a notice board, and it's meant to act as a taste of things to come, if you continue to help Jay after the side quest is over, in a way. It's odd. Afterwards you're meant to get a code from Gatsby. He's a cowardly doofus who sold the code. You go to the place where the bandits are most likely, you murder them, then Gatsby shows up, and you murder him too. On normal he's easy as piss, on hard mode, on New Game Plus, he was shockingly resilient. Jay's been captured by Tackhead, you have a dialogue exchange with him, he makes you go find the decoder in a GRE facility, you come back. He's planted explosives on Jay and you have to defuse them. Afterwards, you chase down Tackhead thanks to a tracking device Jay planted on him, and you fight all of them in the place where the guns are meant to be. Sorry for the synopsis, but as you can see, this is more effort than a lot of the side quests found in the launch version of Dying Light 2. I don't think it's especially amazing or anything, but giving characters a chance to play out a short story like this, making you talk to them more than once or twice, yeah, it's serviceable. You find the weapons, take a single pistol, and that's all you get. To get more, you'll need to do those out-of-game missions for Jay on the board to get custom currency to purchase them from him. How fun. I'd say my main problem with this style of doling out the guns comes down to the advertising. This was a free update to the game, remember, and Dying Light 2 itself is now called Reloaded Edition. If a casual player wasn't interested in Dying Light 2 because of the decision to not have guns, but saw that the new update added them back in and bought it for that reason, this is, at best, incredibly dishonest marketing, and at worst, a disgusting sales tactic that should have gotten them more negative reviews. They advertised as having guns back, but you have to go halfway through the game practically, do a long side quest, and then are forced to do generic repeatable missions to earn enough J-Bucks to buy the stuff you want. Not only that, these missions, from what I've read online and seen for myself, seem to be tailored more towards co-op, not solo play. I feel bad for anyone who purchased this game under false pretenses, having to go through so much rigmarole to enjoy one of the updates. What is this, a DLC expansion from Dark Souls? All that being said, I don't think guns needed to return in the first place. I'd rather they stick with their original vision for this game, instead of buckling to every little thing the community gripes about. Some complaints are more than justified. I've seen some side-by-sides of what wasn't here at launch, and it's pretty pathetic. But if their vision specifically excluded guns for a reason, then that's what I want to experience. However, I suppose in this instance we could thank the convoluted rigmarole, since it gatekept the guns behind a series of tedious hoops to jump through, meaning I, and many others, got to experience the original intended Dying Light 2 after all. Even if you do the Lost Armory quest the moment you get access to it, that's half the game you played without firearms, and the only one you get for free when you finish is a handgun, which isn't exactly going to break the game. It's a weird case of being bad and good at the same time. Shitty for players who want them, totally fine for players like me who didn't care that much. Looking at it lore-wise, it's not bad. This Armory Quest story of the guns being hidden away works with the backstory already presented. Techland didn't wave a wand and let players loot rifles from cop cars or anything, even if some people would have preferred that. Tolga and Fatine were the characters I thought would be easiest to transition to the sequel. Techland didn't need to bring any of the Dying Light 1 people back, but if they did, surely these two would be at the top of their list, right? They're scientists who clearly have a knack for creating ways to get places, and are silly little guys, so of course. Well, my 2022 self was gobsmacked when, instead of Tolga and Fatine, or Brecken, Lena, Alfie, or even Ezgi, I'm joking, I don't want any of those four back, I just think this wanted poster Easter egg is super lame and had to point it out. But no, instead of Tolga and Fatine, Spike of all people gets shoved onto the player for the first half hour of the story. The quartermaster who says nothing when you give him airdrops and sits in one place for the whole game. Actually, you know what? Given how NPCs are in Dying Light 2, I see the vision. They even have him mention Kyle Crane.
I wish Crane could have seen this.
Who?
This is peak cringe. I never use that word, but come on now, how fan servicey can you get? Anyway, enough about Spike. Tolga and Fatine. Their quest is without a doubt one of the strangest, which is fitting, but it's very sad so many people couldn't access it, since it didn't exist until, like, a year ago. That said, I didn't even get a chance to see the whole thing, since it bugged out and wouldn't let me proceed past the 3/4 or so point. When you have contextual button prompts to trigger the next parts of your game, issues like this are bound to happen. This is also why I couldn't progress with the Crystal White side quest, but thankfully they patched it later on in the middle of my playthrough. This door wouldn't open due to a button prompt issue, and their fix was to make the door float in the air or something. Whatever. The Tolga and Fatine content is very weird for so many reasons, and quite long, so let's start from the beginning. Sadly, this is a very unassuming and humble beginning to a questline, as it's just a random help wanted poster on the PK board at the Missy. I was checking periodically so I could say I 100%ed the game, doing any frivolous fetch objectives I could get my hands on, and was caught off guard that someone started speaking to me about the quest I just accepted. That surprise was quintupled when she stopped talking, the screen faded to black, and an epilepsy warning popped up. The following sequence? Legitimately, I had no idea what was going on. I thought this was a bug from one of the patches Techland did. Was this meant to be played at the start of the story, after pressing start a new campaign? What? I thought, but no, this is for this mission specifically. Once again, this might feel fine for hardcore players who came back for this content update, but as a whole package, when someone is playing the game for the first time, this is jarring and confusing. You're supposed to go find a man who hasn't radioed in for 2 days, his friend thinks something happened to him. You don't have a whole lot to go on, you get 2 vague markers that say, find Michael. When you approach an objective marker in this game, it won't show you where to go any longer. Once you're in the radius, it'll simply say, inside objective area. This method, while it isn't as brainless as it could be, has its pros and cons. The main con, in this instance, is that it presents itself as an open-ended solution, i.e. search for clues to find Michael, but you aren't allowed to do things out of order, or, at the very least, what the game thinks is the right order. Since it looked so pristine and out of place, I decided to check out this door, and it has a prompt to open it, but you can't open it. Instead, you have to find Michael's little encampment, touch all his stuff, and then your survivor sense will track his footprints for some reason, and they eventually lead to the building? At first I thought the game was messing with me. Surely he didn't climb onto the roof, right? Is he a volatile? Because I had checked the door before, I figured it wasn't part of this quest, but guess what? It is! Now the door swings right open without hassle. I actually can't believe how bad Techland are with doors. It's beyond comical at this point. If you have a video game where you're allowed to lockpick doors, and boy does this game ask that a lot from you in other areas, it obviously makes no sense that some don't get that option, or at least some prompt like blocked or inaccessible. Again, I just played Oblivion all the way through, and yeah, there are some doors which are meant for quests, and you know what they say? Can't be lockpicked. That's fine. That's all you need. That's all you need. I know it doesn't make sense. Like, but it does. It makes sense. You can't have a game pretend to be immersive, and allow lockpicking, demanding it of you even, and use doors as progression blockers, staying closed or open depending on the game's whims. It happens in other areas, but it's all the more absurd here, since legitimately, touching Michael's stuff doesn't matter in the slightest, it's just a way to trigger the Witcher Batman vision that Aiden has for some reason. The quest would be no worse for wear if the door was able to be opened before or after investigating Michael's camp. Fucking hell. Even though I used it as a springboard to rant about doors, the mystery of Michael truthfully doesn't matter all that much, but he does provide two things. One, a foot in the door. I am so funny. I'm so funny, you guys. You guys are so lucky. And two, a clue as to what's going on. Finding him leads us to the strange discovery of a portal? Zombies pop out of them and attack. One bites Michael and he dies. A mysterious figure says the infection is spreading, referencing the portals, and walks away. After you slay the monsters, you go into a portal to escape, and sure enough, you pop out and there's Tolga and Fatine talking about interdimensional rifts. It's clear they aren't the cause of this though, at least not intentionally. They're as perplexed as Aiden is. After you touch another wormhole, you get sent 20 stories off the ground somewhere, and Sarah calls you. Michael returned home. He doesn't have a scratch on him, apparently, even though Aiden saw him die earlier. Long story short, these are, indeed, interdimensional portals, and that Michael we saw likely wasn't even the one from this universe. As insane as the premise to this quest is, I can't pretend that it's all that fun when you're going through it. You eventually find where Tolga and Fatine are in the city, but their lab is in a very awkward area in the first bandit camp you cleared for the story. You have to climb up using quite the inconvenient route to talk to them each time, and you'll return many times over, so you'll be doing this climb far too often. I think I managed to glide in there once, but it's not as easy as you might think, even when using the upgraded grappling hook. It's even worse, as the banter between the two brothers is hardly worth the effort. It's not all that interesting or entertaining. I think I built them up a little too much in the first game, but I did like them in Dying Light 1. The way they treat Kyle Crane like he's the biggest idiot in the world is funny, and although I can easily see it getting tiresome depending on the player, it worked for me. I realize bringing them back means bringing back their personalities, since that's the whole point, but simply keeping the jokes the same flavor, carrying over their disdain for the supposedly dumb player character, is quite uninspired. Tolga and Fatine might as well represent Techland themselves, since they treat Aiden as a one-to-one replacement for Kyle Crane. It was genuinely wild hearing Aiden's voice that first time, wondering if it was Roger Craig Smith again, voicing a different character, but it's not. It's Jonah Scott doing the best impersonation of Roger Craig Smith that you could possibly ask for.
You know, this game used to be more fun. Yeah, a dead pilgrim. Yeah, I know. I was fighting the infected, and then some kind of light appeared. Looked a lot like that, actually.
Maybe this is what set Tolga and Fatine off, but I'd argue it'd be much funnier if they didn't regurgitate the same protagonist is brainless lines, and instead treated Aiden significantly better than they did Crane. They mention Kyle at one point, if you're lucky with the radio, so it's clear his stupidity was memorable to them.
I'm holding it, aren't I? Do I look like that monkey, Kyle?
And this was great to hear, but they go back to insulting Aiden in the exact same way, so it more or less felt like a reference than anything substantial. You see, the joke this time around, if you can even classify it as a twist on the original outing, is that they're actually mean to everyone. They think anyone that isn't them is beneath their intellectual level.
Oh, Tolga, look at him. He won't know what that means. He's a simple soul in need of guidance. Explain it in his own language.
Yes, of course, you're right. Now, Aiden, imagine you are in your happy place. A slightly urine-soaked cardboard box in some filthy alleyway, perhaps. To you, it seems like a mansion. Yes?
You two must get punched a lot.
Does this add to the bit? I don't think it does. It simply extends it. It's indistinguishable from what we heard in the first game.
Do you understand what a battery is?
Tolga, you're overwhelming him. Inside the engine compartment of a bus is a heavy rectangle.
I know what a battery is.
A better reveal would be that they hold a random grudge with Crane specifically. Through their conversations with Aiden, Dying Light 1 players would infer that Kyle was really the exception. They hated that guy and still talk shit about him to this day, almost overeager to work with someone smarter than him in Aiden. I realize subverting expectations can be hit or miss depending on its execution, but the Tolga and Fatine dialogue plays it too safe for my liking.
Aiden! Fatine, he's back. Cancel plan B.
Of course it's me.
Say something only our Aiden would know.
I know you guys are kind of dicks.
Oh, a clumsy attempt at comedy. It's him. Or it could be a symptom of significant brain damage. But in your case, how could we really tell?
Olga, you have to be gentle with him. You know he yearns for your approval. He's much like a puppy. All the literature says that rewarding correct behavior gets better results than punishment.
I suppose you're right. What do you think he would find rewarding? Should we make him a Jew toy?
For better and worse, you can't really say the same for the objectives and gimmick of this quest. You get special goggles and see the entire world in blurry, gooey vision. This is how you seek out the portals, chase the blue light, go into them, and have a miniature objective in a unique setting which ranges from incredibly weird to surprisingly fun. There's one where you're in slow motion and you have to walk across a room. Oh boy. There's one where you're in an upside-down church or something, and have to walk and platform on the ceiling. There's one where it's a black void, and there's a zombie in it to fight. There's the observation tower hallucination sequence one, where you just platform along this Jade dream sequence-ass level. There's one where you're really tiny, or maybe the whole world is really big, I'm not sure. You jump around in an oversized Tolga and Fatine workshop. And lastly, there's one where you're a zombie, see enemies in yellow highlights, like you do in the main game a few times, and kill people, then escape into a portal again. For my money, I'd say the Black Void one was the coolest, especially the second time around. Fighting in the Four Kings arena from Dark Souls 1, except it's Dying Light 2 goons, is freaking awesome. Second place goes to the Upside Down Church. It's a surreal experience, playing the game with its gravity inverted, and it made the climbing challenges memorable due to their novelty. Third place goes to the miniature Aiden in the oversized workshop. I just played Deadhead Fred. I say just. Today is September 25th. I played Deadhead Fred back in freaking February. Anyway, I just played Deadhead Fred, and man, this feels ripped right out of that game. Quite the sight, if nothing else. The other three are kinda shit. I don't really care about them. Having to run however long I had to with these goggles on, only to then slowly walk across a room and get spat back out, or worse, on the second variation of it, die because I chose the wrong portal, is not my idea of a good time. The hit-and-miss potential of these anomalies is what it is, but the way Techland went about making this exploration unique has a major problem. Well, two if you count how much fluff it adds to your runtime. You have to find these portals more than once, and chasing them all down with the Guiji vision isn't very exciting. To then find a less-than-stellar mini-objective within only adds to the tedium. On that note, having this visor not be a toggleable item, so you can switch it on or off easily, is a sin. Nope, when you have it equipped onto your face, it'll always be this visual filter. Unless you talk to someone with it on, I guess. This means you'll be opening the menu to put it on and take it off whenever the situation calls for it. Incredibly clunky, and like I said, tracking down the big blue lines in the sky isn't all that interesting in its own right. Visually, it's at least something different, but the fun factor is staying at a 4 out of 10, a Triple H rating if you ask Bret Hart, just not enough to warrant the rigmarole. After the first stint of these, you're tasked to go into a specific wormhole to retrieve a different version of Tolga and Fatine's plans to make the time machine or something. I actually repressed this part, and watching it back, I understand why. They tell you to go to a cave of some sort, and it's right at the edge of the chemical zone, so be prepared to dick around forever trying to find the entrance. It's actually this fucking trapdoor here. Yeah, the button prompt is there and everything. Then you have to collect blue balls and carry them slowly to a rift or something, all the while zombies filter in and endlessly harass you. Not fun. To give Techland credit, going to the cave where Tolga and Fatine were at the end of their questline in the first game is a nice unobtrusive homage, and Aiden hearing all the versions of himself talk over each other, saying things you might hear if you go one way or the other in the story, does hammer home their intention with the game as a whole, that there are many paths to take, many choices for Aiden, which affects the city and everyone in it.
Waltz, got a problem. There are rifts opening everywhere. The infected are pouring through. And whatever this place is, the plans aren't here. Dad, I'll be there shortly. Mia's coming too. The PKs are finished. The city is yours.
Smart of them to add that into a side quest, especially one that takes so long, as it means the player isn't engaging with the story at the current moment, and this acts as a refresher of sorts to the grander picture. Afterwards, we return to the brothers once more. Spoilers, by the way, since this is actually a sort of interesting story beat. I know I've been pretty flippant with spoilers, but I mean it. I mean, this just came out last year. Turns out, that masked Star-Lord guy was actually a different dimension's Aiden. He comes in, murders Fatine, says this is for the greater good, and leaves. Now, not to start off with the negative, but a minor problem with this supposedly fun reveal of Doppelganger Aiden is that, well, we don't see our character much. If the subtitles didn't say Aiden, and Aiden didn't say out loud, "Is that another version of me?" I would have had no idea who this was until I heard him speak for long stretches of time. I think more first-person games, if you're playing a character who is a character, should find ways to show them now and again. I wrote more about this, but one, I already talked about this earlier, and two, I've now played Dying Like the Beast, and yeah, they actually did it. They actually corrected a lot of stuff, but I can't go back and change this whole script. I'm sorry, but yeah, Dying Like the Beast, it's good. Yeah, hopefully we'll have a video at some point a month after this one comes out. We'll see. With Fatine dead, Aiden is given a thing and has to do more things with portals, I guess. This is where the game stopped me in my tracks, like I mentioned earlier with the button prompt not activating. No, I'm not chasing portals all over again on a second playthrough in hopes that the game decides to function properly. I'll watch the rest on YouTube. It's honestly an interesting end. Apparently this Aiden is trying to keep the other universes safe from the Haran virus. The anomalies, the wormholes, keep opening up randomly, sending a few zombies here and there to non-infected realities, and causing their demise. Supposedly. This Aiden wants to stop that by destroying this version of your universe. It's a bit dramatic, for sure. Who knows how many other planets, other star systems are teeming with life, and Aiden only cares about Earth, but his reasoning in the moment makes enough sense. 1,000 people left on this planet versus the potential to kill billions, trillions in other alternate versions of Earth that weren't infected. You then get to choose. If you agree with him, you punch the portal or something, and then you get end credits? Huh? They really went with the game over idea, I guess. It's actually pretty cool. I guess Aiden's universe is destroyed, all with the Captain Falcon punch of all things. Wild. Refuse the Rocky 3 freeze frame ending, and you fight a lot of clone Aidens, and because our Aiden is infected, he gets to go gremlin mode on their asses. Yes, Aiden, send them into the Aurora Borealis kitchen. I'm improving a lot this recording session. After you murder Star-Lord BoBaidy with a stomp, you stop the machine, teleport back to your universe, and Tolga and Fatine's workshop is completely gone, just a bare room with a goodbye letter on the table. Overall, if viewed as a single side quest chain, this is drastically longer than any other in the game, unless you count the DLC. It's certainly unique, but the jump to sci-fi, with its wormholes and multiple dimension stuff, it's very wacky. It does fit with Tolga and Fatine though, given they're meant to offer a change of pace with their style of dialogue in the first place, but the objectives being pretty lackluster, and the banter between the brothers being more of the same from the first game and the following DLC, I'm not sure it's worth it. If you count the time spent running around with the goggles, the majority of this quest is chasing blue markers on the map. Unintentionally or not, it felt like padding for this content, just milking more of the player's time so they'd view this as a big step up from the other side quests. If you think I'm doing the same for this video, I apologize. I should really stop talking about this and move on to the next big section. The DLC Bloody Ties was released shockingly soon after the game's initial release. February of 2022, Dying Light 2 was launched. Then in November, 10 months later, this substantial DLC expansion was available to purchase for $10. It's free with the current iteration of the game, so nothing to dwell on, I suppose, except people who paid for it, I guess, when it came out. It unlocks once you hit a certain part of the story, and then you'll get some random guy radioing Aiden about wanting his help to infiltrate and shut down a corrupt gladiator arena. First of all, it's incredibly annoying to boot up the game and have the first DLC quest shoved in your face each and every time. First blood, first blood, first blood, first blood, first blood. I held off on the DLC content until my second playthrough on hard mode, and I saw this text my entire first go-around each new session, and the same goes for my third and fourth playthroughs. Stop it, Techland, cool your jumbo jets! Secondly, and most importantly, let's cut to the chase. In this DLC, you'll travel via vehicle fast travel to a new location, Carnage Hall, an arena where people in Villador come to witness bouts between champions and infected, to see acrobatic feats, and to watch roided-up humans beat the piss out of each other, even going as far as slaughtering their opponents. To make this supposedly slot in, they slap these god-awful posters all over in the bases of the main game, have the NPCs talk about Carnage Hall randomly when you walk by at times.
The first tournament in 3 years. They'll attract the toughest fighters in the city. The first tournament in 3 years. They'll attract the toughest fighters in the city.
Fighting for 5 years now, and still no invitation to Carnage Hall.
And they handwave this goofy and gaudy gladiator arena existing as a whole by saying, repeatedly, that it has Matt Jack and the PK's approval.
People come here to fight or gamble, or both, but it's all voluntary. Jack Matt himself keeps an eye on this place.
Oh, okay. This is legit, guys. Jack Matt is a character from the main game. He's connected a little bit. No worries. Put simply, no matter how good the side quests are, how interesting the story is, or how fun the gameplay found within Volatiles can be at times, the premise itself is laughable. This is the last city in the world. People are doing everything they can to survive. Some are predicting they'll run out of food, water, and money to pay for both of those things within a week's time. If they find a dog, their first thought is to fucking kill and eat it, since they're so low on food. Every indoor area looks like shit, basically. People wear raggedy winter clothes and look like goofy hipsters. Yet, we're meant to believe that this place exists, and people can access it even though it's not in the town, surrounded by walls and deadly chemicals? This would have made a lot more sense if it was in the town already, it didn't look this pristine, or if the other parts of the city didn't look like shit, I guess. People weren't as desperate for survival as they're clearly shown to be, seemingly on the brink of life and death at all times. And if the city itself wasn't clearly still overrun with infected, why would people risk venturing to this arena when lions and tigers are out looking for people to kill, and people don't even have any guns or shields or hardly any bows, apparently? This is the sort of thing you see in already safe encampments in zombie media, and certainly not to this scale. I realize tournament arcs are common in RPGs, and Dying Light 2 is very much trying to be one, but this decimates any and all suspension of disbelief someone might still have for this game world. All that said, and really I do mean it, it's outright stupid as hell, I do like the DLC in isolation. The visuals of the arena are eye-catching, the story doesn't have Lawan or Waltz, so that's a huge plus already, the characters are interesting, there's a few big winners in the side quest department, and many of the main missions focus on parkour trials, wacky gimmick fights, and so on. Some of the arena competitions miss the mark or are pretty uneventful, but others have a lot going for them. As much as I rolled my eyes initially, the Last Flight of Kyle Crane themed challenge, where you go through a day in the life of the Huron legend, was fan-servicey as all hell, but the gameplay was varied and worthwhile. Even the opening fight, the first in Carnage Hall, is a treat. This is actually what won me over. Before this, I was very down on the DLC, but being able to dropkick enemies into spike traps to my heart's content? Yes, please. I think there should have been a lot more of this, opposed to the other challenges and fights, but whatever. Before I really get into the thick of things, though, we can't talk about this DLC without mentioning how absurd Techland are once more. If you played this back when it first came out, you actually got more context as to why Aiden teams up with Chiro. You approach the tryout place, fuck up the password with cringy video game reference dialogue options, Portal, Bioshock, Leisure Suit Larry. Funny stuff. To be fair, I didn't like it when Cyberpunk did it either. I don't like these references in other games, I'm sorry. Afterwards, this little punk comes up to you, steals your money, you chase him down, and you fight off infected together. You chat it up, he says you'd make a great team, and he gives you the password. You go back, you say the correct password, then you're in. Chiro meets you in there, and yeah, it feels like a natural extension of what just happened. Well, it seems that people complained about not getting to the DLC location fast enough, that the intro was too lengthy or something, so they removed all of that. Now, you walk up to the building, for the first time, mind you, you waltz in, and Chiro acts buddy-buddy with you out of nowhere. Personally, I think the entire Villador section of the DLC should have been cut, if anything. That little 5-minute chase and the Chiro introduction is nothing compared to the absolutely boring as fuck tryouts you'll have to do in the random apartments in Villador. When I saw these, I legitimately had second thoughts of continuing on. I was seriously thinking I'd have to write in this script, "Sorry guys, I got to this part and I just couldn't do it. I hated it so much." But no, thankfully, I pushed on, because it gets better. The worst content in the game are the zombie killing combat challenges you find around town, so to see 3 more pop up as mandatory to continue with the real DLC content? It was a huge blow to my enthusiasm, to say the least. Either way you slice it, with the proper introduction or not, Chiro was meant to be a character we could connect with, to pull us into this storyline with something more personal at stake, our new friend's life and his desire for revenge. He says his dad was an ex-champion, the current one being Skullface, and Chiro thinks his dad, Ogar, stood there and watched them kill Chiro's brother. Even Skullface wouldn't have allowed that to happen, Chiro says. Well, spoiler alert, I'm being serious here. Skullface is his brother. Ogar is a gambling addict and supposedly bet his son's life on a fight, and he chose to keep Chiro, and they took Abel, who eventually becomes Skullface. Even more, Skullface, the antagonist for the DLC, is the guy who radio called Aiden in the first place to shut this arena down. He has some double personality at this point, his conscience barely holding on. I spoiled a lot of the reveals just now, but the point is, a lot of this sounds compelling on paper, and execution-wise it's not bad, but it's all built on the premise of us going into the arena for Chiro, and what's here simply doesn't feel like enough to cause Aiden to risk his life. They try to get you guys to bond a bit, having optional drinking hangouts between the tryouts and Villador, but before you know it, you have to beat him in the final trial so he can't enter Carnage Hall, since his dad is trying to protect him. He goes missing somehow, and then we forsake whatever we were currently doing in the main story to go rescue the guy. It just feels like Techland was putting the onus on the player to do the heavy lifting and ignoring how silly this all is. The following was perfect, since the main ending to that game left Kyle Crane in Haran, and the DLC was after the events of the game. As far as I'm concerned, that's the ideal. Absolutely nothing wrong with it, besides the continued absence of Brecken, perhaps. Here, the Gladiator Arena existing in and of itself is ludicrous, and because this content is available the moment the prologue is all wrapped up, finding a time within the events of the story where Aiden might feel comfortable helping Chiro to this extent is downright impossible. No, you have to accept that this is a video game, that this is a side quest, and Aiden does side quests, so don't think about it. Sure, I'm glad they didn't involve Waltz in this at the very least, so maybe we should take the win while we can and move on. After you complete your first Carnage Hall bout, you're asked to pick your gladiator name. Since we're here to shut down this place, since it's corrupt and killing people, I told her to eat shit. Sadly, you can't be called Eat Shit during the DLC. I really wanted that to happen. So instead, she assigns you the name Night Runner. How very boring, thanks. What caught me off guard, once I finally got into Carnage Hall anyway, was the gameplay loop. The gameplay loop Bloody Ties seems to want you to think it has isn't the gameplay loop that Bloody Ties actually has. You have a room you return to after each competition, and you're meant to sign up for new challenges and bouts by talking with Severus. The goal is to rise the ranks to eventually be worthy of taking on Skullface. Well, out of the 16 challenges, I only had to do 8 of them, none on the highest tier are even required, wild enough, and somehow there were only 2 times I did gladiator trials back to back. You'll be constantly interrupted by Ogar, Astrid, and Severus, asking you to do this and that, and before you know it, you're in the final round, the majority of the content being normal side quest stuff and exploring Villador again. And don't get me started on the doofus fanboy who fawns all over Aiden after competitions. I really wanted an opportunity to kill this guy at some point, but telling him to fuck off was enough, I suppose, and he does have critical information about the lore of the corrupt arena, so fair enough. At 2 points in the DLC main quest, you'll have to sneak into an area. In one of them, you venture into the dungeon to find Chiro at Ogar's request, and the other, you slip into Skullface's private room to uncover his secrets at the request of Astrid. Neither of these were worth their inclusion. However, it is impressive that they managed to make sneaking missions in a game with stealth mechanics feel so out of place. This is the Miles Morales Mary Jane stealth section of Dying Light 2. If you're caught, you instantly fail and start over. I think I was more open to these missions in the main game, since they were a part of an entirely different third act with Juan. Without that specialness, the monotony of these is harder to ignore. I'm all for changing up the pacing and wanting variety, so I can't hate too much, but I have to admit that these simply didn't work for me. Not enough non-violent mechanics to take advantage of. There's a surprising amount of storylines happening all at once during Bloody Ties, and while I think some of it could have been handled better, it's not all that bad. Severus simply acts as the mouthpiece to Astrid and the arena. He doesn't have much, but Astrid, Chiro, Skullface, and Ogar all have their own motivations and secrets, which results in a decent storyline unfolding. Aiden's main goal is to save Chiro, and works with Ogar to accomplish it. Aiden's other goal is to have this place shut down, since the radio stranger said it's corrupt and, you know, people are coming here and dying, some even being used to turn into more infected for Skullface to crush. What a dystopian nightmare, holy fuck. When speaking with Astrid, she views Aiden favorably since the crowd likes him. That's why she rescued him from Skullface. She's a typical girl boss character, which induces an eye roll from me, but thankfully she stays on track with the plot after her lame backstory introduction. It's clear she views Carnage Hall as her proudest achievement and doesn't want it to be closed down by Jack Matt, which we see through letters that he's almost ready to do. Aiden and Astrid should be at odds with that in mind, but she actually needs his help. She's as afraid of Skullface as the others are, and since he's the one who's going apeshit, not getting enough of a rush out of normal competition, leaning into gruesome murder for his kicks, she wants to crown a new champion to keep the doors open, and Aiden might just be that guy. That said, she's still at fault for all of this. This fucked up gladiator arena and everything that happens within these walls is all on her, as is the choice that Ogar was forced to make regarding his sons. Fucking hell. Skullface is hiding his own share of atrocities, even more than what we see in Carnage Hall. Breaking into his private room reveals a map of Villador, with dark zones marked off, and you go investigate one. Astrid and Aiden wanted to figure out the secret as to why Skullface isn't bothered by the zombies. The infected seem to ignore him. Well, we get our answer. He's been dragging competitors who get too high in the rankings all the way here, locking them in cages, having them turn into virals before his eyes, so he can harvest their guts for camouflage. Astrid even says they tried this in Haran. You then get this blueprint forever. You can make zombie camouflage whenever you'd like, and I ended up using it on my second playthrough in the Volatile tunnel. Remember how the firecrackers didn't work basically at all here? Well, fuck off, I'll use camouflage instead. Excellent. Chiro is the reason we're here initially, but he eventually gets pushed to the side for more interesting story developments. We can't find him, he's in the dungeon. No, he's not, he's fighting. We save him from Skullface, and then it turns out he's ungrateful for our help?
That's why I did it. God, you spoiled shit.
No, that's why my father got you to make me lose. Fuck you both.
He doesn't want to be saved, he wants to ascend and become champion. Astrid even gave him a new name, thematically appropriate, but also way too on the nose. He now goes by Cain. Not Cain, the extremely lame mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, but Cain from the Bible, who's jealous of his brother Abel and wants to murder him to please God. Yeah, thematic, sure, but fuck it. Hell yeah, Techland, nice work on the allegory. We then don't see Chiro for a long time, until out of nowhere we get thrown into a knockout round? And it's a masked challenger. Well, turns out it's Chiro, who's obsessed with the idea of winning and becoming champion. We can't talk him out of it, so we either let him win, or defeat him. And, well, I tried to let him win, but dying just reverts you back to the fight, and running around didn't work either, so I killed him. I know there is a real choice here, but Techland kinda flubbed it since it really doesn't seem clear what you're meant to do to choose one of the two options. So he's dead, and Ogar is unhappy, obviously. They do this really weird thing here, though, where he yells at Aiden, but they lowered his volume in the editor after the fact, since it ends up sounding quieter than his normal speaking voice.
Kill Skullface. I'll take care of Astrid.
Fucking sorry? He was my son! Get it? My son!
I do this sort of thing a lot while I edit, raise certain things and lower certain things, so it's really easy to see what happened here. Ogar is arguably the most important character in the DLC. His former glory as a champion and his decisions years ago infests every inch of Bloody Ties. It's why everything is happening in the first place, really. Talks about his past, how fucked up he is, how washed he's become, the horrible shit he's done. Gets brought up vaguely now and then, but the family dynamic involved is truly batshit insane. He was, supposedly, only going to do one more bet, and then he'd escape with his two sons, Abel and Chiro. Astrid wanted him to throw the fight, though, to crown a new champion, Skullface. He refused, won anyway, but she hunted them down and made him choose which son she'd kidnap and turn into a gladiator as payment for his betrayal. This is where it gets a little muddy, since we learn about this at first from someone else, who says that Ogar gambled away his kid. Aiden then accuses Ogar of gambling away his kid, and Ogar doesn't fight back on the notion, but when he explains it, it doesn't really sound like he put his kid up as part of the bet. It sounds like he made the bet normally, went against Astrid's wishes, and she vindictively and ruthlessly made him choose which child he was prepared to lose. It's easy to assign blame to Ogar, since everyone calls him a gambling addict, but are they simply buying into the propaganda from Astrid, given that they work at Carnage Hall? Maybe this is also a good allegory to the main story with Matt, Jack, and the PK. Actually, if it is, Techland, this is pretty good. This is pretty clever. Especially because he's the one who wants to shut down this place. Either way, I don't know, the language used doesn't convince me that Ogar is the one in the wrong here. Gambling aside, Astrid wanted the fight fixed, a fake outcome like boxing, whereas Ogar wanted the fight to be real, like pro wrestling. I'm on Ogar's side with this one, especially given that he assumes his son is dead. He thinks Skullface killed him, but no, Abel eventually assumed the role of Skullface. The reveal at the end of the DLC isn't all that dramatic, but it was nice to see Skullface, Abel, throw his blade into Astrid's chest to shut her the fuck up once and for all. Plus, in this ending fight, if you saved the prisoners in the dungeon, such as the guy who asked you the password at the very start, yeah, that's him, Roy's our boy, they show up to help against the hulking behemoths before Skullface. A nice cause and effect. After the fight, you can choose to become the next Skullface, or reject the mask, thus rejecting Carnage Hall altogether. You get Skullface's elemental shield thing, which can shoot out fire, electricity, and whatnot, which is a nice reward for finishing the DLC. Finally, you get a tape from Skullface explaining that he was the one who reached out to you. It's hard to forget all the horrible things Skullface has done, stomping out the competition early at the tryouts, dragging high-ranking fighters in his dark zones to make camouflage for him, kill and destroy with reckless abandon, but it does sound like he had some sort of split personality thing going on, where his true self was being pushed down further and further, the aura of Skullface controlling almost every action, and winning wasn't enough for him, he had to go further and further. He contaminated the fighters with anabolics, and says he was going to eventually contaminate every citizen in Villador. He's a psychopath, absolutely, and I wanted to dislike the twist at the end, but I don't mind it. Saving everyone from himself, even though reaching out to a pilgrim in and of itself doesn't seem like... Whatever. I don't want to go down the road with logic too much, since the whole premise of the tryouts and opening Bloodbath in Carnage Hall makes no sense to begin with. If you're wanting more fighters, why kill 99% of them in the opening matches, especially in an empty swimming pool with no paying customers? Wild. The side quests found within this DLC are really strange. I do think, on the whole, they're a lot more conceptually solid than the base games, but asking the player to go back to Villador to fetch something there, like, seriously? You have to sprint all the way out of the arena, back to the car, take the fast travel prompt from the car, then fast travel from Villador to the nearest metro station, do the quest objective, fast travel to the nearest metro closest to the car, fast travel through the car again, and sprint back to the arena, or heavens forbid, Ogar in his subway hideout behind the arena. People complained about running through these gardens over and over, and yeah, maybe that's the feedback Techland should have listened to, not chopping off the introduction to Chiro at the start of it. Like usual, I don't want to talk about every quest, and I don't even have a series of points to go through, like a competent video essayist or something, so we'll just frame this one as such. Here's some good, some mediocre, and some bad. As much as I don't love having to travel back to Villador, both of the good quests I'll discuss fall into that camp. At some point, Severus will ask Aiden another favor, one that I declined initially, but took a chance and went with it. I'm glad I did. His champion posters were stolen, and you have to find out who did it. This leads you to the artist who painted them, who's drunk, and spills the beans. He never would have agreed to create the portraits if he'd known half of them would wind up dead, so he decided to steal them back and return them to the dead champions' families. He gives you a map, and you have to go track them all down to get this artist out of hot water. He has the spots circled, meaning you have to cross-reference the sheet he gave you with the map in your pause screen. I had to piece together the positioning of roads, buildings, the landscape as a whole to figure out where this treasure chart fit in with my overworld map. This is the type of landmarking exploration I love to see. More of this in the main game would have been welcome, something tactile, real, a physical hand-drawn signposting of where to go. I don't want to do this again, but man, Dying Like the Beast. Dying Like the Beast, man, I'm telling you, they have that exact thing in it, and it's amazing. When you get close enough, you will get an objective marker popping up, which is a little too lenient for my liking, but even still, this feels great, and the rewards are creative and worthwhile. The portraits themselves look visually splendid, and they even have details about the fighter, their attributes, loves and dislikes, their signature move, and more. Even better, after you collect them all for the artist, he makes one for Aiden. Speed is maxed out, he hates slipping, and his signature move, dropkick. Hell yeah. The Only Hope quest is great for two reasons. First off, you get to fight a blind man in the dark. I wish there was more context than that, but that's genuinely about it. You go back to Villador to get Ogar's old armor. This retired fighter has it these days, it seems. He tells you it's downstairs, here's the key. Oh, he can't show me since he can barely get down the stairs due to his eyes these days. Well, you do the Batman vision, investigate a thing, you get ambushed, your flashlight drops on the floor, and your playing field is now even. A blind man versus Aiden in the dark. It's really silly that this is the only time Aiden's flashlight comes out or isn't workable in some way, so it comes across as contrived and random at the same time. I'm not sure how they could have worked a natural way for him to remove the flashlight without causing suspicion, but I suppose an act of God is good enough of a reason, right? The gimmick is interesting enough to look past that silliness. Afterwards, he thinks you're someone named Abel and starts talking about Ogar's gambling history. This is where we learn about Ogar giving up his son to pay off his debts. You return to Ogar and he tells the whole story from his side. I won't get into all of it, but this is phenomenal. This is what side quests should be about, diving into side characters and uncovering more information, learning about them, making the entire experience richer for the added depth it provided us. I'd almost argue this should have been simply a main questline in the DLC, since it's really vital to understanding how fucked up this all is, and missing out would be unfortunate, but it really is what the word side implies. This isn't necessary for Aiden to reach his goal here, thus, yeah, this is the perfect side quest. Chef's kiss. Golden. Why did I write that? When the fuck do I say that? Now onto the mediocre side. The fanboy who annoys the piss out of me eventually has something useful to say. He claims people are taking inhibitors to buff their strength and agility, and he overheard a fighter named Kane is back at Villador finding and huffing them right now. It's nice that this explores the idea that some of these fighters are pumping themselves up with the same shit Aiden's been drowning himself in already, making them strong and unstable, and hints that Shiro might be on a dangerous path of revenge. But it's a bunch of nothing. You go back to Villador, chase footprints, find empty chests, and go back to the arena. The information it contained was worth it, I suppose, but it feels like a time waster. One of the first side quests you come across in Bloody Ties is Good Fight. Someone named Ruth asks you to meet her in the back for an exhibition, and it turns out she wants more women to compete in the arena, and her plan is for Aiden to lose against Ingrid, the only woman she's gotten so far to sign up, to make women look better. At first I was rolling my eyes at the premise of this, since it's like, oh, sorry, you want equality so bad so that women can die horribly the same as men are? What are we doing here? But no, it actually has a funny conclusion. Ingrid can't speak English, so you're meant to go over when you're ready to fight. You do so, take her down, and Ruth gets all upset. Aiden tries to explain the situation to Ingrid, but she doesn't understand. See, Techland can be funny. They definitely have it within themselves to play with the game's systems and writing to offer up some humor.
Alright, listen, yeah? Ruth is hiding something from you. Carnage Hall is not good.
Yes, Carnage Hall. Not good. With women better.
That didn't work.
You can just keep trying to explain over and over and over, Aiden flapping his gums for seemingly no benefit.
Women will die. Ruth?
Yes, Ruth. Ruth, good.
No. Night fights. Yeah, very dangerous. Ruth. Yeah? Ruth will get people killed.
Ruth, great leader.
I'm just not getting through.
This alone was worth the quest, but it turns out Ingrid can speak English. She was just pretending so as to keep up the ruse. She's trying to shoo away any would-be new competitors, since the Gladiator games are awful and should be avoided. Nice, this is a lot better than the lame feminism angle.
Do you see any other fighters except for me? There's a reason for that. I'm warning them.
Now, there are some dumb things with this quest that drag it down, though. It's only a single fight, one that's not all that interesting, and they still give you medals to chase for like everything else in this DLC. It's so out of place for side stuff like this. It also has the problem other quests have in Bloody Ties, where you'll have to travel all the way from the interior of Carnage Hall, through the gardens, all the way to the back of the courtyard to get to this 2 minutes worth of content. Not the most enthralling stuff going to and from the quest, so yeah, Good Fight has its ups, but it also has its downs. You could say the same thing about the parkour challenges they added to the DLC. Like, sure, I'll do them, and they aren't terrible by any means, but it feels a bit obligatory at this point, almost like they had to meet a quota or something. They even included the stupid encounters like Save Survivor. What are you idiots doing out here? Speaking of meeting quotas, the first of the bad quests is, well, it's a small part of the main mission, fame or infamy, but it fits. Dying Light 2 is all about choices, right? Well, why not chase down the thief who stole the money from Carnage Hall, realize it's a kid, and either let him keep the money or take it back? I did think hard on whether I wanted to let him off the hook or not, as Severus said he might know something about where Chiro is if you help him out. Ultimately though, this choice means nothing. The kid lies to Aiden about where he hid the money if you don't play nice, so who cares? Gameplay-wise, there's nothing here, just following bullshit investigation red footprints around in the gardens. Plus, it's the first time Severus stops you from doing what you actually want to do, compete in the games. Sure, I'm your errand boy now, awesome. Out of the side quests I tried, there's only one I could label as bad, 3 to Tango. Randomly, Severus just tells you about a fight you can join outside of Carnage Hall. Alright, I guess. These carnies say they only fight in duos, 2-on-2, so I need a partner. They get some other doofus to be Aiden's partner, they say you get assigned a weapon based on when you say stop on some chance thing. Oh, they got decent weapons, and I got a table leg and a shot of vodka. Not only is that bullshit, your teammate isn't your teammate. All 3 of them gang up on you. I was on hard mode at this point, and didn't know about the parkour combat to the extent that I do now, so maybe I could do it now if I tried again, but back then? Nope. The worst part about this is that when you fail, you can't confront them on their bullshit. They couldn't, at the very least, record a line that has Aiden say, "What the fuck was that?" and have them say, "Sorry, friendo, them's the rules. You can try again if you'd like," or something. Nah, nothing of the sort, just mannequins, basically. Also, you get timed and can earn medals based on how fast you win the fight, I guess? Stupid, why even bother? So, in conclusion, Bloody Ties DLC, pretty good. I can see improvements already, this being Techland's next big creation, so maybe Dying Light 2 really was a fluke outing, or at the very least, they're learning from it. I wouldn't recommend it over playing Dying Light the Beast or anything, but I think, while it clearly had lower ambitions as a work of art, it also had far fewer stumbles than the base game of Dying Light 2. Alright, that's the quests and DLC all done with. We're in the home stretch. We just have one more pit stop before the story. Tower Raid is something Techland added in a few years after launch, and it's free. Sure, why not? It's not a side quest or anything, it's a separate roguelite mode where you and 3 other players can choose a class, choose either a quick, normal, or elite raid, and, well, fight zombies for a very, very long time. The class system is interesting. They have specific starting weapons and blueprints they're able to craft, and even some modifiers like better ranged or parkour damage. The starting weapons are infinitely durable, but any you find during the game mode, while stronger, break after a while, so it's a nice balance. The crafting and ingredients are tailored to fit this mode specifically, but I have no idea why they'd let you craft so many fucking lockpicks. You don't need, like, any. After enough deaths you'll fail, and revives don't count against you. When you succeed through all the floors, you have a revenant fight up top, where banshees and volatiles and such spawn, making it much harder. If you're on the elite variation, it's hard mode or higher, 13 floors instead of 9 for regular, 5 for quick, and halfway through you'll get another revenant fight. Tower Raid also features an out-of-game progression with your profile, leveling up some passive skills and such, which is fine. Nothing here too crazy, mostly some percentage increases. First of all, I want to say that this mode is better than Hell Raid. Ever since Luigi's Mansion 3, with its multiplayer mode having a similar rogue style, I basically made the conclusion that roguelite modes for games that are already decent, mechanically or otherwise, would work well, and here's another example. I don't love the genre in isolation, but I think the structure can fit in depending on the game, Earth Defense Force and Dead Rising being others I'd like to see it attempted with. That said, once you play 3 or 4 matches of Tower Raid, you realize that there's not much here. A roguelite earns its replayability with variety, out-of-game progression, or other elements to pick up the slack, sometimes all 3. Hades is one of the only combat-focused roguelite games I like, but if it was as stale as Tower Raid, I probably would have hated it. Sure, you have 4 classes, but they're all either melee or ranged, a crossbow being the most unique weapon, and they all find guns after a while, so who cares? As much as I love the idea of only being allowed to use select tools for each character, once you do a run with one of them, you've seen everything. The layout and scenario design works perfectly fine the first go, but you then realize that, no, that's really all there is. You'll have your charger fight, your goon fight, maybe with a volatile or 2, maybe you'll have the alarms you'll need to turn off that feature volatiles, and yeah, I can't think of many more. They throw in floor-specific modifiers as a band-aid fix for the lack of variety, but it doesn't amount to much, it all blurs together. After doing a quick run, then starting up an elite raid, which again is on hard mode, making it take at least twice as long due to the increased enemy health, my teammate and I simply stopped playing around floor 9 or so since we were getting pretty bored. The floor that was near pitch black was great, finally something a little different, but it's really saying something that this roguelite mode can't even stay engaging past 3 hours. You could argue it's a good thing I didn't see the volatile nest-looking thing in the entire play session, but it would have been welcome to provide a change of pace. It's tough, since what I would want from this mode, clearly, is not what the rest of the Dying Light 2 players would. I like the distinct class idea, and I don't mind it being separated into its own mode, but it just gets too stale after a while. In my head, it began to morph into a slightly better version of Hell Raid. Think about it, what was the biggest criticism of Hell Raid? No parkour, when that's the biggest selling point of Dying Light, and sure enough, this is all combat too. I'm thankful it's all zombies, but that too had a knock-on effect, as I wasn't able to get the most out of the parkour combat I had grown to like. There's some more weird or otherwise grating decisions in Tower Raid, so here we go. You can't pick up weapons other players have dropped, so you can't swap guns or what have you, which would be fine in isolation, but for some reason the game allows ammo for guns you don't have to spawn in as loot. Oh look, ammo for pistol,
What's the pistol?
And SMG. That's, weird combination, but what can you do, right?
Oh cool, I got a second pistol. And more SMG ammo.
I actually got a pistol, so that'll help with my ammo problem. Everyone's loot from chests seems to be different. One player might find a melee weapon, and one might find honey and a booster. However, it makes zero sense to spawn in a pistol and SMG ammo, an SMG and pistol ammo, hell, shotgun ammo with either of the previous 2.
Oh cool, it gave me an assault rifle and shotgun shells. I might as well just toss them at the fucking zombies.
It happens all the time. What on earth? The Tower Raid progression, i.e. your skill tree upgrades, are unfortunately tied to your save file, and you can't switch it when you're in the Tower Raid hub. This really won't impact many people, I'd imagine, but if you have two different save files, like I did, it'll boot up the last one you played, which in my case forced me to back out, load my other save file in campaign mode, return to menu, and click on Tower Raid again. I assume this is to tie the currency and rewards to one save file, since your Aiden can get weapons and shit for the main campaign for doing this separate roguelite mode, but it's quite the time waste. Sometimes the music doesn't play when it's supposed to. In fact, it almost never played when I was trying the game mode out, only my last run on Elite as the tank did I hear it. There's also the very out of place and awkward wooden barricades blocking your path, which you'll need to break down, but it doesn't look like your swings are doing anything until it finally breaks. Truly, for me, the biggest criticism of this game mode is the fact that it exists. Listen, I completely understand branching out and following your passions, creating things you think will be good, but Techland is so community-focused, and it's pretty clear that nobody wants this, even me. I would have liked that time spent working with Dying Light the Beast some more, or even fixing some of the comical little problems that still exist in Dying Light 2. Fucking put a better reward in that damn deserter quest safe, please. It's uncharitable to view this as a zero-sum game, to bitch about what the team decided to prioritize, what they decided to work on over what I would have wanted, but it's sadly something I could never really get out of my head. Here's another extra out-of-game thing to do. Great. Add it to the pile. The hardcore users needed more to do, I guess. I think if this was a spin-off game on its own, maybe something like Elden Ring Night Rain, it could be genuinely decent, but as it is now, not horrible by any means. I had fun with it for 5 or so hours, but I don't feel the need to play it again. The story of Dying Light 2 is fascinating, as it has foundational hiccups that irrevocably harm the overall narrative, pacing issues all over the place, barely any characters that aren't awful or annoying in their own way, and the structure with how it relates to the faction system, and the notably urgent either-or decisions made along the way, seems at odds with itself at best, and confused, clunky, and disappointing at worst. While Dying Light 1's opening left a lot of potential on the table, and overall disguised how basic a narrative the game has with its throwaway lines and expository dumps when jumping out of a plane, Dying Light 2 has something similar happening, and it reminds me of Star Wars The Force Awakens, or really any TV show or movie series that started interesting, but ultimately didn't deliver. In short, it's actually really easy to make the beginning of a narrative compelling, since in the back of the person's mind who's experiencing it, the player, the viewer, the reader, there's this sense of wonder at play. This could lead anywhere. Sure, you have to rope them in a little bit, but the well has been poisoned by the person engaging with it in good faith. A player doesn't normally go into a video game wanting to dislike it. Hell, remember my Dead Rising 4 video? I wanted to like the game, and I thought the intro was, if you can believe it, interesting. Cool, they're doing something with Frank's PTSD. Okay, let's see where this goes. The problem is, the creators eventually have to draw the rest of the fucking owl, and that's the hard part. Far Cry 3 and 4 had phenomenal introductions, but after you set foot into the open world, the narrative drives off a cliff. While those are mostly due to gameplay being prioritized over story beats playing out, it's certainly not the only reason this sort of thing happens, and it seems to happen more than it should. I haven't rewatched The Force Awakens since Rise of Skywalker came out, since why would I? The whole trilogy is pointless now. The idea of, oh, this could go anywhere, is eventually replaced with, oh, so that's what they went with, huh? How I Met Your Mother and Game of Thrones have suffered similar fates. You could argue this is more about ending strong, to maintain the person's belief that the work of art is good, since they now see the full picture and can thus judge fairly seeing how the arc's concluded, but I'd argue it's the same picture, even if corporate wants me to find the difference. It's simple to present a series of questions at the start of a narrative to get viewers curious, since the answers don't matter yet. Once you get the answers, that's what determines if the beginning stays good or not. And in the case for The Force Awakens, in the case for Dying Light 2, the answers make the beginnings pointless. Every Mia flashback is now laughably stupid, a boring time waste at best, which is ironic given that this is a game that was made with replayability in mind. What good is an engaging introduction if the middle and end of the media in question fails to deliver? Dying Light 1's middle and ending failed to deliver, even if the intro wasn't all that great in the first place, but Dying Light 2 is different, even if it's a similar issue. Dying Light 2's middle and ending failed to deliver, even harder than Dying Light 1 if you can believe it, and while the introduction and prologue with Hakan is the best part of the game, if anything, that ended up hurting everything that came after, since what followed couldn't honor its potential. It's the only point in the story where the same elements, Waltz, Mia, Aiden, are good and help pull us in as opposed to push us away. Aiden uses Spike to find Waltz, which leads him to an informant from Villador, who gives Aiden a GRE key, says to take it to Lawan at the fisheye, and if Waltz gets his hands on it, the city will blow up or something, I don't know. Before this, we had a flashback showing Aiden with Mia, his sister, talking about having to stick together, being experimented on, and eventually being pulled apart. Then we cut to the building being on fire, and Aiden escapes. That's all we have to go on, but it's actually quite a lot. In Dying Light 1, we only had our job with the GRE as an objective, to get the file and extract. Things got a lot hairier, of course, but there wasn't a whole lot there in terms of pushing the player to care about the narrative early on. Even if you did, that part of you likely died when Crane burned the antizin in a barrel. Here we have a two-pronged approach right from the start, a personal stake with Aiden trying to find his sister Mia, and a world-ending stipulation, don't let Waltz doom the city, we have what he wants, don't fuck it up. I mean, at least for me, Waltz was such a stupid name that it was hard to take him seriously from the get-go, but here's where the two-pronged approach works. The story of Aiden finding his sister was enough for me. That's been his mission, his whole purpose, so of course, that's what I'm going to prioritize above all else. It's interesting that the two motivations for the two player characters have swapped. Kyle came in with a grander duty first and foremost, then took on the more personal objective after he was there a while, and here we start with the personal one, then the grander stakes one shortly after. Aiden has basically been thrusted into a position of power and vulnerability without his approval, which is compelling. It makes sense that this game puts the player in the driver's seat for so many big decisions, right? However, there's a catastrophic problem already, and it's something you heard me say a minute ago. Dylan, the guy who gave Aiden the GRE key, says to take it to Lawan at the fisheye. This narrative thread about Waltz, the key, where Mia is, gets paused for 10 to 15 hours of game time, so we can play footsie faction war bullshit with Sophie and Aider. They drop you into this Haran-sized map with a shitload of side quests, challenges, GRE dungeon facilities, and on and on and on, which will only lengthen your stay in what amounts to be a couple weeks long intermission on the events we were hooked with. You can't even say Techland didn't expect players to linger in Old Villador, since quite a few side quests become deactivated, go away completely once you make the transition to the central loop. You can always go back, but that content is gone. I'm not against that idea by any means, but the point is, this section of the game is a fucking slog, Techland obviously wanting and encouraging a player to stick around for a huge chunk of playtime, and it's all the worse since none of it matters. Seriously, beyond coming back and seeing Sophie bruised slightly before lying down for a quick nap, or having Barney verbally bathe you in honey, nothing in Old Villador relates to anything else. Well, except if you choose to stay with Hakan or not after he gets shot, but that's already near the butt end of your stay, right before you go meet Waltz for the first time, and it mostly changes the very, very silly fight with him later on, where you can choose not to kill him only if you helped him before. Sure, that's substantial and worthwhile, but everything else? Sophie's choice, Herman's fake death, working for Aider or not? Nothing. Again, that Aider side quest that happens in Central Loop is really cool, but no matter what, you'll have the opportunity. See, while the game does diverge and allow for some choices, it always ropes you back in. A lot of games do this, since it's almost impossible to allow for dozens of branching decisions in a game that's not a visual novel or something simple like that. This is to be expected on some level, but I think it speaks to why so many players felt their decisions didn't matter much. Yes, it's great you can either plant the bomb and see Alberto's character highlighted in a really fun way.
You have to go back!
And
plant it on... place it on... Put it on the...
Plant it where? On the generator?
No! Not there!
Where? Damn it, toss it in the fucking river?
Such language! Why so nervous?
which leads you to destroying the big windmill and dismantling the peacekeepers. Or the opposite, you let the survivors fend for themselves, which results in the PK dismantling them, while you explore a dark tunnel with Hakon, trying to get to the central loop this way. The latter mission feels extremely pointless, and I may talk about it more in depth, but hey, it is drastically different from what you would have done in the Survivors run. Same goes for Central Loop. You can either stay true to Matt Jackelson, chasing down UV lights, which sees you rescue some soldiers and climb some buildings, or if you agree to Juan's betrayal, you get sent to a cathedral with fun platforming, decent parkour, and a mix of puzzle and zombie combat. You also see Kurt, who's a goofy little guy.
Surprise!
The divergents are impressive. It does truly feel like they tried hard with this replayability idea, but without fail, you're brought back to the main converging line. Whether you worked with Aider or not, you're in the tunnel with him, he finds Waltz, Waltz escapes. No matter what you did in Old Villador, you escape Waltz, fend off renegades at the fisheye, and start working with Matt Jack of the Peacekeepers. Basically, the only act that has more going on is Act 3. Working with Frank, working with Matt, and working with Juan all provide their own distinct missions, dialogues, scenes, critical background on some characters, and explanations for how we get into the Butcher's compound, and modifies what happens with Colonel Williams himself, where he even ends up in his final scene. Funny enough, even these three major paths, which feature alterations inside them, aren't presented as equal decisions, pick one of three. No, you pick one of two twice, Matt Jack or Juan, and whoever wins that matchup advances to the next choice at the radio tower. Frank gets a bye in the first round, I guess. To an extent, this is impressive. On my fourth and final playthrough, seeing the stealth missions with Juan genuinely floored me. I couldn't believe another layer was right here for the taking. But if this is what Techland were hoping to hang their hat on, they might as well have cut out Act 1 entirely. This takes way too long to get to, and players might not even realize this is one of a few different missions and paths to take in the first place, let alone if the faction decisions have played any sort of role in it. The amount of minor variations near the end of the game, though, is worth praising, to the extent that I'm almost willing to point to Dying Light 2 and say, I want more of this in modern video games. Driving to X13, you'll always crash, sure, but you could have renegades to fight alongside the remaining Night Runner survivors, you could fight them all by your lonesome, once you might fight the PK by yourself, taking on Matt Jack one-on-one, and the next you have backup for the PK fight. Except, since Frank is alive this time, he's able to prove Matt tried to kill him, the PK chicken out, a missile strikes, and nobody fights at all, everyone scatters away. This is good stuff, undeniably, but so many people would have no idea since they've been forced to play the game for 30 to 40 hours to beat it once. I'd say I've almost been won over at this point. Seeing yet another take on the third act while working with Juan on that fourth playthrough was simply ridiculous, but this game is too long and too bloated to care about going back in a second or third time if you aren't insanely dedicated or are a critic of some kind. In contrast, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, and even more cinematic stuff like Until Dawn or Heavy Rain, which also feature impactful choices, take roughly 8 to 10 hours. Now those are replayable, digestible experiences. I don't blame anyone for not going in a second time with Dying Light 2 given its length, especially when factoring in how subtle some of these changes are, and for how little the Sophie drama connects to any of it. We go from world-ending stakes and a personal quest to find your sister, to fucking crystals?
Purest crystals. Crystals.
Crystals?
Crystals. Grab the crystals. You got the crystals? The crystals. Crystals.
Crystals.
Find the crystals.
Susie, where are the crystals? I don't see these crystals.
Maybe the crystals are still there. There are crystals.
Retrieve the crystals.
Where are the crystals?
And get our crystals. Fast.
I can sort of understand wanting to show some of the lower stakes, dark ages of the zombie apocalypse drama unfolding, to explore this new setting, given that it's meant to be a quasi-RPG, but to isolate and sandwich it in between narrative plot beats is excruciating. If we came back and did side quests with Sophie afterwards, with Barney, maybe it wouldn't sting quite as much, but the moment we see Waltz in cuffs, we toss the last 10 to 15 hours of dialogue and story into the garbage. They did the easiest thing imaginable. They reset the player completely once the central loop section starts. Is Old Villador meant to be the Great Plateau? This entire thing acting as an extended tutorial? I'd assume not, but Techland didn't do themselves many favors in making it all synergize. As bad as the story is in Dying Light 1, you meet and interact with Rise many times in the slums, and you also meet and interact with Jade and the Tower people many times there too. Once you go to Old Town, you're chasing Jade, and Rise is still a major player on the second map of the game. As a stark contrast, Waltz and Lawan straight up don't exist in the first area at all, again excluding the Hakon side quest to find the sniper that takes place minutes before Old Villador ends. And Hakon and Sophie, your two main squeezes until then, practically don't exist in the second area. As bad as all that is, I could still sort of see how this could work if, at the very least, the first 10 hours placed you onto one of two paths, working with one of the two factions, survivors or peacekeepers, your decision to help or work against either one significantly factoring into what you're able to do in the central loop, who will even talk to you, maybe even what type of equipment you're afforded. Except, no, it's not even close to that, it's the opposite of that. If you bombed the peacekeepers, Jack Matthew will save you, you will work for him, they will give you the UV flashlight, and you will climb the radio tower with them. When I said it resets, you really do reset. They use the lack of communication between the two sectors of the city as cover for your choices ceasing to matter, so you basically start fresh again, and what's more, the city's fate, along with your sister's, is only determined by 2 or 3 specific choices, all of them taking place in the central loop, unless you count the final decision, since that's fuck off way outside the map somehow. Not only does this significantly hamper repeat playthroughs, but Techland seemingly went out of their way to make sure your first one was as agonizing as possible. You have an authoritative police force faction, and the survivors faction, who value freedom. Gee, I wonder which one players will view as good and bad. Well, Techland clearly knew this decision would make itself, so they intentionally made the game worse to make up for it. The first time you show up at the bazaar, you get strung up right away without any thought. The Bazarians immediately start to hang you because they're afraid you'll turn into a volatile or something because you have no biomarker. Plus, the guy at the bazaar says he's an outsider, he must be killed afterwards, so, like, you know, fuck off.
He's an outsider. He must be killed.
This isn't just to make you hate the survivors at the bazaar, it also serves to indebt you to Hakon. They do the exact same thing at the fisheye, having Aiden get snuck up on somehow, even Lawan is overpowered. With a slight push or something? No idea. Aiden is about to be killed by a renegade, and Matthew Jackoff Samson comes in for the save. Great. Anyway, the game isn't done trying to get you to hate the survivors. No sir, not by a long shot. They try to hang you, Hakon saves your life, and when you two are out exploring to find a biomarker, night strikes. Regardless of which version of the game you played, Howler launch version or Volatile update version, you go to the bazaar gate and ask to be let in. The doorkeeper wants to see biomarkers, Aiden doesn't have one, and he doesn't accept a bribe from Hakon, so he closes the door. Sure. But then he also turns off the UV lights? Remember the safe zone UV lights? I showed them off in many examples earlier. You can basically stay in them and be perfectly safe from the infected. Nope, even though they always have them on, he turns them off for Hakon and Aiden. What, in an attempt to murder them? What else are we meant to infer? But wait, there's more. When you go back to the bazaar the first time after meeting with Aider, you're funneled into a cutscene. Sorry pal, other entrances don't work this time, and if you have the glider on New Game Plus, this happens. Barney's cutscene is far too important, of course. This is extra silly because, I walked into the bazaar multiple times between the incident and this cutscene, one even at night, in the same exact spot. Given that the doorman and Carl talk to Aiden like the hanging just happened, it feels like the developers put this scene in with the intention that this would be the second visit, ever, instead of, 4th or 5th. Honestly, and I mean this, you could pick apart little shit like that for hours on end with this section of the story. Remember my intro? I basically got some of that out there. It's unbelievable in that regard. Anyway, hey Barney, who clearly teleported in from out of nowhere, you're a raging asshole, huh? And now we talk to Sophie, and immediately Herman starts choking Aiden and lifts him in the air by his throat. As you're seeing, at every turn, the survivors come across as complete cunts over and over and over. Techland straight up did not trust players to explore the evil faction, the Peacekeepers, on their own, so they dumbed down the good option, making your time with them as insufferable as possible. This is ultimately why I went with the PK on my first playthrough, since, I mean, obviously Barney is a red herring for who killed Lucas, but I didn't give a fuck. I wanted to see him burn. Sophie at one point says he's unshakably loyal, as a reason why he's a good man to have by your side, but I call bullshit on that. We just went through one of the dumbest quests, where Aiden has to find Barney, who was holed up in a Dark Zone closet or something. He refused to listen to reason, even though we have fucking Sophie, his sister, on the radio with us right now, which works in some quests, but not others, I guess.
Your sister is worried about you.
Don't you even keep Sophie out of it!
But it's true!
You're damn lucky I'm busy here, dipshit!
They gone?
Yeah, went out for some air. Your sister mentioned you're stubborn, but she didn't say you were an idiot.
Hey, I should beat you down for that.
Here, take your radio. We're leaving.
And then, to top it all off, he uses a teenager's death as a distraction so he can escape with the crystals. He says Aiden has to go find Birdie. We can't leave without him. No man left behind. Okay, fine, and here he is, dead, because he wanted to cause a diversion so Barney could get the crystals and make it back to the bazaar. We then find out from Sophie that Barney ditched Aiden, went back to the bazaar himself, since he didn't trust him?
He was supposed to...
Didn't trust you. He thought you wanted to take the crystals.
But he sent me to check on his friend so he could sneak away?
It's not like that. Come back to the bazaar. I'll explain everything.
You were supposed to wait for me.
Suppose schmoes. Plans changed.
Afraid I was after your crystals, huh?
Afraid? Of you? Give me a break.
Like I did with Barney and Birdie? It didn't feel like much of a help.
Barney was in shock when he heard about Birdie. That's why he bailed on you.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
He thought you wanted to take the crystals.
You sure about that?
Suppose schmoes. Plans changed.
It's honestly maddening that we can't use Birdie's death in every conversation going forward with Barney. He's beyond a redemption arc at this point. All of that was to get crystals. Remember the crystals?
Grab the crystals. You got the crystals.
Crystals.
Dude, where are the crystals?
Maybe the crystals are still there.
So the bazaar can use them to trade with Joe and Jack, two dumbasses at the water tower who threatened to blow up the thing if they didn't get the goods. Aiden gets sent out again to help out, but it's too late. The survivors die and the crystal stolen. Barney yells at us some more.
If you'd hurried back there, maybe some of our guys would have made it. I thought a pilgrim like you was supposed to run like a fucking gazelle.
Barney, shut up!
What? If he'd have made it in time to help, we'd be having a party, not a wake.
Sophie does her disappearing act 3 times in a row for some reason, and announces we'll do a pincer movement, only to, and I'm not exaggerating here, 3 seconds later abandon that plan over the radio.
First, we'll move in from the other side, and then we'll catch them in a pincer movement. If anything goes wrong, we retreat to our base.
Where?
The Tango Motel.
Change of plans, Aiden. They attacked our safe house.
Who? Sophie?
Oh my god, I'm gonna go fucking insane. If you're lost, by the way, I don't blame you. Aiden is doing all of this because he wants to get to the central loop, the second of the 2 big maps in the game. There's deadly chemicals between the 2 parts of the city, so he can't just waltz over there. He needs to find a way, which is why he's helping out both sides, like Mac, so he always comes out on top. So, in terms of time spent until we meet Lawan, we have roughly an hour of, I need to find my sister and waltz, an hour of, I need to find a biomarker or I'll die probably, then 10 or so hours, 14 for me on my first go-around, of, I have to help Ada or Sophie so they can tell me how to get to the place I actually care about. On my first real playthrough, by the time I got to the GRE tunnel, I was so unbelievably bored with the story in the game. I was genuinely thinking of stopping altogether. And I don't blame my past self. Nothing has happened yet. Going with the PK side definitely tainted it for me even more though, since the replacement to the Water Tower Alberto mission is you and Hakon going through the metro tunnels to get to the central loop, only for it to go wrong and for Aiden to end up in old Villador again. I was stunned. This can't be real. I'm still not there yet? It was also hard to believe that Barney wouldn't outright kill Aiden at this point for setting him up, but that pales in comparison to the fact that even when I finally got the goddamn mission to get into the goddamn central loop, the goddamn game said, hang on a goddamn second, and sent me back to the goddamn old Villador map again. Ooh, sorry player, you're not quite there yet. Now you'll have to do the real mission where you go to the central loop, and it's really long, so have fun. They dangled this carrot for so many boring hours already, and funny enough, I thought I was in the central loop when I woke up right here. But no, the carrot ain't yours yet. Go find Waltz. The central characters of the game, the ones that actually matter anyway, are Waltz, Hakon, Lawan, Jack Matt, Juan, and Frank. Oh, a lot of those rhyme. Hakon is easily the best of the bunch, his voice actor is really good, his personality is fun, and it's enjoyable to pal around with him. This could be due in part to the fact that he's the only one who pals around with you, the only one who can move freely through terrain on his own. Maybe if I actually did a mission or two with Lawan that didn't include paragliding or finding her fucking shoes, I might like her more. I would have loved to see a version of Dying Light 2 where Hakon is simply your companion, or has a chain of side quests Aiden can help him with and such, but it's not to be. Characters in this game are either integral to the structure of the plot itself, or completely disposable, and Hakon is more of the former. He has to be a boss fight at the end, and if you'll indulge me, it's time to fucking talk about his boss fight, since it's batshit insane. Have any of you seen IT Crowd, the episode where Douglas breaks up with his girlfriend and they have a fist fight? He comically keeps jumping back up after he looks to be down for the count. And that's exactly what happens here. If you go the survivor's route much earlier on in the old Villador section, you might see yourself get ambushed by Herman, the deaf giant. He has a health bar, you can loot him after the fight is done, but if you agree to help the survivors in the exchange with Sophie afterwards, he, without any explanation, nonchalantly joins the group as if he didn't just die by Aiden's hands.
Jack and Joe escaped. We have a chance to take the tower and finally reclaim the water.
It's all the more pointless since he isn't used or talked to for any other part of the survivor story. He could have died and it wouldn't have mattered. It's not like we use him to bash in the doors of the PK base or something. Anyway, this extremely silly moment feels like a one-off, but no, Hakon does it too, but to the third power. You beat him senseless, he screams about you being tough.
Fuck, I didn't realize how tough you got.
Aiden has a seizure. He tries to kill you again, you murder him. Here, he's dead. You can loot his body. Aiden even calls Matt or Frank and tells him that Hakon is dead.
But Hakon is dead.
To sell the point, I even threw knives and explosives at him on my third playthrough.
Hakon's dead.
Oh, fuck no. He's heading to old Villador. The person he tracked down is a GRE doctor.
Doesn't matter. When you go to open that door, sure as shit, Hakon gets back up. You already looted him. What the fuck, you know? Also, if this is meant to be some climactic fight, Techland absurdly missed the mark. I ended up laughing my ass off since Hakon kept fucking yelping when I tossed him around.
You gotta
He even said, "Oh, letting me catch my breath, huh?" As I was beating him into a pulp.
letting me catch my breath.
This is pure comedy. In my third playthrough, I kicked him into oblivion. Fucking hell, what a goofy encounter. Wait, I was gonna move on, but I can't. I looked back at the footage and it's insane. I have to, please, I have to keep going. So after you beat Hakon senseless the first time, he says, "Oh, you got so strong," and you collapse in a seizure again. Then the screen goes black. You wake up for what seems like 30 fucking seconds. What is the pacing of this boss fight, Techland? And then he says, "We've both seen your biomarker. You won't be able to find me before you run out of time." And then immediately you can see my UV light immunity meter thing slowly start to rise because UV light's all fucking around us. Literally, what were Techland thinking? They clearly did not write this script with this current fight in mind. It makes no fucking sense. Am I supposed to chase him while I'm timed? And why did Aiden take 25 seconds to stand up? Why even put the seizure in the first place if Hakon's gonna run away? He wants to kill Aiden, right? And he runs away when Aiden is vulnerable, and then I have to go find him behind a door? This fight is so fucking stupid. It's so bad. Okay. Sorry, I'm done. Let's move on. Having him alive at the end is nice. He's a cheeky dork, and I love him for that. But it's super strange seeing him transition from Lawan's enemy number 1 into a brother-sister relationship in the span of a few hours. You can have Lawan kill him, and of course she isn't satisfied. An undertone the game hints at is revenge is never really worth it, but I don't know, whether he's alive or dead, he sort of becomes an attachment to Lawan. Even when you end up killing him yourself, Lawan walks in and it becomes about her, that this is what she wanted. The reason he kept you alive, by the way, saved you from the bazaar hanging, was because you were a pilgrim. He wanted to escape the city using your help. Well, Aiden's help, you get it. It's worth noting, he's one of the only people who sees pilgrims in a positive light, along with Jack and Joe.
I know people are generally scared of you guys, but one pilgrim saved my life.
People really don't like pilgrims in this world, and the answers the game provides on that front are fleeting and vague.
Pilgrim in the bazaar? If I were him, I'd clear out before he pisses people off.
They say only people with a sordid past choose to do it. They must have done something awful if they're willing to isolate themselves and wander through zombie-infested wastelands. But they're also relied on to deliver people's mail and packages and shit. I don't quite understand why the Night Runners are viewed in such a positive light, and pilgrims are vilified, even though both, whether altruistic or not, provide a service that normal folks rely on.
Alright, I can try to find them. As a pilgrim, I did plenty of tracking.
What? A pilgrim? You're lucky this is about my children. I know what sort of people become pilgrims. Otherwise, I'd want nothing to do with you.
I just want to help.
There's actually another pilgrim you can talk to, and she brings up something that's been hinted at before, that pilgrims are trying to run away from something. The game presents this occupation, or rather the survivors who take on the role, as broken, unfulfilled, the career being transitionary by nature. Spike said most don't last 2 years. I think it's a really sad outlook on what's essentially the equivalent of a runner, just longer distance. It's especially interesting comparing this with Death Stranding. Yeah, I'd think someone who takes on the responsibility of delivering everyone's shit through deadly terrain that nobody else is willing to brave deserves some fucking recognition. Sam and the other porters are heroes, and the pilgrims of Dying Light 2 are practically villains. It's worth considering, though, that this setting is meant to, more or less, be a new medieval era. Guns being back waters down the theme a bit, but with firearms out of the equation initially, people fighting with swords and bows, people dirty and fighting for water, Night Runners being knights in shining armor, and so on. So maybe pilgrims were meant to be taken as a literal replacement of the pilgrims of old, the ones who would go on long journeys, seeking penance for their past mistakes. This is probably what it is, but it's rather literal, a bit on the nose, and besides maybe the guilt of supposedly leaving Mia to die in the fire, Aiden doesn't really have a past to seek forgiveness for, and nothing about religion is brought up from what I remember, just that one God is dead thing in the very, very intro of the prologue. I know early on Spike said Aiden only became a pilgrim to find Waltz, but when Aiden is asked about being a pilgrim and running away from something and all that stuff, he responds as if that's the case, and I just don't understand it. Pilgrims being on the bottom rung of this new society doesn't feel deep, but rather another reason for people to dislike you initially. It's also undercut by the epilogue itself, since Aiden doesn't seem fulfilled regardless of what choices you've made along the way. Is he the exception, or is the game presenting pilgrims in a way only for Aiden to overcome the stereotype, even if it's not necessarily of his own volition? Or maybe this is simply another reason for you and Lawan to connect, since she's the polar opposite, known by everyone in the fisheye, loved by PK and survivors alike. She's definitely not lacking a social life, which makes it all the more strange that she clings on to Aiden the moment she encounters him. The Lawan relationship is so awkward, since they throw her onto Aiden so quickly out of nowhere, and this supposedly vindictive person is almost immediately buddy-buddy with you. There were so many times early on in their relationship, like 15 minutes in, where they're joking around like they've known each other for weeks. Cyberpunk had the good sense to jump in time after you meet Jackie, showing us a montage of their escapades, and his and V's friendship feels a lot more real as a result. While that character introduction is really good, Lawan's is about as terrible as one could ask for, and it has nothing to do with the logistics, the believability, or even her personality. It does feel like it comes out of nowhere if you don't help Hakon earlier. If you stay with him after he gets shot, though, you chase down the sniper, who ends up being Lawan. She has a frankly badass exit, and in retrospect, it's obvious she's hunting down the people on her list. Hakon and Waltz are near the top, so her being there to shoot Waltz is fine, technically, but the timing is where it becomes a problem. We've only interacted with Waltz twice by this point. Once we were hiding in the prologue while he murdered Dylan, after doing a cheesy villain speech, of course, and the second was basically just now. He attacked the PK and nearly killed Aiden. He left him for dead and said this.
Little boy wants to pretend he's a grown-up, but he's no grown-up, just a precious little boy.
I'll talk about that soon, don't worry. We wake up, rush to the car dealership, find him, and take him head-on. He easily gets the better of Aiden, but Aidy pulls a Martha, saying Mia's name, causing Walt to exclaim,
Aiden, you're alive.
And then he gets a crossbow bolt to his shoulder, ignoring, for now, everything else annoying about this sequence. How could Techland think this makes Lawan look favorable to us? She just stopped Waltz from revealing information. We're desperate for crumbs, and Waltz reached his hand out as if he found his lost son. He was obviously about to talk, about to explain what the fuck is going on. At the very least, he knows Mia and isn't antagonistic towards Aiden right now. That's great. Aiden isn't in danger anymore. Lawan isn't saving us. She's instead saving the player from learning too much information. This might sound ridiculous to some people, but I had a very intense reaction to seeing Lawan shoot Waltz. I didn't know who she was at all, and she just prevented me from hearing potentially interesting story things. I was starved of Mia and Walt's story content for 15 hours straight, and Lawan managed to curb stomp any enthusiasm I had for the narrative reblossoming in one fell swoop. Now, the sequence itself doesn't make all that much sense either, but I didn't even register it given everything I just said. Waltz is on Lawan's kill list. She shoots him in the back twice, and then... what? She has him right there. She could easily shoot him in the head and kill him, like she's supposedly intending to, right? That's why she's here? Nope, distract him, and then run. She also knows Waltz way more than I would have thought, as she says he's transforming.
Run! He's transforming!
Oh yeah? Do you see this guy often enough to know this? Maybe I should give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's interacted with him before, knew he was unkillable basically, but saw Aiden in his clutches and wanted to help. I don't know about that though, since one of the audio diaries from Waltz in the dam near the end says earlier this year is when he started taking the compound that eventually turned him into this thing.
Report 13, 2036, 105th day of the year. Fun's gone. As I no longer have test subjects, I am testing the compound on myself.
She couldn't possibly have had many run-ins with this volatile version, right? Plus, if she knew he was unkillable, and that's why she didn't even try when she had him in her clutches, I'd imagine her kill list would have had a note next to his name, like, can't kill the bastard, or something to confirm it. Little details like that are sometimes all you need. After all, remember the Thalia dialogue? Feels like so long ago, huh? While I can understand why many people view Lawan as inexplicably competent, seemingly always presented in a way to make her look cool, after all, she's the only one with the glider and one of the only people with the crossbow, and she's talked about like the second coming of Jesus.
These days, seemed only one person in this city could fly. Lawan.
How do people do?
They mostly sucked. Except for Lawan. She took to it like a baby eagle falling from a nest.
However, her climbing the VNC tower, while underwhelming in one respect, makes enough sense. She's been experimented on by Waltz just like Aiden, even if she was only there a few weeks. She also mentions the only thing she had in common with Night Runners was substance abuse, and I could be wrong, but that to me implied she was also huffing down inhibitors, the drug of choice by night runners. She also had some in her room in a GRE chest. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to look that far into that placement, but I'm sorry, Techland, I'm doing the best I can here. I can understand her being as strong as she is, but something more should have been made about her easily getting to the top of the tower after Aiden did. I'm not sure it's ever brought up, we just focus on her shoes and her love life afterwards. Anyway, while I'd say it checks out logically, that doesn't mean I think it works. It feels excessive, Techland doing their damnedest for the player to share the same infatuation that Aiden has for Lawan. Try as they might, I really couldn't connect with her, and part of it is the too cool for school vibe I got, part of it is the weirdly familiar tone she had out of thin air, part of it is the facial reactions not matching right, but there were also some other factors at play. First of all, and I don't recall this ever happening to me in a first-person game, Lawan straight up doesn't look like she's looking at Aiden. At one point in the end of the story, Aiden told her to look him in the eyes, and I started laughing, since she rarely has so far. It's like she's looking above your eyeline. Sometimes her eyes will dart to the sides, but not left eye, right eye, more so left ear, right ear. It's so weird, it was impossible to relax and sink in when she was talking, because I kept checking to see if she was really making eye contact or not. There's also the ridiculous, absolutely insane Chinese New Year cosmetic option for her. I wanted to see what it was before ending my first playthrough, and fucking hell, it's an entirely different face. This feels racist? If Lawan is modeled after the real Rosario Dawson, which she was, they changed a half-black, half-Puerto Rican woman into a Chinese woman for, like, no reason? I won't dive into the speculation for why Techland added this, skin in, but even ignoring the elephant in the room, this is just a deeply, deeply odd inclusion. Why not give Hakan a Chinese face while we're at it? Make Matt Jack Asian too. Sure, why not? Do you see how silly this is? If I were Rosario Dawson, I legitimately wouldn't work with Techland again. All that said, no, the main reason I didn't like Lawan was that, well, she's really fucking annoying. They tried to make her intelligent, sassy, damaged, witty, warm, and cold, all in one person, and none of it flows well. It's not that I don't believe a person would act like she does half the time, it's that I straight up wouldn't want to be around a person like this. She flips back and forth on a dime, it feels like, which, again, sure, a damaged person, still coping and dealing with their mental struggles. Yeah, I get it, but that doesn't mean I have to be her friend. On my second playthrough, I wanted to lie to Jack Matt, and she actually told me to knock it off and outed me as the Pilgrim.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Aiden, knock it off. Matt and the Peacekeepers know the city inside out. Only they can help us find the database. Aiden is the Pilgrim you heard about.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, I thought I was playing a role-playing game, not choose the right answers, otherwise this dickhead will choose them for you. I'm being dramatic. This doesn't harm the RPG-ness of the game, but it does harm her character. She doesn't like the PK much. She even begs you to give the first Central Loop substation over to the survivors.
I wouldn't give it to them. I mean, fuck them. They have their own men. And what about the free folk? Someone should be on their side. Who else, if not people like us?
Pissed at me?
Nah, your choice. And I know why. But if it were me, I'm for the free folk all the way. Power for the entire city. Imagine that!
Maybe I'll hit up some of the others.
Yeah, maybe just don't give them all to the Peacekeepers, huh?
And even though she's clearly already connected with Aiden, way too much, way too quickly as far as I'm concerned, she doesn't give a fuck about why Aiden might want to keep his identity a secret from Mr. Capital Punishment himself, Jackson McMatson. Lawan constantly ghosts Aiden near the end, and sure, they all have the same theme of, ooh, I got too vulnerable, ooh, feelings hurt, and stuff, but fucking hell, it's exhausting. Even more so that Aiden is so infatuated with her, regardless of your decisions and input, that he acts like a lost puppy whenever she isn't around or doesn't answer.
Frank, have you seen Lawan? Nicholas, I'm looking for Lawan. Have you seen Lawan? No, listen, I'm looking for Lawan. Lawan? Lawan, you there? Have you seen Lawan? I'm sorry, have you seen Lawan? I'm looking for Lawan. Hey, I'm looking for Lawan. Lawan? Hey, you there? Lawan? Lawan, you there? Lawan, come on, you hear me? Lawan, you there? Lawan, hello? Lawan? It's Aiden. Come in. Lawan? Come on, Lawan, answer me. You there? Hey, I'm getting really worried.
You can stop that. I'm fine.
Lawan? What's going on? Where are you? Lawan? Lawan? Oh, shit.
The first time he arrived in the fisheye, it was like I was back in school, at lunch with nowhere to sit. Where's the only person I know? I'll glob onto them because I'm socially awkward.
Lawan? Lawan, you there? Lawan?
He goes so far that it annoys her at one point. He calls her so much in that quest I talked about earlier that she even has to say, "Chill out, dude, I just told you I was leaving."
Hey, Lawan? Found our collector, but no sign of his collection. Lawan? Hey, you there?
Jesus, Aiden. I told you I was leaving.
That said, no matter how you treat her, or how much the player likes her, she will come along for the final mission, so she can pointlessly take an arrow for you. Yeah, Lawan, I definitely needed someone to block an arrow for me, sure. That's 3 fucking times Lawan has supposedly saved the player, and I'm honestly getting fucking sick of it. She also says the same stupid line about mother hen bullshit twice in the same mission, like 10 minutes in between.
Quit it with the mother hen routine and get going. Oh, bad time for your mother hen bullshit, Aiden.
Oh god, it's so annoying. They did this because the final choice of rush to save Lawan or stay by your dying sister's side needs to take place. So fuck everything else that happened in the entire game. Lawan, Mia, get in your positions. Perfect. Alright. Aiden, lights, camera, waltz.
Waltz?
Waltz! Waltz!
Waltz?
Waltz! 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 Waltz!
I don't even understand why Lawan would go with Aiden in that singular ending where she does. She just became the head of the Night Runners. What she's always wanted? Nah, abandon your lifelong dream because you pecked this guy on the cheek a day ago. Fuck yeah. As much as I like talking to Frank when you choose the survivor's side, the radio tower decision is my biggest issue with him. Regardless of anything you do before it, he'll be a drunken, belligerent, washed-up sad sack who won't help Aiden or Lawan, even if you ask him over and over.
Okay, but how can I get to the rooftop?
You can't. Nobody can. Now, fuck you.
He's a complete mess, and doesn't show any signs of recovering. He talks about the TV station, the tower mission that took place 15 years ago. So many men died, there was one traitor who ruined everything, they're responsible. Sure, even if that's the case, that Hakon betrayed him, that was a decade ago, this is now. He's said to be the reason the fisheye exists at all, why people are able to cooperate and mingle, instead of being at each other's throats, but it's all tell, don't show, with Lawan being the presenter. The reason all of this is relevant is the radio tower mission. You'll make the climb that nobody has ever been able to make before, and at the tippy top, you're given a choice. You either follow through with your plan with Matt or Juan, whoever you decided to work with earlier in the game, or you can give the radio tower to Frank. This decision is the most consequential in the entire game, and the mission itself is built up just fine. They sure talk about it enough, but the either-or choice isn't built up at all. It springs out of nowhere. On the climb, Lawan gets Frank to advise Aiden. Finally, Frank isn't a drunken mess, and he's able to help out. He tells Aiden where their old equipment was, which is how you get the grappling hook. He then tells you to glide back down, to abandon this pursuit to reach the top since it's too dangerous. Uh-huh, sure it is.
Time to end this madness, Aiden. You have a paraglider. Get out of there while you still can. Better trained men than you have died there, Aiden. I won't lead you to your death.
I don't know where else to fit this, so I'll just say it here. I don't know what got lost in translation with the Techland team, but somewhere along the way, the vision for this tower mission was clearly fumbled. Besides repeating how everyone involved last time was slaughtered, they say the tower has infected nobody's ever seen before, and what ends up killing everyone are regular exploders, and I've definitely seen those zombie types in other areas before this mission, such as in Dark Zones and Out at Night. There's nothing else here besides your typical Dark Zone biters, and it's a huge letdown. Anyway, a little while later, when Frank realizes Aiden is still stubbornly going through with the tower climb despite the warnings, Frank now, just now, mentions what he would have done with the radio tower, Hope Radio, which would send messages of inspiration and useful information to any survivors in earshot. This was his plan a decade ago. Then, when you finally make it to the top, he gives a sales pitch. Hey, you could give me the radio. Your choices affect a lot more than just you, you know, and yada yada. This guy wants Aiden to completely go against his own self-interests so Frank can have a radio station. At the last possible second, hey pal, I know you're doing this to find your sister, but actually, can you give it to me, the drunk guy who never helped or was never nice to you once? Why would a player feel indebted enough to this guy to agree to this? It feels like another case of Techland trying to skew players to the PK's side, so they can go, yeah, the choices you made kinda suck, huh? That's the price you pay. It's frankly ridiculous. This is made even more nonsensical, as if you don't give Frank the tower, he continues to call Aiden after this mission is over, badgering him about not giving up the radio tower, blaming him about Lawan being AFK.
Sorry. Fuck that. You're a bad seed, Aiden. You really screwed us. And you gave him the station knowing how it hurt us.
It was quite frustrating. It painted Frank in a terrible light. If you go the survivor's route, giving him the radio, he's a very cool character, and especially if you make Lawan spare Hakan, the entire vibe of the game is shifted drastically. This is actually one of the strangest parts about the game, as time and time again, it seemed like Techland gave more reasons to work with the PK, due to the survivors being annoying and unhelpful, yet going with the PKs the whole way through results in a vastly inferior product. I don't mean, ooh, I feel good because I was a good boy, yay. No. Well, I mean, it certainly looks like the PK were going to rape the survivors before they killed them at the bazaar.
What about the prisoners? Throw them in the dungeon? Unless you feel like banging them first.
But it's more than that. The structure, character arcs, and narrative payoffs actually exist when you're with the survivors, and don't when you go with the PK. You'll frame Barney, which is ultimately the wrong answer to the whodunit. You don't get to see Alberto Stammer mean anything. He's just a nothing character who gets forgotten about. You don't get to take part in that fun mission at the windmill, and instead have to slog it out in the tunnels for no reason. Then have to either save or abandon Anderson, and if you go save her, she becomes a zombie anyway, so who gives a shit? Staying with Hakan, the good choice, leads to seeing Lawan in the sniper side quest, which is a much better introduction and a genuinely decent objective, very unique compared to the majority in the game, that's for sure. If you work with the PK in the central loop, you'll get a lame mission chasing UV lights opposed to the fun cathedral escapade with Juan and Kurt. Going with the PK means you'll see Juan hanged for speaking the truth. Love to see capital punishment, awesome. Frank stays a drunken, annoying shithead, Lawan never has a chance to become a Night Runner, and if you trust Jack Matt completely, you'll raid the peaceful village of Williams Dam to the ground, chase after Williams and watch him kill himself, and of course, after the credits, if you kept the city in one piece, Meyer is the new head honcho, and she loves capital punishment too. It's genuinely a worse game, and although I think it's impressive you can change so many small or big things, I have to admit, while seeing the survivor side, I couldn't help but think, this should have been a story without choices, and this should have just been the game. It's tough though, since making the narrative less impactful is almost a byproduct when constructing a game with a lot of choices in the story sections. Characters dying early, missing out on significant scenes, missing context for certain events, and so on. Video games aren't exactly unique in the sense that experiencing a piece of media more than once might make you appreciate it more, maybe focusing on different details you overlooked last time, but there's a few more layers that games have that other mediums don't. Replayability itself can mean more than one thing. Is something replayable because it's intrinsically fun, and getting better at it is an enjoyable prospect? Or does replayable mean there's many different ways to play the game, either narratively or mechanically, so repeats don't have you doing the same thing in the same way, but rather experimenting with things you literally couldn't have seen your first time. Dying Light 2 is obviously going for the latter, and it does succeed in some ways, but why don't I like it? What's stopping me and so many others from pointing at this and saying, yes, they pulled it off? I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, a lot of it has to do with Waltz and the plot about Aiden trying to find his sister. Making choices can be fun, as can seeing their effects, but what did I say earlier, like hours and hours ago? This is all petty faction war bullshit, and the first chunk of the game practically means nothing altogether. When you extract the parts about Waltz, Mia, and Aiden's backstory, this plot, supposedly the main plot of the game, gets maybe 15 minutes of screen time, and a lot of that is Waltz beating the shit out of Aiden, or flashbacks with Mia that we know now aren't even accurate. For how little there is here, it's stretched incredibly thin, like butter scraped over too much bread. I wish that was the only problem, but the actual content of the story, with its reveals and implications, is shallow, stupid, and practically undermines the entire game that came before it. In every act of Dying Light 2, to keep Aiden's main motivation fresh in the player's mind, you'll see flashbacks of his past, showing him and Mia in the lab where Waltz experimented on them. It's been built up the whole way as Aiden wanting to find his sister to keep his promise of sticking together no matter what, and to, of course, get revenge on Waltz for torturing them in the first place. Waltz has been presented as the boogeyman, essentially, being evil guy number 1, and nothing suggests that it was all a misunderstanding. The renegades we see are all him. He drugged up the previously normal soldiers under Colonel Williams' command. Dylan was killed since he took the key from Waltz. Waltz ordered Lucas's death, who apparently found the key in the first place, so he could stir up unrest between the PK and the survivors. He's apparently still been capturing people to run experiments on them, kids they said. He's the one who put a hit out on the Carriers Guild, and on and on and on. He infests the entire city. He's not a good guy. But it turns out, Aiden was remembering it wrong. Waltz wasn't torturing them. Heck, going off the letters you find, most of the kids liked him. He was nice and playful. More importantly, Aiden didn't promise Mia all those years ago. He actually made that promise to Waltz.
People want to stop my research. They can't see how close we are to finding a cure. Whatever happens, we must.
Whatever happens, we must stick together.
No.
You didn't promise her. You promised me.
No.
Huh? This is where the entire narrative ceases to make any sense, the game puking and shitting all over the floor in an attempt at providing a twist for the sake of it, and Techland doesn't even have the manners to clean up the mess they made. Aiden isn't said to have had amnesia or anything, he just forgot certain details and imagined he was Mia's sister when he wasn't? Waltz says, "Why do you keep pretending you don't know the truth?" Like there's something more under the hood, and if this was a Metal Gear Solid game or something, I bet there'd be like 7 more reveals after this one, and they'd all be fun and engaging, but no, this is the only reveal, and it doesn't even pose further questions, it just stops the conversation, basically. There's nothing to explain why Aiden has held this belief that Waltz was torturing them, why he thought Mia was his sister when she wasn't, and the new knowledge doesn't benefit, or do anything really, to the game in retrospect. Playing it through again, nothing in the story feels at all different with the twist in mind. I imagine we're meant to have a bit more sympathy for Waltz, given that you might have been doing what he was doing, sacrificing everyone around you for the goal of saving Mia, but there's multiple degrees of separation between refusing to help the survivors with their squabble, giving the radio antenna to Matt instead of a drunken idiot, and everything Waltz has been doing for the past 15 years. If anything, this twist makes the moment where Lawan shoots Waltz when he realized it was Aiden all the worse. This conversation they had at the end could have happened 15 to 20 hours of gameplay ago instead. It also could have happened 5 hours ago, when Waltz and Aiden were again in the same place. But nope, Waltz decided to aura farm as a villain instead of trying to reconnect with Aiden. He could have easily explained where Mia was, got Aiden on board, and they both would have gone to X-13 together. Hell, in X-13, Waltz still maintains his stoic antagonistic demeanor.
Waltz! Waltz, stop!
Stop him.
Mia!
What?
Waltz! 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 What are you doing? Waltz?
Why is he still aura farming when he's already there? He knows Aiden. He knows Aiden is desperate to see Mia. He's been talking about it the whole fucking game, in every interaction, so why isn't he just saying, "Hey Aiden, Mia's right here, I opened this place to cure her"? He's implied to be much, much stronger than Aiden until the very end. He obviously doesn't feel threatened by him, so why the mystery? Waltz's actions seem less and less comprehensible with everything in mind. He calls Aiden a little boy who thinks he's a grown-up before he knows it's him.
Boy wants to pretend he's a grown-up, but he's no grown-up, just a precious little boy.
Yet after he realizes and gets shot by Lawan, saying Aiden,
Aiden, you're alive.
He reverts back and calls Aiden 12346 randomly in X13 for no reason.
You won't stop this 12346. It's over now.
In the fight outside the observatory, Aiden is asking where Mia is, and Walt says she's long gone. Why? It's as if Walt is working with the writers, knowing Aiden is the player, and thus shouldn't be privy to important information yet. When choking Aiden, Walt says, "You should have died years ago," when, like, we've seen the flashback, he was nothing but nice to Aiden. This obviously isn't trying to imply that Waltz burned down the facility to cover his tracks and kill everyone inside, right? No, as a different flashback right before the end shows Waltz freeing Aiden and telling him to run, that he'll find Mia. At one point, Waltz in the boss fight says Aiden has always been so honest and noble, and that's why Mia loved him so much.
You've always been like this, Aiden. Honest. Noble. That's why she loved you so much.
Bro, they were 5. What are you talking about? What is this writing? They were 5! Even Aiden, when seeing the picture of Mia holding her birthday balloon, says this.
Why can't I remember taking this photograph? Who wrote that?
Aiden, do you think that you, at 5 years old, took the picture? Is that what you're saying to me right now? It's all so scattershot and pointless. The foundation for this narrative twist is built on random selective amnesia, which doesn't feel satisfying whatsoever, and they move on from it almost immediately like it barely mattered. In other games where our character didn't remember the past, the reveal isn't that they forgot, it's why they forgot, the contents of what they didn't remember. In Dying Light 2, it's just normal childhood memories being washed away with age, the only distinction being he didn't recall Waltz being her dad instead of an abuser. Well, he was an abuser, but an abuser to save his daughter. That's what spurred Aiden to do all of this, to risk his life 100 times, to travel over 1,000 miles on foot, apparently, all because he didn't remember Mia saying daddy in the flashbacks.
Got you. You won't hide.
Monumentally underwhelming. It's also unclear why X13 even matters.
On the GRE key. This means that it is possible to enter X13 again. The only chance for progress is to go back to X13. There is a chance to further this research. It must succeed at all costs.
Waltz needed the GRE key to open up X13 so he could... What? Techland, finish the sentence. Waltz needed to get into X13 because it can save Mia even though it can't? Mia herself is another reason none of this feels worth it. She waltzes in after the boss fight, sickly and barely standing, asks what happened to Aiden, says she's tired of her dad trying to cure her for however many years, tries to give the key to Aiden, Waltz shoves the key into the fire, and now she's down for the fucking count. That's essentially it, and the final choice becomes less about her and more about Lawan and the city. When the two prongs were presented early on, your sister and humanity, represented by the city of Villador, I figured we'd have to choose between the two at the end. Well, if the game was really hacky and lame, that is. I remember Fallout 3's ending, so I was expecting something of the sort, and it's not that. Lawan is required to be at the end of the game for this decision to happen, and it's not a save your sister or save the city. No, it's worse. It's escape with your sister, which saves the city, or abandon your sister, which destroys the city and makes you nearly kill Lawan. Lawan is the key to all of this working, and I've already gone over how much I dislike her. It felt like a slap in the face, honestly, that Mia is such an afterthought in all of this. I don't necessarily dislike the idea that she dies no matter what, that Aiden can get a few more hours together at best if he chooses her, but again, screen time. It feels awfully shitty to get more dialogue from random quest givers that make you fetch something or do a parkour challenge than with the person you've been trying to find the entire game. Hell, the cutscene with Spike walking into the fisheye was given more priority over Mia, which is fucking insane to think about. I don't give a fuck about Spike. Stop it, please. Maybe this would be a pacing issue for the last stretch of the game, I don't know, but showing Mia and Aiden talking, her explaining things from her perspective, even just getting to know each other again before she passes, would have felt far more satisfying than this. Maybe he could even bury her under that tree that they talk about. That would be a fun sentimental way to end this, but no, they dangled the sister angle at the beginning of the game, but the end of the adventure is way more focused on how the city ended up, and showing how Spike has refined his palate, I guess, going from making fun of Aiden for not liking flat beer to exclusively ordering beer that's not flat.
It's gone flat.
Look at you and your sophisticated palate. Drink. What's your poison? Beer, but only if it's not flat.
Actually, I guess it's all Spike. They barely even touch on the city. I figured we'd get something more from the Juan ending, but nope, it's just a different paint job and that's about it. I really wanted to see that trial, but instead we get teased and it's glossed over. Anyway, I wanted an emotional connection to Mia, I really did, but it was so hard to get attached in the flashbacks with her just shouting nicknames at Aiden over and over. And instead of a fun twist like, say, Lawan or Veronica being Mia the whole time, it's a person on death's door whom we don't even get to talk to. You might think that sounds silly, since Veronica is apparently old enough to be Aiden's mom, but she didn't look all that old to me, and her character interactions were a lot more engaging than basically anyone else in the game, save for maybe Hakan. They even featured a twist moment with her too. Once Aiden realizes who the GRE scientist is that he needs, he says this.
She's one of the first people I met after entering the city.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of true. We saw her patch up Barney after the birdie quest, but it's not like we talked to her or anything, even though she's sitting right there. At the time, because this reveal felt so uneventful, it made me think there was a better reveal coming up, and there wasn't. Well, unless you count Aiden turning into a volatile and murdering Veronica out of nowhere. I guess that was unexpected, huh? Aiden turning into a volatile is a very tiring part of the narrative. I actually can't believe Techland went to this well again so soon after Dying Light 1, but here we are. I don't really care about it for the most part, but the gameplay attached is some of the worst you'll see in the entire game. Enemies turn into a yellow highlight and you just mash the attack button until everyone's dead. Your attacks are extremely simple, yet somehow, even still, they feel unresponsive, as the hitbox flat out feels wrong half the time. You'll whiff even when it looks like you should have hit someone. Plus, Jesus goddamn Christ, it's so fucking annoying seeing Aiden have his seizure thing and fall down over and over and over and over. I swear it happens like 4 times in a row when you're entering X13, and one of them lazily, incredibly lazily, just teleports you onto a bridge closer to the base you're trying to get to. Overall, I truly despise these sections of the game, especially given that the Be the Zombie mechanics from Dying Light 1 were right fucking there and went ignored, but all of that is peanuts compared to the final boss of the game. You fight Waltz because why not, right? He needs this facility up and running to save Mia, or something, but the power being turned back on triggered the GRE failsafe, which automatically launches missiles at Villador, even though they're delayed and not at the same time. I don't know why they'd space the missile strikes out. I'm, again, improving again. I just, there's so much about this story. Seriously, this is gonna sound insane. There's so much about this story I held back from this script. I could have easily gone more in depth. It's 6.5 hours. I know. I could have gone more in depth. There's so much about this story and the story scene that are so fucking dumb. Okay. Aiden wants the key back to stop the missile strikes. Waltz wants to keep X13 open to save Mia. The first phase is you in your human form, and Waltz continues to aura farm, acting nonchalant for most of his attacks. They place you on a small platform for some reason, and if you get hit from his shitty ground pound garbage, you'll get knocked down and have to climb back up. What are we doing here? Plus, like, what the fuck were they thinking with his fist slam thing? He does it like 5 times in a row, and you have to dodge at the perfect time, a hair too early and he'll hit you, and then keep hitting you. Fucking terrible. I did this 4 goddamn times, and I hated it each time. Already off to a terrible start, but it gets so much worse. At one point he jumps around in a very goofy fashion, and keeps running away, only to charge back in now and again. If they were trying to emulate a stalker hiding in the shadows, waiting and planning when to pounce, they failed miserably. It's a zombie jousting match, a silly visual more than anything else, and it takes up so much time, you just sit there waiting for him to come back. You eventually turn into a volatile again, and here's where it gets painfully bad. I have no idea what this boss fight is meant to look like, but when you connect with your swings, he gets shoved back, so you can't combo him at all. He then goes on the offensive and hits significantly harder than you do. Seriously, your hits are pathetic. The best strategy for me, in all 4 of my fucking playthroughs, was to stunlock him against a wall and get lucky. This fight sucks. It's one of the worst final bosses I've seen in the last few years, honestly, and it's all the more saddening since Techland already did a better version of this. The following had this almost exact setup, and that one felt perfectly fine. Even worse, we get another round of, you beat this guy senseless, he should be dead, but he's fine, actually, afterwards. Here's where the big choice happens. It is fun that prior decisions influence if you can achieve the best outcome, but I think a bigger problem was conflating these 3 decisions into 2 instead, and the wording used for the choices themselves. Let Lawan detonate the bombs, or save Lawan. Both are about Lawan. She somehow becomes the central character even here, when Aiden is finally reunited with Mia. As far as the missiles, the Jack Matt, Juan, and Colonel Williams of it all, is it interesting that Jack Matt lied about the chemicals, that he ignored the order to evacuate, killing hundreds and making him look better so he could gain power, that Williams actually stopped the missiles 15 years ago, and is the good guy in all of this, Jack Matt being the evil warmonger? Kind of, but only when you play with Juan, so you get more information behind it all. Juan is practically a nothing character if you go with the survivors or the PK, but man, having more scenes with him was a lot of fun. He's got a great voice actor, and genuinely, I kind of liked him. He's gained a semblance of power somehow, and is able to sit alongside the crazed lunatic that is Jackie Matterson, and even tell him to his face how stupid his plans are.
The next time you speak to me like that in front of my soldiers, I'll take my knife and cut your fucking cock off!
Oh, imagine all the grieving tonsils.
Shut up!
Can we just get back to the plan? Thank you. After Jack's puppies secure the entrance, my men will bring the lamps and set up an outpost. And then, if everything goes smoothly, which it definitely will, since the plan's author is the commander-in-chief himself.
I'm warning you.
It's fine that he's the voice of reason, but without going down his path, it's annoying that Aiden and everyone else brushes off his concerns about Matt. Honestly, it was a bit frustrating hearing Aiden and Lawan go on and on about how the Butcher is crazy and terrible, over and over and over again, even though they also kept saying, along with Frank if you gave him the radio, that the Colonel's plans make no sense. Why did he order the Renegades to attack the fisheye? Why is Williams retreating? Why this? Why that? Oh, it's because Williams is crazy, sure. No, it's because the main villain of the game is Waltz, the one behind almost everything. Hell, the Renegades even fessed up that Waltz has been drugging them, and we saw Waltz turn the power back on, which started all the mess again. Nope, clearly all Williams' plan, even though nobody can make any sense of it, and Williams hasn't attacked the survivors or PK in over a decade. Truly, the most diabolical thing Techland did was convince us Waltz was the devil himself, while we gleefully, or begrudgingly, fair enough, worked with an arguably even worse guy in Matt Jack. At least Waltz is supposedly trying to save his daughter. Jack has nothing but his stubborn pride and a desire for control and to be remembered. Speaking of being remembered, how will we remember Dying Light 2? There's a side quest in Dying Light 2 called Book Club. In it, you track down books to fill up Thalia. To fill up Albert's library. He's trying to acquire and safeguard the world's most important literary works for the good of humanity. A noble goal. The player's goal, however, likely isn't as noble. But ignore Aidy BoBaidy for now. Return to Albert. Put yourself in his shoes. You've taken on the task to collect and protect some of the greatest, the most influential and meaningful works of art, but not with books. Video games. That's your area of expertise. That's why you're watching this video. Think about the games you've played, loved, even disliked, but respect for their importance in the gaming medium. Would you ever think to save Dying Light 2? Would that be on your short list of games to risk your fetcher's life to find and preserve? I highly doubt it. I've seen some people pick Dying Light 1 to be a game they take with them in the silly Desert Island hypothetical. You can only take 3 games with you to play forever: Elden Ring, Dying Light, and some hentai game, I don't know. And to that end, I can somewhat understand. The Dying Light part, I mean. Techland doesn't exactly offer replayability so much as endless content to consume, all within a framework of zombies and parkour. If you're staring down the barrel of eternity and need some slop to keep your mind busy, Dying Light 2 might not be a bad answer. But if we're holding ourselves to the standard Albert has set, I think it's best we stop kidding ourselves. Dying Light 2 is no masterpiece. That's probably obvious, but hey, it's fun to say, right? Truth be told, I fought hard over these last few months, rationalizing my feelings on this game. I went through the range of emotions many times over, a roller coaster, up and down and up and down. We start in the pits with Spike, a terrible low point, but the prologue with the gorgeous vistas, Hakan, the focus on zombies, a high point. My time in Old Villador chipped away at my soul, the GRE tunnel and Lawan meeting being the lowest point of the entire experience. I was debating giving up on the game and this video, quite honestly. Thankfully, exploring the central loop became more fun, and the substations, grapple hook, and antennas roped me back in. Lots of stuff to like. Most of the side quests were disappointing though, even though they were huge time sinks. And then the Waltz, Lawan, and Mia stuff at the end was terrible, the Waltz fight itself being another low point. New Game Plus wasn't amazing, but seeing everything from the other side was really interesting. Then I started the DLC with the tryout challenges, another low point, but the DLC ended up being really good, with a better story than the main game. Very nice. Another Waltz fight, another low point, but on my third playthrough I discovered the parkour combat and had a lot of fun with it. Even on my fourth playthrough, on a fresh save file, it was fun being so weak on hard mode, pushing myself against difficult enemies without the safety net of parkour combat again. I skipped all the old Villador dialogue, of course, didn't have to fuck Thalia this time, thank goodness. And holy shit, Juan's side of things was surprisingly distinct. What the hell? This game is amazing, actually. And then I got to the ending again, and Waltz did his thing again. And maybe I hate this game again. The Waltz and Mia of it all, the old Villador sections, oh god, it's truly atrocious. But the parkour was consistently a highlight, the music at times surprisingly great, and the sometimes significant yet minor changes to the quest design, dialogue, and scenes themselves. There's a lot to like, even though it's a game I don't love. Maybe it's because I've deliberately paced myself with this project so as to not burn out on the game too fast, or zombies as a whole. But if you told me I had to do another playthrough of Dying Light 2, if I had to play this game all the way through for a 5th time, I think I'd be okay with it. I can't tell if my time with the game has slowly but surely indoctrinated me into not hating it as much as others, or even as much as I did my first go-around, or if the parkour combat and parkour itself is all I need. The gameplay mechanics are enough to keep me entertained, even if I have to skip over the dialogue with Sophie and Matt Jackoff and avoid almost every optional quest found in Villador. It's a game that's exactly as good as the sum of its parts, and sadly, when factoring in all the many, many negatives, even ignoring the trailers and E3 promises, it's impossible to say Dying Light 2 is phenomenal. Good? Maybe. Mediocre? Perhaps. It's not dog shit, it's not exceptional, it just sort of is.
Not bad.
Thanks for watching, everybody. This is by far, not even close, my longest video on the channel. As I'm writing this, I'm entering the 103rd page. Dear God, what is my life? I actually love it, don't worry. This isn't another rerun of the Battlefront 2 video, where I questioned the meaning of everything, the existential dread and all that. Nope, I paced myself, played plenty of other games along the way, and got this out for you. You could say this is a beast of a Dying Light video, eh? What do you think? Dying Light the Beast next? Sure, why not? Please become a member of my Patreon or the channel. Give me money, money me, money now. Me a money needing a lot now. Listen, I got a kid to feed. You just watched a 6-hour video, it's only right. I'm kidding, oh my gosh, please don't comment. For real, even becoming a free member on Patreon will get you some monthly updates, along with maybe an exclusive sneak peek. I uploaded the first 43 minutes of the video back at the start of August when I had it ready, and I also uploaded an hour and a half or hour 40-minute version a month or two ago, I don't remember. You could have seen it. You could have seen all the mistakes I kept in and you know, changed for this final version. Aren't you jealous? Dang, you should have signed up. That'll do it for me this time. A nice quick critique of a classic well-beloved game. Wait, sorry, I got my scripts mixed up. A nice, quick critique of a well-beloved game. This is the same script. This is the same script. What's happening to my pet iguana? If you guys are really clever, you'll know that this is the song that plays in the elevator up to the tower mission, where Zerzbowski, he like sings it, and then like Rose like, that's not how you do it. It goes like this. You guys are not as big Dying Light 2 fans as I am, huh?